Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mox Valley Regionals round one. We are so happy to have you here joining us. And for our first round, we have Tage, and it looks like they are on a slime Sylvie. Take a look at their list. It looks pretty standard here with a couple of flex slots. We see Verdant Slime, Slime King, and Twilight Slime all in main board. And their opponent's going to be Brandon, rocking this Water Merlin, something you don't see very often here. Their deck was to be very control-oriented, pushing for that late game into their Crux package with Ghost of Pendragon and Incarnate Majesty. Looks like here that Tage has won the dice roll and is going first. And looking at that opening hand, we do see an important key factor for most Sylvie decks, which is going to be a dungeon guide. That is something you always want to see. And a beautiful turn one play, that is probably one of the most optimal ones, alongside with a Baby Gray, is a Forest Cake. On enter, it allows you to draw a card. Which is really nice because it replaces itself. Then in future turns, when you are a tamer, you can go ahead and sacrifice that to put an additional buff counter on any slime that enters the battlefield. Now, Brandon is actually running the Fragmented Spirit, it looks like here, which is going to allow them to glimpse 6 and get a Spirit Fragment token, which at level 3+, you can banish it to draw a card. So it's a good way to... especially for Merlins, if you are looking for specific cards, you can dig for them, and then you will not lose out on card advantage since you'll get that card draw back later at a higher level. Merlin can kind of cheat it a little bit since you can eat a floating memory at level 2 to push you to level 3, which will instantly allow you to crack that to draw a card, and you don't have to hard level into 3. We see a Idle Thoughts turn 1, which is a super interesting card. You don't see it get played much very often now since there are a lot of better floating memory options, but that is one of the classics that a lot of decks used to run. It does help Merlin set up future turns. Additionally, in a water deck, you can always mill some of those cards you have on top, which you don't want, which I think might be one of the big factors for this Watermelon deck that Brandon is running. But we do see here a Chilling Touch, just filling this graveyard with floating memory, which is going to be really good for them if they want to do a fast level up into 2 and get this counter, or if they're wanting to play it a little bit slow and materialize some extra regalia before they hit that level 3. Tage opting into just going into Sylvie level 1, since most, if not all, Tamer cards are class bonus oriented in this deck. You want to make sure you have that as soon as possible, and banishing a slime is always good for this deck. Really buffs up those arcane slimes. Here we see a consideration, and a Baby Red is going to get the on-enter effect from Sylvie here, getting a 1/1 counter. This is now a 3/2 beater. Baby Red, for those of you unfamiliar, is class bonus Tamer on attack. You can discard a card and draw a card into memory. If the discarded card was fire, then it gets +1 attack till the end of turn. And then we see the Forest Cake being popped on it too. So this is a huge swing for 4. It's a 4/3 slime, discarding a limitless slime to get that floating memory, which is always good for the Sylvie deck. When they want to level up into 2, they lose 1 less card, and if they could keep that ally on the board, they'll be able to draw that card back. Now, looking here, we get a backup charger for Brandon and 1 Water Merlin, wanting to possibly get some cards they saw while Idle Thoughts into the hand and in play here. And I don't know what they're going to be looking for to clear this Baby Red slime. 3 life is very difficult for a Merlin deck to take out unless they have a sword and a 2-power ally. But oh, here we see a Frostthorn Paladin drop down. This is exactly what they need to fight for board control. Going to be removing a floating memory from the graveyard to get that buff counter and drawing a card, and it will trade perfectly into this Baby Red slime. Now, oh wow, a turbocharge in hand as well after that backup charger, allowing them to draw 2. That is something you really want to see, especially the same turn you backup charger. The value in that is so good. They instantly shoot up to 8 influence, which is going to be more than what Tage actually has here going on. We're going to go ahead and use a floating memory plus banish 1 from a graveyard to go into Sylvie level 2. There's no slimes on the field, so there will not be any draw, and it looks like there's going to be no fast activation of Baby Green as well before the on-enter trigger. Tage here now, probably just going to be looking to Dungeon Guide to 3. It's probably the best bet. They do have the Ethereal Slime in hand, which would allow them to generate value by banishing a Tamer Regalia out of their deck to draw a card, plus it was free, so they'd be able to start going back up in influence and replacing themselves. Dungeon Guide, just as suspected, we are getting 2 more slimes banished. If we find a Storm Slime here, this is going to get pretty nasty. I believe that's already 4 slimes, maybe 5 in the banishment. And here we see Sylvie level 3 with the free activation of an Advanced Element Beast Slime. We have 1 buff counter, or 2 buff counters from Sylvie's ability, and then we'll go ahead and banish a Tamer Regalia to get an additional buff counter and draw a card. This is a huge ally swinging in for 5. Gonna go ahead and remove that Frostworn Paladin, while Dungeon Guide goes ahead and makes a statement hitting the Fragmented Spirit here. Now, Brandon probably looking to level up, banishing the Idle Thoughts, going into Lorraine level 1. Curious to see, yep, we're just going to get the Sword of Seeking here. A very classic move. I know some Merlins really do prefer a Bulwark Sword for certain matchups. However, in water, I think Sword of Seeking is probably your best bet, as you don't have as much card draw as a Fire can. So with a huge grip of cards in hand, Brandon probably looking for this as a setup turn, or trying to remove that Ethereal Slime from the board. The issue is it's a 5/5 right now, and with stealth, which is going to be really difficult. We do see Lorraine swinging in for 1 with True Sight with the Sword of Seeking, and then we have Brandon playing Hypothermia. What a strong heads-up play here. Hypothermia is a card that can target a rested ally and gives it -4 life until the end of turn. And thanks to that Lorraine swinging in, that is just enough to go ahead and remove that Ethereal Slime. And Tage is down on some value now. We would really have liked to keep that up and available for at least an additional turn. But here we see a Fractal Rain imbued with a Frostworn Paladin and a Cell Sharpshooter. And this is going to help really generate some value for Water Merlin here. Hopefully hits a couple of Floating Memory, and that Cell Sharpshooter can become a mini Frostworn Paladin, banish and draw. Ooh, and a Stalwart Shieldmate being dropped as well. A very good defensive option here. You really don't want to run into another big crazy slime. But I believe Tage is only at about 3 cards of influence right now, so really will be able to play at least 1 card. And here we see a backup charger materialization, recollect, and draw for turn. We do have 4 in hand. One of these cards being a King Slime, it looks like. So just 1 slime element short of being able to activate that in the graveyard. And we do see a Slime Eruption, Escape the Wreckage, and a Baby Red. I believe Tage is probably going to be looking for a backup charger turn here. Yeah, just going to pass the turn. Is not in any danger whatsoever of dying. So just going to go ahead and casually set up for the next turn here. Oh, wow. Brandon going with a GCR this turn, getting a little bit more greedy. Fractal of Rain hitting the Idle Thoughts, which is what you want to see. Get a free Floating Memory into that graveyard, and then the draw for turn. I'd be pretty sure if Brandon did play Cell Sharpshooter here, I think it'd be a really good position to go ahead and do that, unless you're really looking for eating Floating Memory with Merlin. You really don't want to eat anything from Tage's side of the deck. Sylvie really wants all the cards they have in graveyard in banishment. You could try and stop this King Slime play, but most decks only run it as a one-of, so it wouldn't really be something at the forefront of Brandon's thought process here when it comes to that. Now, I do enjoy Tage swapping out his normal level 3 for the CSR Sylvie. Just had to go ahead and bring it in as a flex. It's something that a lot of players I see level up normally, and then they have their CSRs to the side and bring it in. Here we see another Frostthorn Paladin going to ahead and eating that Idle Thoughts that was just cast, or activated here. And Brendan's hand is looking quite strong. We see a Ghost of Pendragon, Hypothermia, a Dungeon Guide, and I believe a Fracturize in hand. Ready and prepared for a lot of reactive gameplay here, and all they have to do is hit level 2, and that Dungeon Guide's sending them straight to Merlin 3, which would be super beneficial. Start getting those level counters and those extra draws. Alrighty, and of course we do see Tage activate that backup charger. Gonna go ahead, put 3 down, draw into memory, and do that all before pre-recollection so they can go ahead and get a bunch of cards for their main turn here. Hopefully they did draw another advanced element slime. I'm just curious though what they would want to have in this situation. It's the Frostthorn Paladin is going to be very hard to deal with just a normal ethereal slime, as the Sylvie buff does not is not in effect anymore. So a storm slime would be really nice to be able to shoot down the Frostthorn Paladin and then swing into that Stalwart Shieldmate. But we do see Tage get the Quicksilver Grill, which whenever Sylvie player grabs that, there's only 2 things they put underneath it. If they want to be aggressive, they'll get the Stone Scale Band. If they want to be defensive, they'll go ahead and get the Covenant of Thorns. And so I think Tage, though, is probably going to be on the more aggressive route, so that is probably a Stone Scale Band underneath it. I'd be really shocked to see if it was a Covenant of Thorns, because they are in no danger of anywhere near lethal damage. This is not Fire Merlin, so you're not going to be seeing fireballs for a ton. They don't really have that much burst options. We do see the Baby Red coming down, discarding a Baby Green slime. So no attack buff here. Stalwart will go ahead and get taken down. But now that is 3 different element slimes in the graveyard, that King Slime in Tage's hand is now active. And we may just see that come down next turn to go ahead and become a nuisance for Brandon, but also a great way for Tage to get value. We see the level up into Merlin level 2 just using the floating here. And this is a chance for Brandon to really consider if it is worth eating a slime, although most players would not want to feed into the Storm Slime play. So we probably will not see that here. And here we are, players going ahead. The mill for turn is a Fracturize, another floating memory, 2 for 2 with that Fractal Rain. So far it's putting in the work here for Brandon, which is really great to see. And we do have paying 2, perhaps a 3, another Frostthorn Paladin. No, straight to a Dungeon Guide here. And on enter trigger, is Merlin going to eat a floating memory? Let's see if that is the play. It does not look like we are going to eat that Fracturize. Maybe saving that for the Drawn Blade on next turn. And here we see the normal Merlin and then the CSR version as well coming on top. Both players sort of showing off their respective bling for their deck, which is really great to see. And now we're going to go ahead and remove the Baby Red Slime off the field with the Dungeon Guide. And is that Frostthorn's Paladin going to be kept up for defense, or... Oh, a Ghost of Pendragon. I totally forgot they had that in hand. Such a strong play of DG into Merlin, into a Ghost of Pendragon, just drawing you those cards back, really letting you filter through that deck, and a 3/4 body is super difficult to deal with. And we also see the Fragmented Spirit Shard getting popped here as well. Brandon back up to 5 cards in hand, and I see another Ghost of Pendragon. So we're very possible in the line of play of getting a Drawn Blade next turn into a Ghost of Pendragon. So drawing 3. They did not eat the floating memory, so they're not going to also get an even turn, which is unfortunate. It's just going to set them one turn behind on levels, but it's not going to be that big of a deal if they do use that floating memory for the drawn blade, as we were talking about here. Oh, Horn of Beast Calling is a very interesting materialization. Usually Sylvie players go for that when they are looking for like a double Storm Slime play with a slow amount of influence cards in hand. This may just be a way for Tage to sneak out that King Slime even better here with drawing a card. But we are going to see a Blissful Calling. Did see a Storm Slime sort of peek in the corner there, the second card. Yep, just gonna instantly pick that up. There's no reason not to here. That card is very good to the strategy, and there's already a lot of slimes. The dice marking 5 in that banishment zone for that Storm Slime. Just has to be careful of water. They do have a full grip of cards in hand, and you can always run into a Cerulean Decree or a Frostbind. So you want to make sure it is, you're in the clear for it. Although you do have the Horn of Beast Calling, so if there is either of those options, you can play it for free. But we're going to see 2 put down for this Storm Slime. And just a double check on these slimes banished here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 confirmed banished slimes. The dice is not lying. And we do see that into the Frostworn Paladin, a great way to go ahead and get it removed. And then Storm Slime is going to go ahead and hit the Stalwart Shieldmate. Very curious to though why the Ghosts was not taken care of by the Storm Slime. I suppose it's one of those, they both are equal stat at 3-4, although Frostworn Paladin does have the chance of being an intercept. And Ghosts can always be brought back using Cruxite. So we do see the Horn of Beast Calling popped for the Slime King. It is going to get the Ethereal, Baby Red, and Baby Green underneath it. Counting for more cards underneath Banishment as well. That is something that could have been considered, is doing this King Slime first and then Storm Sliming to get those additional 3 damage in. But it did not matter since that didn't really go into Champion. And there was a Stalwart Shieldmate. But we do see the Drawn Blade get materialized after the using the Fracturize. And the Fractal Rain getting another Floating Memory. That is crazy. 3 for 3. Insane value. The Fractal has not only paid for itself, but has netted so much more advantage for this Water Merlin here. Alrighty, what is the play here? There is that Ghost of Pendragon, so we're probably going to see it get played down again, putting in that Drawn Blade. I'm going to draw an additional 2 here. There is, I think, only 1 Floating Memory in the graveyard, so the won't be able to really change Cell Sharpshooters, but Cell Sharpshooter is still not a bad option. It's an automaton that provides a power cell and draws a card, so it's to be able to swing big next turn. You just want to be careful, though, of the killing that Storm Slime, because Tage does have cards in Banishment. And you really don't want them to go ahead and refill the hand by that Storm Slime. Alrighty. And we do see another Frostworn Paladin hit the board. That's 3 for 3. It's going to go ahead and eat that Lost in Thought, which was just milled from the Fractal here. And this is a lot of damage on board from allies. Looks like we are going to be taking out the King Slime here, and it's going to be retaliating against one of those ghosts. And all 3 of these slimes will re-enter the field. And Baby Green has to target something, so I'm assuming here it's going to be the Power Cell or the Quicksilver. Power Cell would make the most sense so you don't lose the item underneath the Quicksilver Grail. And now Ethereal Slime has the on-enter of banishing a Regalia. And we see the Stone Scale Band banished from the material deck, so that means there is probably a Covenant of Thorns underneath that Quicksilver Grail. And Tage is able to draw a card off the Ethereal, and it gets its buff counter. Poor Baby Red joined the party and then was instantly removed by the Dungeon Guide. It is very unfortunate it did not get to stay around for long. This Froststorm Paladin might be staying up for defense here, though, and intercepting, as it has not been attacked with. Oh, a hypothermia on the Storm Slime. So we are going to go ahead and activate the on death trigger. We're going to go ahead and banish 2 cards here, getting another slime card, putting us to total 6 banished, and drawing 2. It is not that big of a deal here since there is no Stone Skull ban for any fast activation, but it is a way for Tage to still dig through their deck and see way more cards than they normally would have. And end of the turn, we do have a Gather Slimes, and gonna heal back some of this damage. 3 of it to be exact. I'm probably gonna grab an Ethereal Slime, as that's the only option they have. Oh no, they could grab the Verdant Slime as well. Doesn't really seem as good though. There's no really Regalias you want to destroy, and Ethereals are much harder for Brandon to remove off the board. They would have to use a Sword of Seeking with an even turn on Merlin to be able to swing into it here. Alrighty, Tage really running out of material deck cards. Only 2 left, I believe. And we're gonna go ahead and get the Scepter here, which is gonna banish the baby green slime, if I believe here correctly. Yep, we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. All sacrifices must be made to the Scepter, and unfortunately, the baby green slime was not long for this world compared to the ethereal slime. And this is going to be a way for Tage to buff up his ethereal slimes to be able to get over the Frosthorn Paladin and the Ghost of Pendragon, as 4 life is pretty tough, and you're going to have to do a little bit of extra work for it here. Tage really having to consider if they want to banish their last materials deck card too. And it is a Gaia's Blessing. So it's between activating Gaia's Blessing to make your Storm Slime bigger or playing the Ethereal Slime and eating it, which we are getting the Gaia's Blessing activated by banishing 4 allies, animals or beasts, from your graveyard. Going straight into banishment there. We have 12 total, and we get to play with the top card. If there is an animal or a beast, then you are allowed to activate that from the top of your deck. So it's like having an extra card in hand, which is very handy. Alrighty, we do see here the other ethereal slime, and unfortunately no on enter trigger due to the fact of there being no more Regalias in the deck. The Scepter is being activated. Gonna go ahead and put a buff counter on everyone and draw a card. And a Limitless Slime off the top. I believe Tage does have 3 in hand, so would be able to activate this, which would be pretty nice since he is level 3. It does get a buff counter on attack, and it can be used to help remove either the Dungeon Guide or the Ghost of Pendragon. But alas, we are just gonna pass here. Both Ethereal Slimes are safe for now, as they do have stealth, and that Ghost of Pendragon will not be able to trade back in. Very curious though, the line of play for Brandon. I believe he is going to go for what I was suggesting with the Sword of Seeking on an even Merlin turn to go ahead and try and swing into that ethereal slime that is just a 3/3 before they start to get bigger, because next turn that Verdant Scepter is going to go ahead and put another buff counter on each of them. A little bit of a floating memory check in banishment and in graveyard, I guess. Not exactly sure what Tage is going to be looking for here. Maybe copies of Ghost of Pendragon. But we do see Brandon swinging in 3, declaring it into the Ethereal Slime. And Tage has a little bit of surprise with a Slime Shield. That is a class bonus 2+. It costs 1 less to activate. Target ally or target unit takes 3 less damage, and if that unit is a slime, it gets a buff counter. So prevents all 3, and now that's the ethereal slime is a 4/4 along with its fellow one on the field. This is just a battle of Crocs. We have 2 Ghosts of Pendragons staring down 2 ethereal slimes. That's how you know Crocs is one of the strongest elements, and both players decide to play it in their decks. Now, Brandon, looking at something in the graveyard, probably really considering this idle thoughts here. Trying to shape up their draws. Did not look like anything super beneficial off the top right now, so probably thinking of ways to remove it or draw through it so they can start to see some fresh cards here. Doing a little bit of calculation, it appears, of what to play to get in the way. I think it is going to be a little bit of Cell Sharpshooter drawing some cards to get exactly what you need. We do see Fracturize as well in hand for more floating memory. Here's that Cell Sharpshooter, going to eat that floating memory, get a Power Cell, and draw a card. Tage giving Cell Sharpshooter another quick read. It is a 1/3 Automaton ally that has that on-enter effect as described, so it can take advantage of that Power Cell next turn if it is still on the board. Really great card with really great incremental value, and I love the artwork on it too. It is so pretty. Brandon repping that foil version of it, which looks so nice underneath that camera right here. Hopefully it is able to stay on the board for one turn. A Hypothermia. I believe that is the third one we've seen now from Brandon taking out the Ethereal Slime. And that is such a good play. Tage really taking the beat down from these Ghosts of Pendragons. Starting to really get the game starting to really run away from them here. They really would like to see a Storm Slime off the top. Be super beneficial here to close out this game before Merlin is able to see a Incarnate Majesty, because after that the Storm Slime will have to be directly into that Incarnate, and you'll have to find another Storm Slime to be able to take care of Merlin here. Tage with some careful deliberation. We do see a baby green slime off the top, and no other advanced element slime, so I think we're gonna keep digging here. That Forest Cake is looking like the best option to try and see what's underneath that baby green. And then we could even activate that baby green, targeting that Forest Cake to get an additional draw if needed, which would be super helpful for Tage to get into playable slimes for him in this late game stage. It is one of those unfortunate things that Sylvie's run into. If they run out of advanced element slimes, they just sort of dirtle here with all the babies. There is also a Gather Slime as well in hand. This would allow Tage to look through the top 5 for what they need. But Limitless Slime coming in. And the Verdant Scepter being activated. So these guys are getting buffed. Oh, and a Baby Gray. First one we've seen this whole game, and you don't want to see it right here. It is worth activating, though, off the top of the deck, because you'll be able to draw a card and see what's coming up next. You do have 2 slime cards in Influence. But the Limitless Slime going to be trading into the Ghost of Pendragon, and the Ethereal Slime going to be taking off the other one. It's a very smart play here, as those ghosts would keep adding up that damage, and would almost be setting up for lethal. We do see Merlin going to be going to 3 level counters here. That's just going to matter for Incarnate Majesty, as Warden. There is really no other card in this list that wants to or cares about levels. But we are going to get another Drum Blade. And Brandon's sitting here at an influence of like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, and the Fractal milling that Incarnate Majesty. That is not what you want to see if you were Brandon here. You really wish you were going to be able to draw that. Looking at the hand, it looks like we have 3 Dungeon Guides, another Cell Sharpshooter, and a couple of other cards that don't seem that optimal. Both players really struggling to find their win condition cards. Brendan did see a lot of ghosts, but Tage quickly answered that. Along with the Ethereal Slimes on Tage's side of the board, there was a bunch there. I believe 3 have already been activated this game, and Brandon's slowly just been dismantling it one by one with Hypothermias. But this other one sitting here at a 5/5 is going to be very difficult to deal with here, unless we see like a prismatic edge coming out from Merlin. But even then, that's not true sight, so we don't know how that's gonna get taken care of. Maybe another sort of seeking into a hypothermia. But another fractal of rain is being imbued here with 2 cell sharpshooters. Brandon probably not wanting to use them quite yet for that floating memory, since there is still one on the field. And we did see the fracturized power cell, which we just saw a glimpse of these refracting missiles, which is going to be hitting for 4 damage, or 3 damage, I believe. Over on the Limitless Slime. And we're going to go ahead and take care of that here. It's such a hard ally to remove, especially with its level 2+ ability of gaining +1/+2. It just makes it so much tougher and stronger. And if that's able to live and attack at least 2 or 3 times in a turn, the value just stacks up for those little guys. And here we see a Fracturize on the Drawn Blade, making it another fractal here, which is going to get a floating memory in and probably really help refracting missiles hit for harder. But we're just going to pass turn, nothing more here. Merlin's sitting with 18 left. Sylvie with about 17 or 14. Game is pretty even considering both these decks and the strategies they want to do here. We have the Ethereal Slime swinging into Merlin. It's probably going to be 5 unanswered damage here. Along with, oh, a Resolute Stand. And I believe that was paid for too, so still going to be able to draw. That is going to slow down this game for another turn here. Page not going to be able to push through that Resolute Stand. So we just see a Gather Slimes. Oh my gosh, the Storm Slime off the top. That is exactly what Tage is wanting to see. In the perfect position. There's no Incarnate Majesty at all. Brandon shields down, and no cards in hand to activate that Resolute Stand. So this is going to be a swift 12 damage from the Storm Slime if it decides to come to field. We do know there's the Gaia Blessing on the field right now, so that top card of the deck should be revealed for everyone. We're going to get a quick count here of slime cards, making sure it is 12. Which is going to send Brandon all the way up to 24. 4 away from lethal. And we do need to see that top card of the deck, Tage. Let's not forget our Gaia's Blessing passive ability here. And then the pass turn. Merlin in a very difficult position. Oh, and there's the top card. It's a dungeon guide, so nothing of importance of value here. If that was a Storm Slime up there, then it would have really been the game on that turn particularly. We do see the... Oh, a Tithe Proclamation being materialized for Brandon here. I think it's a little too late for the second ability of Tithe Proclamation, for players can't draw more than 3 cards in a turn. Probably just using it as more filter to draw a card. Oh, and Fractals of Rain milling that Crux site. You really wanted to see that there so you could get Incarnate Majesty back to help stall out this game. Or even a Ghost of Pendragon. Incarnate probably would have been the better play. Would prevent you from dying here. And can block the Ethereal Slime, so you don't take that damage from it here. Tage has been out of materializations for about 2 turns, but there is still that Covenant of Thorns underneath the Quicksilver Grill that Brendan is going to have to get through. And that gather... Oh, we do have an Incarnate Crux site in hand that we did pay 2 for an Incarnate Majesty. And then we are going to fracturize our Tithe Proclamation. Interesting. What an interesting play to do that right then in with that Crux site resolving. So the Incarnate Majesty goes to hand and we draw a card for the filter here. Alrighty, and what is in the next line of play? We do see three cell sharpshooters, another hypothermia, refracting missiles, and we are gonna activate that Incarnate Majesty. The deer is coming on the field, and going off to the side, gonna grab the CSR deer. You want to make sure it matches the Merlin here. And feeling a little bit more comfortable due to the fact of having that damage reduction with the Incarnate Majesty here. Alrighty. And Storm Slime is triggering. Gonna go ahead and banish 2 from memory to be able to draw 2. We see 1 and 2, which is gonna be that Twilight Slime. So still no Storm Slime. That the top card of the deck should also be revealed as well still. And we do see a Refracting Missiles for 5. So that earlier Fracturized play making so much more sense. But Tage responding with a Escape the Wreckage, drawing a Baby Red into memory, and another Escape the Wreckage on top. So a good heads up play there, saving the Ethereal Slime. Although now it's going to be much weaker and it's going to be harder for Tage to get through this Incarnate Majesty. Very curious to see if they have enough damage. Although a Storm Slime itself, even through the damage reduction that Incarnate Majesty provides, but Storm Slime is actually still a spell. It says so on the card. So yeah, Storm Slime would have to take out the Incarnate Majesty before it targets Merlin. But we could see a Storm Slime taking out the the deer into playing the Ethereal Slime and both swinging to deal enough damage to take out Merlin here. But unlucky enough, we see another Dungeon Guide on the top of the deck. You're not wanting to see these anymore. You'd rather have some of your slimes. And the Ethereal Slime is coming back on board to join us here. And just a pass turn. Yeah, can't really deal with the deer on the field. The 4 power 10 life is super hard for Sylvie to take out. We are really needing the Storm Slime spell damage to do it here. And it looks like Brandon's slowly taking it back after the first big initial burst from that Storm Slime. This is going to be an even turn for Merlin. And we do see an Iran Light coming in the field. And this is going to be a lot of floating memory banished. So it has 5 refinement counters on it, which is going to be 10 extra power for it here, which is going to swing for a lot. That's going to be pretty much lethal with the Merlin level 2's ability with the Incarnate Majesty. Not sure if Tage has an answer for this. We do see a Chilling Touch on the memory here. And a Lost in Thought for 2. We're going to banish 2 floating memory. And draw 2 cards here. Not quite sure what Brandon is going to be digging for here. Perhaps it is a Sudden Still that they run in their deck to even make this Swing with Your Run Light bigger. But Tage cannot run anything in their deck since they are a Spirit of Slime. They can't have like Song of Frost or anything of that nature, like Zephyr, to make this Iran Light a scary play to go all out on. So Brandon may just be playing his outs, making sure doing everything properly, dotting the I's and crossing the T's before making the final push. We do see the deer swinging in for 4 here. And now Merlin. Oh, so this is not an even turn. So this is actually only going to be for 11 damage. And there's that Covenant of Thorns that we were suggesting was underneath that Quicksilver Grill. And Brandon, unfortunately, not saving a Fracturize for this. is really gonna turn sideways here as that deer's taking the full 11 damage from Merlin. And Covenant Thorns is now gone, but that leaves the way for Tage to take back this game one. A slight misplay on not keeping that Fracturize at all for Brandon. Getting a little bit too greedy with them. You always need to make sure you have a way against Sylvie to remove that Covenant of Thorns, because that is something that is going to be very troublesome. Stalwart Shieldmate hitting the field here. And we do see at the end of Brandon's turn, we see Baby Green going to be fast activated and is going to choose to flicker suppress the Verdant Scepter here, and it's going to get its on enter effect again, banishing that Baby Green and getting 2 counters. So we have another way to fill our slimes to make them bigger. And we're making the Ethereal bigger right now as well. You're going to draw that Dungeon Guide, see what is off the top. A Gaia's Songbird. That is a really good card. Really going to help dig for a Beast Slime. And at this point, I think it's just going to be Storm Slimes in that deck left. We've seen a bunch of Ethereals. We've seen the Slime King. And I think the Verdant Slime is out of the deck as well. So we 2 down for a Force Cake. It looks like, yep. Gonna go ahead and draw a card, and then the 4th and final Dungeon Guide on the top of the deck. Starting to feel very familiar. Song and dance for all our players. We're gonna see a Blissful Calling, and there it is, the Storm Slime. And Brandon, acknowledging that there's nothing they could do about that, is going to go ahead and concede so they can make their way to game 2. Alrighty, and we are going to be moving on to game 2 here. What a great game 1 between these two players. Very close back and forth. Really curious to see what they are wanting to do for sideboards here. It did feel like it got down very close to the wire for both of them. It could have been anyone's game. Tage just managing to sneak through, though, with the slimes, the onslaught. And yeah, we are going to have both players do a quick sideboard here. Maybe we could sort of see what they're thinking here. We see Brandon, I believe that was Freezing Hells, just instantly slammed in. Tage looking to cut some cards as well. Kind of off camera, so not going to be able to see exactly what Tage is bringing in here. Brandon really digging through. It looks like we're cutting a Cell Sharpshooter, perhaps here. Maybe not wanting to go. Only one. Went by the other one here. What else is going to happen? This matchup is actually very interesting between these two decks itself, especially with a water variant of Merlin. You don't have that insane kill pressure that you normally do in Fireball, things like that. So you really want to set up with an Incarnate Majesty and force the Sylvie player to use their Storm Slime sort of defensively or as a removal spell instead of going straight to the face with it. And then with Merlin's incremental value of every other turn drawing a card, you're able to really just like keep up pace with Sylvie and trade into the board very favorably each time without going too down on influence. And that's one of the bigger issues that a lot of decks face, is they can keep up with Sylvie. However, they match Sylvie's low influence, and since every advanced slime is just a 2-cost, Sylvie is more than happy to keep about 3 cards in hand. And here you see the table shaking a little bit, getting a little blurry as both players shuffle up here. We have a reset of the health totals. A little technical trouble here as Tage is trying to get it going. Well, there we go. And I'm pretty sure Brandon is going to elect to go first. You really want to have first materialization against Sylvie. It is a very important aspect of it. You don't want them to get to level 3 before you, or be able to Dungeon Guide before you as well. So I would be very surprised if Brandon did not go first in this situation. Who knows? Everyone has their different preferences and strategies. A little bit of talk between the two as we get the decks cut and get ready for game 2 here. Ooh, did Brandon? Okay. For a second, I thought Brandon was waving Tage to go first, and that would have been a very interesting call here. But we do see the Fragmented Spirit come out and the Glimpse of 6. Gonna be putting back that Crux Sight and that Cell Sharpshooter. But the Frostmourne Stalwart Ghost is a really pretty good hand here. Drawing into a Dungeon Guide Ghost. Alrighty. So it looks like turn 1 play may just be Stalwart Shieldmate here, or you can go the Lost in Thought Frostborn route. However, I don't think that would be beneficial going first. So yeah, we're going to see 2 down for that Stalwart, and then you pass turn. Sylvie really doesn't put in early damage pressure. Perhaps they'll have like a Baby Gray Slime that can swing in here. So that Stalwart is going to be safe and not taken out. Tage not wanting to give Brandon any additional floating memory for that free level up as well. So I think we're going to see a backup charger turn for Brandon on first materialization. Let's see how good Sylvie's start is. Speaking of which, we have the Baby Gray revealing 2 other baby slimes, which is quite funny that the consistency of all these babies showing up here. Do we see another 2 down? It looks like a Force Cake in hand. Yep. Force Cake coming down. We're going to draw a card here. And a very good start for Sylvie. You really want to see 1 or 2 of these early game draw effects to help filter, dig down, get an influence, and be able to get that level up without worrying. And of course, the backup charger play, as stated. Going to get that additional card in memory and then draw for turn. Back up to 7 influence. Brandon in a good position, almost like they weren't on the Fragmented Spirit here, and a Fractal Rain and Butte showing a Cell Sharpshooter and a Frostborn Paladin. This is really going to help them with some value every turn. It's almost like a free draw card if you do hit a floating memory, which is really nice. It's something that you always look for, and you want to build your decks around it. A little tangential here, but you normally, when you play something like a Fractal Rain or Sink into Oblivion or things like that, that take cards from the top of your deck and put them in your graveyard, you want to hit a floating memory because that is how you net value from playing a card like that. And the majority of your deck, you want to be around like 20 to 25 floating memory, about a quarter of your deck. That is the number to aim for, as it's going to be the most beneficial by playing those cards. It's sort of like an awkward tutor, where tutors just are able to search 1 for 1 for a card, while this is a sort of a random tutor where you try and get specific cards you need. But we do see Tage with a Baby Red Slime discarding a Limitless Slime probably here if they do have it. A little bit of consideration. No, discarding a Force Cake. Interesting. And drawing into memory here, and that Stalwart Shieldmate is taken care of with the 2-1. We don't get the additional power since that. Also, it looks like we missed a trigger here for that Baby Red Slime. It's supposed to have the Sylvie buff from level 1 here. Not quite sure what might have happened, but hopefully we do get that fixed eventually here. That would be a 3-2 Baby Red Slime instead of just a 2-1, thanks to the Sylvie level 1 on enter effect. And we see Lorraine being materialized into... Okay, so it looks like we're not catching that mistake. That is okay, though. We will go ahead and... hopefully that won't affect too much here, this game. Lorraine taking out that Baby Red, though, with the Sword of Seeking. And speaking of which, though, the Fractal Rain did mill a floating memory, so which is really good benefit here. Cell Sharpshooter is going to go ahead and banish it, get a Power Cell, and draw a card. Now, this is where Cell Sharpshooter actually is very scary when it has 1 or 2 Power Cells it can take advantage of. It's just a 1-2 that helps clear board, but also... it can really deal a lot of damage. And here we see an Escape the Wreckage on the Baby Gray Slime, protecting that little boy back into memory and drawing an additional card. Really good effect for Sylvie. It helps you get that guy if you wanted to level up with it, or that. But we do see a Stalwart Shieldmate Looks like Tage might have noticed that the baby red slime should have had an additional buff counter on it. Yep, pointing out to the Sylvie here. But not sure. Maybe we get a judge here to reverse the game state. A little bit of conversation here. Escape the red edge. Yep. Judge is coming over. They did finally catch it. We forgot, pretty much saying, we forgot the buff counter on this baby red after we played it due to this Sylvie level 1 trigger. What do we do? I attacked with it, and then the Sword of Seeking came in and hit, but it's supposed to have 1 life left. I'm not sure. See, and this just goes for that even Worlds competitors can make mistakes like this. This game has so many moving parts and intricacies, it's just very hard to always keep track of. And something as simple as that can easily be forgotten when you're so deep into the think tank and wanting to see like what exactly is going on. But here we are. I believe the judge is finalizing the call here, and it looks like that baby red slime's gonna stay on the field. Maybe we are waiting to see the official confirmation on this one. Very curious to note, though, what will happen. Okay, so showing the escape the wreckage on Baby Red, sort of rewinding the board state to what it was before. Very smart on the judge here, making sure there isn't any step missed. Tage did not shuffle their memory as well after casting Escape the Wreckage, which makes it very clear if both players agree what cards were put down to activate that action. And a little bit more talk going on here. I'm not able to hear exactly what everyone is saying. So it looks like the counter is retroactively applied. And we're rewinding to the point of when Brandon materialized, I believe, and that Sword of Seeking was swinging in. But we did draw a card into memory from Escape the Wreckage, and Brendan also did draw a card off of Cell Sharpshooter. So we are getting a very, very, like, rewind-heavy turn here. Hopefully the judge, though, and the both players are happy with the outcome here. It is always tricky, but super glad we caught this mistake early. And it looks like Brandon is still going to commit to that Cell Sharpshooter play. Not going to draw a card, because they already did draw for turn. And going to get that Power Cell. So committing to that here. And this is going to go ahead and swing into the Baby Gray, which we are not going to escape the wreckage here. A Lost in Thought for 0. I'm probably going to look into getting that Frostborn Paladin out on the field. Yep, here we go. Gonna banish that floating memory, draw a card, and get that buff counter. Now for this particular instance, so we see the Frostborn swinging, and now the Skip the Wreckage on the Baby Red. So that is sort of same outcome, except instead of the Baby Gray in the memory, it is going to be the Baby Red. I think Tage would have saved either or, no matter what, at the end of the day, just depending on who was attacked first. If the Frostborn Paladin was played first and swung into the Baby Red, pretty confident that would have been fine being killed here, and then the Baby Gray would have been escaped. But here we are, and we do see a little bit of a reminder. Tage on top of the buff counters now, making sure that Frostborn Paladin got a buff counter for banishing. And a Quicksilver Grail materialization, which seems very interesting. That reads to me that Tage does have a Dungeon Guide in hand, which we do see peeking third from the left here. So we're probably going to play something here to get a level 2 going. Yep. And then we will go ahead and next materialization, level 2 Sylvie, maybe fast activate the Baby Green Slime that's in hand to guarantee a card draw here. And then we will go ahead and DG into level 3. And I think that was just an Ethereal Slime that was drawn into memory, which would be so good for Tage here. And that Baby Red swinging in with its buff counter from the Forest Cake, discarding a red element card to get that additional attack as well. and then filling that graveyard for that Guy's Blessing late game. We do see a GCR materialized, and then a Lost in Thoughts for Brandon. Popping it here, wanting that top card of the deck, which it looked like it was a Refracting Missiles, which is going to be very helpful as a removal for some of these slimes. But we will see what exactly is the plan here. Oh, Refracting Missiles, the baby red for 2. One from the activation itself, and one because there is a Fractal Rain on the field. And a Stalwart Shieldmate. Good defensive options here. Not sure if that is going to be enough, though, with this big momentum swing that Tage is going to get. We're going to see here into level 2 Sylvie. There is no floating memory, so we're going to have to banish 2 from memory. Skip the Wreckage and him. No slimes, which is really good for Brandon to see. On enter trigger for Sylvie level 2, we're going to fast activate that baby green slime. And going to bounce that sword. Nope, actually going to target a power cell instead. Going to remove that out of play completely, as whenever a token leaves the field, it does not come back. Draw a card off of that Sylvie level 2 trigger. And now we're just going to look for a DG turn, I think, here. Ooh, gather slimes as well. Very beneficial. Let's see if we hit, though. Oh, we do get a Verdant slime. Not the slime you do want to see. There are better options here, but at least you're getting a card to hand and not completely missing, because that was very close. Not having really the choice. But we do see here Tage really in control of this game. A Dungeon Guide in hand, gonna go up a level here. Gonna be able to play that Verdant Slime, which is gonna remove that Sword of Seeking, which is gonna very limit the Merlin plays, because now you're gonna be down a materialization for Regalia to return with the Ghost of Pendragon. And it's so smart here, the like momentum swing that you can have. And here we go. Actually, there's a King Slime in hand too, I think. Do we have enough for the King Slime? No, we're just going to play that Verdant Slime here. And yep, going to eat that Sword of Seeking, absorbed into the slime. And that is what you want to do against Merlin. They're now not able to just instant level 3 into Ghost of Pendragon. And almost forgot the 2 buff counters from Sylvie. That might just be the name of the game, is forget your buff counters. But we do see the 2 allies, the Baby Green and the Dungeon Guide, taking out the Stalwart Shieldmate, as Brandon goes into Merlin level 2 using both their floating memory, saving those cards in hand. Ooh, Fractal Rain hitting another floating memory. You love to see that. Brandon's Fractals have been on top of it so much these past 2 games here. And that Verdant Slime does have Taunt, so that is going to be very beneficial for Tage to not take any damage. Although they are at 0 damage counters, they're not really concerned for any burst since this is not Fire Merlin. And Brandon gonna go ahead and Dungeon Guide here. And this is that moment I was talking about with that Verdant Slime. Brandon had the Dungeon Guide in hand, and so they could have easily Dungeon Guide into Ghost of Pendragon here, drawing 2 additional cards and really like getting that momentum shift, but they don't have a Regalia anymore. So those ghosts are just dead. They have to wait an additional turn. Very curious to see if we're going to pop the Fragment of Spirit here to get that additional card draw, see if we get something that is going to be kind of playable here. But Dungeon Guide going to be swinging into the Verdant Slime here. Looks like they're going to try and take it out. Yeah, so Cell Sharpshooter getting that Power Cell, and we're going to go ahead and retaliate against it. Removing off the board since the Verdant Slime was going to go away anyways here. Alrighty, and just passing turn, not popping that Fragmented Shard, not going to be drawing that card. Next turn is going to be so good for them too, because they do get the even turn with Merlin, drawing that additional card, getting a Drawn Blade probably is my guess for materialization, and then goes to Pendragon as well, so we're going to be seeing at least 4 to 5 cards drawn that turn. Tage going with the Horn of Beast Calling though. I do believe we're going to have a King Slime hitting the board here. As I'm trying to see the hand. I just see King Slime, Force Cake, and... ooh, a Storm Slime. There is only 3 in Banishment, but we are just going to see Storm Slime instantly played. We're going to go ahead and deal 3. And then Storm Slime's probably going to be swinging in, clearing the... Yep, or not clearing their dungeon guard, swinging straight into Merlin. And that... Oh, wow, the pressure's on. And Tage sort of... With not really a combat trick, but saying, if you remove the Storm Slime, I'm more than happy to banish these 2 cards in my memory and draw 2 cards. But here we see the Drawn Blade play, as I was saying, drawing a card, Merlin even turn, drawing an additional card, Fractal of Rain milling a floating memory, so that's an additional card, and then we get to draw a card for turn here. Let's see if they're considering doing something else pre-recollection, which it looks like we are gonna have a play here. 1 down, 2 down. Oh, Fracture's Horn of Beast Calling. Tage is going to activate that in response to just get that additional card draw. We're going to recollect, draw for turn. So that's already 3 cards drawn. We are going to be able to pop that Spirit of Fragment as well for 4 cards. And then Ghost putting back the Drawn Blade is going to be 6 cards in 1 turn. What a swing of influence that this deck can go through. And here we go. The exact line of play. And now with the pressure of Ghost of Pendragon, it is going to start getting a little bit dicey for Tage if he's not going to be able to control the board. Ghosts can just really take over a game. They're a 3-4 statted ally. And they're so hard to remove if you don't draw the proper cards. Like, all of Tage's allies are not strong enough by themselves. So we see that Storm Slime taken out, and we're going to go ahead and not activate the Storm Slime's on death trigger. Looks like Tage is going to be setting up for a King Slime play to get that Storm Slime back, which should be very difficult for Brandon to deal with, as their only really form of method is going to be combat damage through Ghost of Pendragon and early and even Merlin turn. And we do see a Chilling Touch. Very good play here. We're going to get that King Slime, that play that Tage was initially thinking about, so things might be changed here. And with a pass turn, we did prop that Fractal as well. So 6 cards drawn that turn. Oh, and we see a materialization of Covenant of Thorns. So underneath that grail is not going to be anything we normally would see here. Perhaps it's a Stone Scale band, or maybe... I have no idea actually what Tage would put underneath that. Very interesting. We do see Baby Green attacking in for 1. The Covenant of Thorns on that Ghost of Pendragon, so Brandon really gonna have to deal with their own ghosts here. And that's probably just gonna be Ghost swinging in and Dungeon Guide swinging in to clear the ghost, so they'll be able to play under the ghost. Oh, a Ron Light. Looks like we're getting kind of aggressive here. We may see a Ron Light banish to get that power buff, and then swing in, then Ghosts put it back. Wow, this is going to be a big one. 4 counters. So that is going to be 8 attack Aron Light, 9 with its base stats. That is something that is very potentially a game winner. I don't think Brandon runs any Spirit Blessings in the deck at all, because that would be a very interesting turn to be able to do that. So we see Ghost of Pendragon go ahead, making a sacrifice as it adds the Covenant of Thorns. And Merlin swinging in for 9 into Sylvie. And then I don't think we're going to ghost back this Aron Light. You don't want to waste all that floating memory you just committed. Maybe if you only committed 1 or 2, you can... Oh, we are. Okay, interesting. So kind of going down 2 cards by using 4 floating memory and only drawing back 2. But this is a way for Brandon to push through that extra bit of damage with the ghost and get some value out of it. I'm surprised they didn't play the Lost in Thoughts in hand, because they could set up for another giant Aron Light turn by playing the I'm not Lost in Thoughts, the Idle Thoughts. Can set up for another big turn with Idle Thoughts. And we're back with another round. We have Savan on Wind Umbra Tristan here. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of an control build, and he's going to be playing against Steven, who's going to be on Fire Slime Sylvie. So for this matchup in particular, who do you think has the upper hand here?
Yeah, from all my testing, I found that Sylvie has just a little bit of an advantage, maybe 5-10% at absolute most. And that's just because a lot of your level ups are going to be really smooth and you don't have to spend that time materializing like the boots, the windwalking boots, to get that extra prep counters to go into level 2 and get the draw 2. Sometimes you can just go straight to level 3 and storm slime them before they get all set up. So I'm kind of favoring this Fire Sylvie, especially with its ability to go even faster with all the cremation rituals and other digging that it gets to do.
Perfect. That sounds good. We'll go ahead and keep our eyes on if this is something that Sylvie's going to be able to do here as Tristan scales up into that late game for the one shot. So it looks like we have our Sylvie player went ahead and won the dice roll. So they're going first, starting with a baby gray slime, revealing 2 red slimes into another baby gray, and for another 2 red slimes, drawing a card. And then we have a blissful calling. So with this kind of setup we have here, 2 baby grays, the blissful, what is something that you're hoping for your next turn?
On the Sylvie side, I expect my opponent to extend the hand and say, "Good game, you've just hit 2 baby grays on the first turn." That's our lose condition. But from the Tristan side, I think you're really trying to stabilize and clear a board because you can't afford to let Sylvie hit level 2 with any allies on board to get that draw and get that smoother level up progression. So if you can look here to get a Sadie kill, get something else, and just start getting the train rolling for yourself, and start clearing that board, I think that's what I'm trying to look for as the Tristan player.
Gotcha. Okay, that's something to keep in mind here as they take their turn. We start off with a Fairy Whispers, revealing a Zephyr off the top, putting the other 2 on the bottom. And a little peek at the hand here, but we do see that Saudi, perhaps it is a very helpful tool, which it is going to come down and go ahead and take out one of those baby grays and the pass of the turn. Now, there's no class bonus agility here, so Savan will not be able to pick up the 3 cards for agility 3. However, he does have cards in hand to be able to return Saudi to get that prep counter, as that is not part of the class bonus.
Yeah, I really like this setup from Savon. He has a lot of options. He has that Surveil that wins, the Stifling Trap, the Zephyr, and then the Sadie activation. He's pretty well prepared to do whatever he wants to in response to what's going on Steven's side.
And so we see a recollection draw. The Sylvie level 1 was materialized, and a main phase Creative Shock. Probably looking to discard the Limitless Slime that was found with the Blissful Calling last turn. And we see a Forest Cake and a Slime Eruption, a Baby Red, and I believe an Escape the Wreckage. So this Baby Red's going to be taking that Sylvie buff counter here, making it a 3-2, and kind of a formidable opponent, as it's going to be able to swing into Saudi. I'm not sure if that is the proper choice, though, knowing your opponent has the Zephyr and 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's always the hard choice, is whether you make them try to protect it or if you try and just get that pressure off the board. Because sometimes it's nice to make them have their whole turn be play Saudi, attack in, rather than letting them just do, Fairy Whispers and extend their board presence.
Sort of a weird mind game that a lot of players play with Windmill Engineers as well. It is just a 1-1, but it's always the, do I attack it just so my opponent can't gain value from it again? Or do I leave it alone because they already have the reclaim in their hand and I'm just wasting this damage that could go face here? A lot of the time in Grand Archive, a single game can come down to 1 to 2 points of damage, so it's always important to try and get those swings in when you can. And it's a really big skill difference of knowing when to fight for board and when to go for the win.
Yeah, that's always the pivotal choices of whether to attack face or attack and control the board. On the plus side for Steven's side, with that fire swing, he was able to discard a reprogram, so it's a little bit of floating memory. So his next level up is going to be very smooth going into turn or this next turn.
That is actually a really good point to bring up here. Savon's going to go ahead and have to play a little bit of board clear to not allow Sylvie to be able to draw a card on that level 2 enter. And a 3-2, yep, perfectly enough for a Saudi to come down. We get that on, not on kill trigger because we decide to get a Grail for materialization and put something underneath it. So gonna make the level up a little bit harder here. We're losing a card advantage as we're not gonna be able to draw since there are no animals and beasts, but the level up was used by 2 floating memories, so no cards were actually lost from hand. And we have the Sylvie player going ahead to Forest Cake, drawing a card, and we're passing the turn here. Now, as the Tristan player, do you want to be behind in materializations against Sylvie, or is that something that's not really on the forefront of your mind?
That's the scariest part is sometimes you just have to be with getting out the extra stuff to get your preparation counter generation up as high as you can be. You can't really afford to go into Tristan level 2 with suboptimal lines. You know, you can't go with, you know, just one counter. It's really hard if you have just the draw one, because you really need to establish that late game board presence with being able to have a whole bunch of cards in hand and be able to get off the Mastermind Scheme plus Shadow Strike combo. So I don't like it because if this turn had just been, you know, Sylvie played Dungeon Guide and then a Storm Slime or Ethereal Slime, Tristan would have been half dead already, and she still doesn't have the tools to get up to level 3 in a smooth manner at this point.
Yes, and I do want to point out, as you were explaining that as well, for the level up into Tristan 1, we do lose a Shadow Strike, and then at the start of Recollection, we went to pay 2 to reclaim Saudi to hand, and Steven went ahead and answered with a Slime Eruption, banishing 2 slimes from, or a slime from the graveyard, and taking out that Saudi with that trigger on the stack, as Savon had no more cards in hand to be able to reactivate it. So very interesting board development. That's an additional floating memory in the graveyard, which is being used here for the level up as we're running to level 3. And that's something Sylvie players love to do, is get to level 3 and be able to drop your advanced element slime. Doesn't really matter which one, because any of them will gain you benefit and put pressure on the opponent, especially someone who's still sitting at level 1 in this moment.
Yep, I know that I'm always looking to drop an Ethereal Slime first, banish something from the material deck, get a 5/5 Stealth True Sight, and just start going to town. And then once I can establish a Storm Slime for 5 or 6 damage, it goes really, really hard, and it's hard to stop that advantage train. But I really like what Savon did with that Terrafring under the Grail. That is going to stop a lot of the momentum from the Sylvie player this turn, unless he elects to do a Storm Slime first.
Yeah, and that is something that the consideration factor on Savon's part, a really big heads up play, knowing he's going to be behind on that level 3 materialization, and instead of having to worry about taking tons of damage, he goes ahead and saves himself 1 turn, and it's going to allow him to have answers to it. Oh, but just as you said, we see a Storm Slime. The consideration of, I don't want to have to deal with this Terrafring, so I'm just going to get my immediate damage in as fast as possible. So we're going to see what the response is here. We see a Zephyr, Veiling Breeze, Survey the Winds. So we're just going to go ahead and draw a card, see if we're going to find answers. I believe we're just going to be putting cards down, win cards in particular for this Veiling Breeze. Would you consider that the best line of play here?
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, that Storm Slime isn't coming in for a whole lot of damage. Let's see, it looks like 7. Oh,
7.
7 damage is a lot of damage. It could be more, you know, if it had been able to swing, or if there wasn't. It looks like maybe Steven passed here. But yeah, I don't know if Surveil the Winds or Stifling Trap is the right call. For 7 damage, I might consider Stifling Trap, especially because it's not going to kill the slime, which sounds weird. But that Storm Slime, when it banishes 2 and goes on death, that is the way Sylvie churns through the deck and gets to those more explosive late game turns.
Yeah, and it's very smart as well, not popping the Force Cake on the Storm Slime, knowing you're probably not going to be getting an attack with it anyways. So it's a really hard consideration factor for both players in this instance. Savan is trying to stop the bleeding, make sure not taking any additional damage, while Steven is going to press the advantage. But we know there's a Dream Fairy in Savan's hand that can answer the Storm Slime and pretty much lock Storm Slimes out of the game. The only way for the Sylvie player to remove a Dream Fairy, if I remember correctly here, it's going to be Slime Eruption, a Storm Slime itself, or an Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, if you're locked out of the storm slimes for the rest of the game with the Dream Fairy, that is going to be hard to accomplish. I do like what's going on in Savan's hand. He has a lot of stuff going on. He has the full combo. He has like a couple mastermind schemes, it looks like. He has the ability to go into a Shadow Strike when he gets to level 3, but he is still, looks like, at level 1, and it's going to be a long road to weather these Sylvie beatdown turns with all these slimes that are going to come up in the next couple of turns.
That is 100% correct. We're already looking at a 5-3 ally on the board. Savan only has 19 HP as Tristan level 1. You're technically halfway to losing at this point if you're not going to have defensive options or level up. I do see a Surveil the Winds in Savan's hand, which can be that fourth prep counter into going into Tristan level 2 to be able to draw 2 cards. And then there's additionally a dungeon guide as well. So the amount of HP gain in just a single turn from materialization can be huge, but we're very unsure if Steven has another Storm Slime in hand, or which I think the proper play is here now, just to play Dream Fairy targeting Storm Slime, but an Escape the Wreckage in response. So now we know why there was not an attack with the Storm Slime, keeping cards up just in case of this one possibility.
Oh, I was just wondering, like, 5 damage is worth 2 cards. I would do that 100% of the time, but that's ignoring the context of having an Escape the Wreckage to just outplay the Dream Fairy entirely. Holy moly, that is a massive turn because now Sylvie just gets to drop that Storm Slime again and say, here's 7 more points of damage, and I get to swing for 3. I think you're dead.
Yeah, it's such a massive momentum swing here. Stevan really needs a good amount of win cards in memory for this Veiling Breeze in order to save him. We do know that Storm Slime is going to be coming in for another 7, with a possibility of so much more because it's going to be able to attack this turn as well. So we have 2 cards down, or 3 cards down in memory so far. We do know 2 of them are neutral or not wind. One of them is a Shadow Strike. One, I believe, is a Dungeon Guide, if I did see that correctly. But instead, we're seeing an Ethereal Slime hit the board. And what's going to be the banished target here? Is there really anything that you care about in that material deck?
Yeah, I don't know specifically what's in the material deck for Steven's side, but my go-to target for most of these matchup is going to be the Beast Spawn boots. You run that for all the Rise, the Merlins, the Slimes, where you can kind of leverage that card. But in the Tristan matchup, I don't think there's any spell damage coming in, so that's usually my first one. That or the Beast Bondiers. You kind of just get that generic one you have in there just to slide it away and say, okay, let's get that out of here. All the other ones kind of matter. They're all really useful. And yep, there we go. We see the Beast Spawn gears come out, or Beast Spawn boots come out, and Ethereal Slime is going to draw a card, get a buff counter, and go to town.
And a very interesting deck choice for Steven. You don't see a lot of Sylvie players running them, but Stalwart Shieldmate was drawn off of the Ethereal. Ooh, and let me tell you about a card that can change momentum. Vampiric Slime, and it appears on enter. We have the Forest Cake on the stack here. I'm gonna make it even bigger. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with Vampiric Slime, it is an on attack or on hit, you recover X, where X is the power of the or damage that Vampiric Slime has dealt. So it's a very good ally to have in mirror matches, especially when you're trading back and forth on the board. But it's also just a very problematic unit for Savan to deal with.
Yep, and I really like what Steven did here. He sniffed out the stifling trap in hand on Savan's side, and he's like, I'm not gonna run my Storm Slime into it. I'm gonna have to get with this. I'm gonna push through the damage later in the game and get you with this at some other point because I can't afford to just let that 7 damage get negated at this moment in time. So he played down the Ethereal, said, Do you have it? Okay, I'm gonna just swing for 3 and draw a card. And he played down the Vampiric Slime and still pressured 6 damage this turn, which is a great amount to be able to push through while respecting your opponent's ability to play out to their outs.
That is correct. And it also leaves that Storm Slime lethal if Tristan does not level up here, since we do know that is 7 is the number, which would be perfect. But we do see a level up here. Keep in mind, though, 7 damage from the Storm Slime is still going to be lethal on level 2 Tristan. Savon is going to have to Dungeon Guide here or have numerous defensive options against this board state.
Yeah, this is a scary spot for Sylvie though, because it looks like Savon has literally everything he needs to start getting the game back under his control. The only thing he's missing out on is the just a huge amount of preparation counters, but that's what that mastermind scheme is there for. And oh man, if that happens again or 2 more times, that game is going to close out pretty quickly with a Shadow Strike.
And here we see a dungeon guide being played. This is probably the moment when Steven needs to realize that he is now in danger of losing control of this game. We go ahead and go into Shadow Dancer. We're going to go ahead and get our 2 Omnis Shadow tokens. One of them being foil, the other one, one of the new SP2 box toppers, the blank ones. Always love to see it.
That is fantastic. Just absolutely swagging out on us, making sure that even your tokens are top tier here. But yeah, did you see the shadow dagger come out? That card is ridiculous. You just get to materialize it for free on your main phase, and once you hit something, it just comes in and clears out the rest of the board. It is a insane source of damage for that Tristan deck.
So it looks like we had the Tristan swing into the Vampiric Slime, and then an Omnis Shadow using the Shadow's Claw went ahead and finished it off here. Omnis Shadow is unblockable, but it can only hit a target that Tristan has hit this turn, so that other Omnis Shadow is going to be unable to attack since the Vampiric Slime is off the board. But we're just going to see a Mastermind Scheme, putting us to 10 counters, gaining Agility 3. You gain that ability once you have 8 or more after the resolution of it. So a very good commanding position here, and very scary. We have 4 damage off Shadow Strike plus 10 prep counters, and with the Shadow's Claw plus the 2 Omnis Shadows, we're looking at around, was it 15, 16, 17, 18 points of damage? That's close to lethal in just 1 turn here.
Yep, and with that Korhazi outlook, it's going to be completely uninteractable. It's your opponents can't activate cards if you spend 1 preparation counter, and that basically just guarantees you the ability to go through your turn without being able to be interacted with.
And we do see here the materialization of Stone Skill Band, and then Ethereal Slime swinging into Tristan. So now since we see the Stone Skill Band, we know underneath that Grail is probably going to be a Covenant of Thorns. Those are the 2 regalias that are usually put under the Grail for Sylvie herself. It's one or the other options, but now since it's all been revealed, you usually go Stone Skill Band underneath the Grail if you want to go a more combo-oriented turn, or Covenant of Thorns if you're wanting to be a little bit more defensive. So if you were sitting in Steven's position here, how would you try and navigate knowing your opponent probably has a Stifling Trap and knows you have that Storm Slime in hand?
Honestly, I'm pretty okay with just running it out here. Looking at my hand, I need to cycle cards, and even if the Storm Slime gets negated, it's getting cards out of Savon's hand. It's cycling me cards to make my Storm Slimes even more lethal, because I want to hit just a big old Storm Slime for 11 to just close out the game without any interactivity besides maybe that Stifling Trap. And if I can just keep baiting them out and cycle through to the next Storm Slime, I think that's what I'm looking for as the win condition. I'm just trying to run into them until the opponent doesn't have an answer anymore.
That is fair. It also adds another slime to your graveyard for Gaia's Blessing. So even though you don't get that damage, it is so beneficial. The draw you get, the cards back in graveyard for Gaia's Blessing, and Gaia's Blessing is banish 4 animal or beasts from your graveyard to activate this card for free during your turn, and then you play with the top card revealed. If it is an animal or beast, you are allowed to activate it from the top of the deck. And crazy stuff can happen with that card. So Storm Slime is going to run into a Gaia's Blessing, and we're going to go ahead and banish 2 and draw 2. Very unlucky seeing the Stalwart Shieldmate get banished and then drawing into an additional Stalwart Shieldmate.
Yeah, that's always a little bit rough. But if you see here what Steven's doing, when you see a Sylvie look at their graveyard, you know that a Slime King is coming down here soon. And I think that's just about what's just what's about to happen. Oh, yep, there it goes.
The carpet has been rolled out. The king is here. We have Storm, Vampiric, and a baby gray underneath him. Loyal followers of the king. When King Slime does have taunt Pride 4, I believe, and when he leaves the battlefield, every slime underneath him will go ahead and re-enter, and they do get their on-enter effects as well. So that Storm Slime is just being a little bit of a tease, where you can't remove that King Slime without having an answer. Luckily for Tristan, though, Shadow Strike does ignore taunt for being unblockable. So if you're Savan, do you just go ahead and look for the kill this turn, knowing your opponent has used all their resources to play this King Slime?
Yeah, I feel a little safe with the Veiling Breeze in hand. I don't think that there's that many wind cards though. So if there's another Storm Slime off the top or anything else that happens, it's going to be rough. I think I am looking for trying to get the kill turn this turn because Sylvie has a Stalwart in the graveyard, can materialize a Verdant Scepter and can kill the Slime King on their turn. And that's just going to pop out three slimes that are going to get a bunch of advantage and deal a bunch of damage. And I don't know if that Veiling Breeze is going to be enough to weather the storm.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell. So we got a Windwalker Boots for materialization, and then we're just gonna crack it here. It's another form of GCR for Tristan decks once they have 5 or more preparation counters. You really don't need it late game when you're mastermind scheming. So it's a great way for them to get an additional card and dig for answers. And one thing Savan has to keep in mind as well is that Covenant of Thorns underneath the grill. He has to make sure he has 2 cards in hand to play a Zephyr in order to get rid of it so his Shadow Strike can go through.
Yep. And luckily with that Windwalker Boots, it looked like the Stifling Trap was drawn, so that Storm Slime is probably not resolving during the next turn. And smartly, Savan is putting it down so that he can just activate it from memory with that class bonus for the Assassins. And there's going to be no shot of it being left in hand with only 1 or 2 cards to pay for it and not being able to fully get there.
And we do see the Korsahazi Outlook being played, getting that prep counter, and I think if we see the activation of Korhazi Outlook, Savan's going to look to win this turn. That is your big tell as a Tristan player when they go, please stop interacting with me on my turn. I'm about to do something. But with only 5 cards in hand, just as we were talking, we don't have enough to both activate Shadow Strike and to leave up enough for Zephyr.
Yep, that Covenant of Thorns, I played in this regional and that did so much work into all the Tristans I played because they had to figure out how to navigate putting all of their damage into a big Shadow Strike and me going, well, how would you like if an ally died instead of me?
And there's a very juicy target on the field right now as Slime King, but I think the play is happening of what you were saying. We're banishing their Stalwart Shieldmate to get the Verdant Scepter. On enter, we go ahead and eat an ally. He's banished, and the gang's all here. Storm Slime, Vampiric, and Baby Gray. Players
Yep,
discussing
and
order of triggers here real quick.
Yep, and luckily we're not in a game where you can kind of stack those triggers, because there are some card games where you can go, okay, I'm going to activate Storm Slime first, and then I'm going to activate Baby Gray, and you don't get a chance to interact with which trigger you want to. But Grand Archive is a game where you get to say, I'm going to let that Baby Gray resolve, I'm going to interact with the Storm Slime, I'm going to do my stuff, and you get to interact at every layer, and that is something I just desperately appreciate in this game. So yeah, you see the Stifling Trap came out and got the Storm Slime. It cycled 2 cards, and it was a Stalwart and a Dungeon Guide, which, those are cards that are pretty useless this late into the game. But yep, the Storm Slime just came out, and I think Steven just showed him the, hey, I have it, which that might signal the end of the game here pretty quick.
Kind of a little taunting move right there, just being like, do you have another Stifling Trap? You've had 2, where's the third? And just right there, Storm Slime pointing over to the Tristan and doing a little double check, making sure.
Yep, that was the finger gun of death for the Storm Slime right there. He's loading up. Oh, there's a Veiling Breeze though. I don't know how much it's gonna be for.
I do believe the word is not enough. We have three. Last known amount we had with slimes was a third stifling
Oh,
trap.
holy moly, that was a very clutch stifling trap.
So it was the put cards down for Veiling Breeze, or cast Veiling Breeze, activate Veiling Breeze, and then activate Stifling Trap to get additional win cards in.
Yep, I like that. That sounds pretty good. This is get this this game is great, and that's why I said it's that 50 maybe 55 where there is a lot of back and forth between both players, and it is going to be right down to the wire of who gets to activate their big spells first. And Steven is certainly trying to push through with those storm slimes, but Savan is getting back there with the stifling traps.
And thanks to the Veiling Breeze, Tristan's unable to take damage here, so Steven's just going to go ahead and play the classic, well, now, since I'm not allowed to attack you, I'm just going to remove everything off your board. And then a little bit more cycle with the Force Cake here. Steven in just a commanding position. As the Tristan player, what is going to be your out with 4 cards in influence? You have 1 materialization and 1 drop return. What are you looking for?
Yeah, this is rough because now the slime player can just attack in and you have to redirect at some point, and you're just going to start losing those preparation counters. I think I need to see Mastermind Scheme, and be able to weather the next couple of turns. Yep, it looks like a concession
And
here. Because I think that just trying to dig for all those Mastermind Schemes is going to be too much to ask for in this board position.
yeah, just a little bit too far behind in influence and board presence. Saw the top card of that deck and thought to himself, maybe it's better to pick up your cards here, go to that game 2 and get a little bit of a fresher outlook. Maybe some of those sideboard cards will be able to assist you much better rather than try and waste some time fighting a very much uphill battle.
How did you like that fire Sylvie though? Like he was able to discard so many floating memories throughout the course of that game and just really make that Sylvie level up smooth into that transition.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised with the Fire Sylvie and the consistency of it with the discarding, but still getting a decent amount of slime cards in the banishment zone for the Storm Slime itself. And that's one of those things that Sylvie players really like go back and forth on is I want to go ahead and level up as aggressively as possible, but I want to make sure I'm also banishing slimes so when I do get to that late game, I don't just have a very minimal amount of damage coming from Storm Slime. You want to make sure you have multiple lethal threats in both Ethereal and Storm.
Yeah, I think when Steven leveled up to that Sylvie level 3, I think he had a total of 4 influence after playing down the Ethereal Slime. Or the Storm Slime, I suppose. And that was like the perfect amount where you still have interaction options, you didn't commit too much, and you just get to kind of play out the game, being able to cast multiple spells each turn with a lot of your deck cycling through. And I think that's really what I'm looking forward as a Sylvie player is I want to be able to not just be stuck there and be with like 1 or 2 cards in hand, play down an Ethereal Slime and say, well, that's my entire turn. Draw 1 card, play down a slime, that's my entire turn. And sometimes the slime spirit can get to that point where if you don't have a smooth level up transition, you just can't really like accelerate enough to get to that late game where you have a bunch of options, you have a bunch of plays. You kind of just start falling behind, especially to a more tempo based game plan like Wind Allies or those Wind Robots that are going around. But I really like against all these other controller or these slower decks, kind of like Tristan, where your board doesn't really get interacted with all that much, and you just have all the time in the world to set up these perfect level up plays into a huge Storm Slime for massive damage.
You are totally correct on everything you just said. That is a really great way to put it, and an in-depth analysis of what you're thinking as the player, just because it really allows you to like when you're watching objectively from a this position, seeing what both players see and knowing the information you do, it's much easier to make the educated guesses and decision routes that you want to take. But sitting there at that table, it's really like a difficult consideration of what your opponent may or may not have, what you have in your hand, and like what to play around. I'm pretty sure as Steven that game was like, there's no way there's going to be a stifling trap. Well, not another one, and then another one. So it's just one of those things of like, how do you keep maintaining that pressure without giving it up yourself?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. Like when Alk came out and the Water Allies deck was running rampant through the format. It was, they had the Frostbind, they had the Song of Frost, and they had what was the third one? Uh, Frostbind, Song of Frost, and Freezing Hail. And you couldn't play around everything. So you just had to choose what you were gonna run into, and sometimes you chose the 33% wrong and just died on the spot. And I think that's the thing is a lot of these games you can't play around everything. So you have to pick and choose what you can play around and what you can't. And I think one of the things that from other card games that I've learned is saying, you know, sometimes I just lose to Mastermind Scheme and Shadow Strike, so I have to assume they don't have it and just go for it as if they didn't.
Yeah, you just gotta ask them if they have it and hope they don't at that point.
Yep.
And so we had Savan went ahead and elected to go first, started their turn off with a Fairy Whispers into a Surveil the Winds. Just going to go ahead and maintain that influence count as we're going into a level up turn, perhaps. And we have Steven materializing Fire Spirit, going into Baby Slime and Blissful Calling, and then just passing the turn. A very normal, simple, easy Sylvie setup. I do have a question for you. What are your thoughts about running two different artworks of a certain card in your deck? We do see Savan with the normal foil Fairy Whispers and then the SP2 Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, so if you want to ignore that first game where I brought out a Sylvie CSR, I am a min rarity player and I don't really care where my cards come from. So as long as I have the cards, I'm good. So, Savant, you go for it. But I don't think that that's the majority held opinion because I know most of the people that are like, no, you have all four of the same arts, and if you have foils, you have all four foils if you can get there.
Yeah, there is actually a competitive strategy for running cards that are all the same. If your opponent does notice that you run like two Fairy Whispers of one art, two of the other art, they can actually really tell what's in your possession and what's not. And it's really hard to fool them of like, oh, is that the Fairy Whispers I've already seen that's been revealed for this Windmill Engineer, or is that a different Fairy Whispers? And so you can play those games like that. But with this particular instance, if Savan reveals the SP2 Fairy Whispers art for Windmill Engineer, they have to be really careful to make sure that it's only that one they're revealing if they do have an additional one, because you don't want to let your opponent know you have another card in your hand.
Yeah, that is the hard part with this reveal decks. In a lot of instances, it won't matter, but this is a very specific one where you need to keep track of what you have shown your opponent so that you don't reveal that extra information. Because it's devastating if you show a stifling, like, even let's say there's a different art for stifling trap in the future. You show one art and then you show the other, and like, oh, well, you have two. Now I need to play around that. Whereas you can get them if they don't know.
Correct. If it's all the same art, you reveal one and then accidentally reveal the other one, they think it's just still that same one.
Yep. Yeah, this is an interesting play on Savon's side. It looks like the Sadie just went to face for that 2 damage versus trying to clear out the baby gray slime. How do you feel about just going for that damage since the board control didn't work last game?
I think it does the same thing you want to accomplish anyways. We did have Steven holding a grip of cards with the potential of it being Escape the Wreckage. So this is one of the things we touched back on in game one, where sometimes it's better to just push in that 2 damage rather than try and force your opponent's combat tricks. Because either way, that Sadie was coming back to hand, and it's better to have gotten that damage because you're already not going to be getting Agility 3 since you weren't Tristan level 1.
Yep, yep. And it looks like that Korhazi outlook coming in to get that last prep counter. So Tristan looks like she is primed and ready to go into level 2 and draw 2 cards.
This looks such like a better game for Savan on the setup side. Not stuck on Spirit for 2 to 3 turns, able to go ahead and level up to Tristan 1 instantly, and then on that same turn getting 4 prep counters. But we do see a Slime Eruption off of Steven's side, banishing a Baby Gray, and we're going to go ahead and deal 1 damage. And we're gonna use that floating memory along with the limitless slime that was discarded from the baby red slime to go into Sylvie level 2, getting that on enter trigger and drawing that card. Do you think Steven is setting up for a dungeon guide turn here?
Very likely considering he kept all the cards in influence. I was looking, I was like, whoa, Slime Eruption for 1. That's kind of a low value Slime Eruption, especially since it's not clearing an ally. But looking like there were 2 dungeon guides in the memory zone. I think he wanted to make sure that he did not banish both of those and lose the game on the spot. So I think this does look like one of those patented Sylvie Dungeon Guide. Yeah, there it is.
We do see that here, and once again, we're stuck in a situation as Savan where you're level 1 facing down a level 3 Sylvie. And we don't know what advanced element slime is going to come out, but if it's another storm slime or an ethereal slime, I just think the tempo is going to be too big in their favor.
Yeah, this is what happened for me at this same regionals. Every time it looked like they were gonna, be able to control the board, I just went into Sylvie level 3, played that ethereal slime as a 5/5, and said, "Well, here's, 8 damage coming in. You have 2 turns, so figure it out, Bucko." But yeah, I can't believe the dungeon guide resolves. Every time I say that as a Sylvie player, and I look in, and I'm like, okay, this one's gonna get stifling trapped, and they never do, and I'm like, oh, the coast is clear. That is my go signal as a Sylvie player. Is just okay. They didn't do the stifling trap on the dungeon guide. Let's just shoot out everything we possibly can to try and get it to stick.
Yeah, that is your exact moment to know that you have free reign of the board state and you can do whatever you want because there's really going to be limited interaction. Both players discussing there about the slime cards and banishment. Probably Savan asking, double checking, making sure if there was a storm slime, how much would it actually be coming down for here? And we do have the player at 8-2, making sure both life totals are correct. And a little bit of math. I think the Storm Slime's going to be for 6, which is going to put to 14, and then Storm Slime swinging in for 3, putting us to 17, and then Baby Red would be able to finish it off with that 3 damage.
Yep, and this is very smart sequencing by Steven, because my immediate inclination is let's get rid of the Korhazi Outlook because that card's part of the combo. But if you can just push through lethal, sometimes that just works even better. And if not, this is forcing interaction out of Savan's side, so it's going down an influence and isn't able to do that clean level up. Oh, and
Uh,
Savan's just taking it. Okay,
okay,
looks
so
like
it's for
only for 12.
12. 15, and this is lethal if there's not an answer here.
Yep.
And it feels so unfortunate having to... Wait.
Lame.
Reclaim?
Okay. It looks
Did...
like there's going to be a Zephyr on the red slime. That has to be the answer.
Okay, there we go. It's very disappointing having to use a Zephyr on this, as it doesn't really provide anything. It's still... It keeps you alive for a turn, but the allies are still on board and you're down a card.
Yeah, it's only delaying the inevitable at this point. Savan's going to need to pull together kind of a miracle turn in order to turn this around.
And we do see this hard level up to level 2 here, making sure. And I think why we saw the reclaim into Zephyr play was to get more cards down in memory so you don't accidentally banish a piece that you're going to be needing here.
Yeah, that's entirely fair, but I don't see either half of the combo in Savan's hand. This is looking like a whole bunch of wind allies that just don't quite get there.
And that is one of the downsides of this combo-oriented Tristan, is if you don't see enough filter or dig, and just sort of all the helpful pieces, you just feel like a suboptimal allies deck. And we see a Saudi swinging into the Baby Red retaliating, Dream Fairy gonna go ahead and remove Ethereal off the board, but we still know we're looking at 3 damage from Storm Slime putting at 18. Steven just has to find 4 damage in a single turn with plenty of influence as well.
Yeah, and I don't think I see a whole lot of interaction. It looks like there's a Dream Fairies off the top that could potentially get there, but you're praying for an answer at this point.
We do have Korhazi, Reclaim, Fairy Whispers, and Slice and Dice. So no interaction. I don't believe there's a Stifling Trap in memory either. So a Storm Slime drawing off the top. Any form that can deal damage here. Even a Baby Red would be very aggressive play. That's able to swing in for 3 if you discard a fire card. Also can allow for a little bit more filter here.
Yep, I think Savan has to go for the Fairy Whispers into finding a Veiling Breeze this moment. Otherwise, I think the game is just over.
Shadow Strike, Saudi, and all 3 on the bottom. Ye-
Oh, that was really low.
And the
Oh,
Veiling
off
Breeze
the
off the
top.
top. The gamble for it, and Savan finds it.
That is playing tier out by the definition.
The breath of relief. We see signs of life coming from Savan. We're gonna go ahead and reel 5 win cards, but is it too little, too late? Are we just delaying the inevitable? Looking at those 5 cards, you're kind of happy in Steven's position. There's nothing that's going to pose a threat to you on Savan's next turn.
Yeah, you know you have free reign to just kind of take your time and idle until you find something that's gonna blow up the board and just win you the game on the spot. Like that creative shock is looking mighty juicy. The baby gray, the forest cake. I think it's a pick your poison of what you want to play down.
Yeah, that is so true here. We're gonna go ahead and reveal a slime card from the hand, a slime eruption, and then the red slime itself from the memory to allow that draw. And Baby Gray being an and or effect from hand and memory is probably what makes it so great and versatile, is that you don't have to commit your slime cards to memory if you don't want to.
Yeah, the only thing I dislike about this play right here is revealing that you have the slime eruption in hand, because that's just 4 points of instant damage on Steven's turn, and if Savon knows around about it, he can kind of play around it. I almost would have liked the forest cake here because the slime isn't really doing too much to stop the other allies from dying. It's a 1/1. The Dream Fairy's already taking care of it. Yeah, I think it might have been better here to just play the cake and draw the card off the top without revealing that piece of interaction that you have.
Yeah, that is a very good point there. It's revealing information that's not needed here, and you can't intercept a Shadow Strike. It is unblockable, so Baby Gray's intercept line of text is not going to matter. But we do see the Dream Fairy just going to go ahead and swing into that Baby Gray.
Yeah, the nice thing about the fire deck is you know that you don't have to be worried about Slime Shield coming in and giving that Baby Gray a buff counter and the protection, so that Dream Fairy is free and clear to go right into it.
And we did see a hard level up here, banishing 2 Korhazi Outlooks or 2 Windmill Engineers and a Korhazi Outlook. Which, as we know, the cards that are revealed, we do have a Slice and Dice, another Korhazi Outlook, and then whatever we drew, we're going to go ahead and prep a Slice and Dice, paying the costs of both memory and prep counters here, and we're going to be using it in conjunction with Shadow's Claw. This is a
And
decent amount of damage, but is it going to be enough?
yeah, you see here if Steven had kept up the Baby Gray slime, he could have flashed in with the Stone Scale Band and intercepted that second part of the Slice and Dice. Because they're two separate attacks that are going on the stack. You can let the first one hit for that 3 or 4 damage if it's coming in with the Shadow's Claw, and then bring in the baby slime and intercept that second half of it and just reduce all the damage from that.
And it looks like we have shields down from our Tristan player. 1 card in hand, passing the turn. We know there's a Slime Eruption, and that's at least going to be a 1, 2, 3 damage from that, along with the Storm Slime swinging in for 3 itself. So that's 621, and we're 4 damage short. Dungeon Guide providing an additional damage, 3 damage. Any ally will do it here, and we just have free reign to swing in. Dungeon Guide, Storm Slime, and what else?
Yeah, I don't know what Savon's playing to here. It looks like, I didn't see if there was a stifling trap in the memory zone, but that's the only thing that might even attempt to save him here.
But even if we do have a stifling trap, they can pop the Quicksilver Grill in response to it to go ahead. Oh no, I'm sorry. My apologies there. We're just gonna be cremation ritualing the Storm Slime to be able to banish 2, draw 2 cards, and probably hoping to see another Storm Slime.
Holy moly, that cremation ritual on Storm Slime is like a lot of cards. Oh,
And
that
I
is
I
like
think
a
I saw that
good
glimmer of blue.
Storm Slime.
The
Yep.
last card drawn here. I think you just slam it down. Yeah.
Yeah, you say, "Do you have it?" And if the answer is no, then extend the hand and say, "Good games."
Oh, what are we doing here?
Uh,
Just for a little insult to injury, we're activating Gaia's Blessing just to get those 4 additional slimes.
One card in hand. I know you can't activate Veiling Breeze, but we're playing around it anyways.
I'm really curious to know what Savon is. Okay, asking for the handshake, just like, yeah, you got it. I don't know what you're doing here. You don't need a count. And with that, we have Steven on Fire Slime Sylvie taking it 2-0 over Savon on Win Tristan. Alrighty.
Yeah, that consistent. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, we're moving immediately into our next match here. We have Wafo on what appears to be Spirit of Slime Sylvie, and their opponent is going to be Linus on Fragmented Fire Merlin. By just hearing those two decks right here, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I played a couple of games as Sylvie against the Merlin deck, and it feels really similar to that Tristan playstyle where I get to do whatever I want to do as a Sylvie player and just go ham, and they're not going to interact with me. That being said, Fireball is a real card that's going to come out at some point for the Merlin. And I think if you can stabilize as a Merlin player and get rid of the slimes when you get up to your level 3, and then control the board for the rest of the game with Ghost of Pendragon, I think you can mount a really good offense to stop the Sylvie player from taking over the board state and taking over the game.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a really good consideration there. And one thing with Fragmented Spirit of Fire Merlin is that there's this really cool interaction you have on level 2 Merlin. If you're able to eat either your own floating memory or an opponent's, you can pop that Fragmented Spirit early without actually having to level up into Merlin level 3, which can help with that card advantage you maybe have lost by hard leveling into Merlin.
Yep, I really, really like the tech here from Linus or from Garrett, from being able to get that consistency of being able to put those bigger pieces like Incarnates, Ghost of Pendragon that you don't want to see early and you don't want to try and banish, and you just get to put those to the bottom and say, I'm going to see you later because I'm Merlin and I get to draw my whole deck. And you get to find the pieces like Dungeon Guides and those early consistency pieces that you wouldn't otherwise.
So we have a standard issue turn here for the Sylvie player. Forest Cake into Blissful Calling. And we see Lustrous, Two Baby Reds, Dungeon Guide. Unfortunate that Dungeon Guide is part of that, but I think we're just going to grab a Baby Red here. That would probably be the best play to help the filtering. Lustrous Slime probably not going to be needed as much. Yep, and we got Baby Red two hand here. And
Yeah, this is so interesting. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I always like saving Blissful Calling for when you're level 3 and you can find exactly like a Storm Slime and Ethereal Slime. You kind of get to play out to your toolbox. But all of these players are just running it out at the very start of the game and just trying to find some pieces to help smooth through because it's a card neutral play.
yeah, it also helps you dig through the deck a little bit more where you want to see specific cards. But at the end of the turn, Linus is going to go ahead and Creative Shock, a classic fire play, and we're going to be discarding a reprogram, using it immediately to go into Lorraine level 1 and grabbing a Bulwark Sword. So not your traditional sort of seeking that you see a lot, which is kind of a interesting play as we have so many units with stealth now that a sort of seeking seems way more beneficial.
Yeah, something that I have been thinking though is that it's really nice if you need a clean level up into Merlin without playing anything, you can just attack with the Bulwark Sword for 2, and that's exactly what you want to do because you don't waste any cards out of your hand. It's the exact 2 cards that you want to banish for Merlin, and you get that nice little benefit of 2 damage on the board somewhere. It doesn't look like that's what's happening now, but it's something to consider over sort of seeking, but with Merlin's plus 2 attack and all the Dream Fairies and all the other stealth units, I think I kind of like the sort of Seeking better over the Bulwark Sword.
Yeah, that is probably the proper play here. We do see Linus setting up with a Library Witch. You're going to try and prevent some of that early damage. Library Witch is a very interesting net neutral card. It does draw you a card on death, but it also prevents an attack from your opponent. So it does more than just card neutralizing here. It saves that HP total that is very important, especially against a deck that is so explosive as we've seen from last round with Slime Sylvie.
Yeah, it's really nice because that mid to late game, if you see it, it's not exactly a dead card because you can always play it and cremate it and draw 3 cards and maybe dig to the out of the Pendragon or the Incarnate Majesty. But being able to save face, especially against the ally decks and sometimes a Sylvie deck that's coming in with an Ethereal or a Storm Slime that's going to hit you for 5 damage, sometimes they just can't clear it because they can't play multiple allies.
We do see the baby red coming in, and it's going to go ahead and gain that benefit of the buff counter from level 1 Sylvie. I really do enjoy these level 1 baby red slime plays because they turn into such a powerhouse as they're helping you filter. We're even getting the forest cake popped off on top of it. So this is baby slime's going to be a problem if it's not dealt with here.
Yeah, I like this because, it's forcing a play. Because if you attack into that Flame Rune Swordsman, yes, you giving the Merlin Floating Memory to level up a little cleaner, but they have to commit everything into that baby red to clear it off the board. Otherwise, it's just going to take over the game by itself. It can swing in for 5 damage if you discard a fire card, and holy moly, that's a that's a better rate than most units in the rest of the game already.
And we do see the baby red swinging into Declaration of Lorraine, discarding a fire card, making it 5. But the library witch, when I will go ahead and take this for you, intercepting that attack and resulting in a card draw. Looks
Yeah,
like
Larry Rich really taking one for the team there.
indeed MVP. Linus gonna go ahead and get a GCR, not wanting to get rid of any of the cards in memory to go into Merlin level 2. And we're drawing for turn. And
Yeah, fragmented, you start down 1 card, and especially going first, but Linus has a full grip here. He is just going to town with that advantage.
it is one of those things of just like in 2 turns being in this fire deck, you've went ahead and made up for that momentum you've lost by going a card down. And we see such a great heads up play here. We have Incendiary Fractal on entering, dealing 2 damage. Class bonus would deal 4 if you were a mage, but we are still warrior here. And then that Flame Rune Swordsman going ahead and finish it off. I think the play that you mentioned of the baby red swinging into the flame rune would have been such a perfect play because it would have forced Linus to take a different route as the incinerary fractal wouldn't be enough by itself.
Yeah, they would have had to commit with the Bulwark Sword, and that would have stopped a whole lot of other plays. But this board state is exactly what it was the previous turn. There's just an Incendiary Fractal on the board now.
Ooh, and what
Oh,
a great cheeky play here from we have Wafo going into Sylvie level 2, and with the on enter trigger effect, we have on the stack, we have a fast activation baby green on enter targeting the fragmented spirit or spirit fragment. And when a token is banished, or I should say suppressed, it does not come back. It should not be here.
well, so I think the thing here is that it is not an item, so I don't think it could be suppressed with the baby green slime. I think that's what the players are discussing here.
There we go.
It's
That's double checking
Yeah,
your rulings here.
yeah. I tried to get a Merlin player with that too, and I was like, oh wait, nope, that doesn't work. I was real sad because it's like, ah ha ha, you can't even pop it. It's gonna be so good. You're just down a whole bunch of cards, but yeah, sometimes you just gotta blink the sword and be like, all right, well, I got my draw from Sylvie. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, there's still the draw. Can't be as cheeky as before, but it's still a great play. If you can go ahead and just sort of run through the dichotomy of the turn and what you're going to be setting for up as Sylvie, I think everyone would like a little bit of a long explanation on the thought process here.
Yeah, so Sylvie level 2 going in with just the green slime. Dungeon Guide is the perfect card. The awkward thing that sometimes happens with the Spirit of Slime is that you have a Storm Slime in hand and not an Ethereal Slime, and you only have 1 card in Banish, and you want to try to avoid those turns where you're not able to leverage the on death trigger of the Storm Slime. Because that is how you're churning through and how you're really getting that big advantage and big tempo in the game. And sometimes if it's lethal, just go for it. Why not? But at this point, Sylvie's down to 2 cards in influence, and that Storm Slime's not going to do anything when it dies. So unless I have another one in hand, I'm kind of looking to avoid that. I might have taken just a different route here where I'm, setting up a Grail with something underneath it like the Beast Bond boots that can give me Spell Shroud later in the game. Uh, and just trying to look to delay where I can get an Ethereal Slime, maybe get back a little bit of that hand size and that, that total card advantage that I want to as a Sylvie deck. But, maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll just be enough where, Storm Slime is going to come in for 5 every turn and just take over the game.
Yeah, no, it's a really great insight here on what like the proper play, or I shouldn't say proper play, the play that the same deck but with different pilots. And we do see that route that initially talked about with the Storm Slime, and we do know there's an additional Storm Slime in hand, so the pressure and damage is very much there. Merlin's being as a Merlin level 2, you lose access to your sweep capability, so you're really going to have to want a Dungeon Guide to level 3, or have to waste a lot of cards for removal here, and you really don't want to have to use cards that aren't benefiting for that level up.
Yeah, it's really hard here as Merlin because you have a board to clear, you have to level up, you have to do a lot of things to start stabilizing this game. But my first inclination is let's get rid of that Storm Slime while there's no possibility of it cycling and doing its on death trigger. Oh, interesting. He's going to the baby green. There must be something going on here that I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. A Star Shield Maiden. Something else that's happening? Oh, two
Double
Stalwart Shield Maiden.
Stalwart.
Oh, okay. You're not getting in past my board is the answer.
I do think we might have had a better route to take here. Leaving that Storm Slime on the field is very detrimental, especially because the Sylvie player would not have been able to benefit from the on-death trigger. And then additionally, we didn't use that fractal, which means we had to put every card down in our hand and have a risk of banishing them for this next turn if we do plan on leveling up.
Yeah, and there's nothing in the Merlin deck that I could see really wanting to get here as kind of an in-between turn where you're waiting for a better level up opportunity. So yeah, I think that might have been a missed opportunity to attack in with the Flamer Swordsman and the Bulwark Sword and just clear out that Storm Slime while the shields were down. Because it looks like there is another Storm Slime in hand, and that just might seal the deal.
Yeah, Storm Slime is at 5 as denounced by the dice by the banishment zone. So that's going to put Merlin to 16. The two stalwarts
Yeah.
are very helpful though, because Storm Slimes will not be able to end it here. But how do you look down this board state if going down probably to 2 cards in influence because of it? If you hard level up this turn as Merlin?
Oh man, that's going to be hard. I think I'm hoping that my opponent is hell-bent on clearing out those stalwart shieldmates and trying to give me a little bit of an easier way to level back up. It looks like there's a baby grid that's going to draw back in, which is a nice play from the Sylvie. But I think it's just going to be clearing out the shieldmates, and that's not too bad for me. I'm kind of liking that as the Merlin player. It means I'm going to get to level up. I'm going to do it for only 1 card in influence. And maybe I can establish a couple of Ghosts of Pendragon here to start combating what the Sylvie is doing.
Yeah, I do feel like swinging into the Stalwart Shieldmates was probably one of the most it one of those plays that it seems right to do in the moment of just opening up the board state, but you're not really taking in consideration of the opponent's resources and having to lock them out of it. And we
Yeah, I would have liked maybe just taking a pause here. I like the baby gray. Maybe just, setting up for a turn in the future where you can just push for a game in one big fell swoop and take care of both of those shield mates, even if it's, a weird play of like attacking into one with the baby gray and the dungeon guide and then sitting there swinging with the other storm slime that's a little less damage, but pushing it. I think that might have been able to be the route to get to victory here. But we'll have to see what happens as the game unfolds.
Yeah, and we do have, what was it, 5 cards in influence now, thanks to the even Merlin turn. Before level up, we went ahead and had Merlin level 2 eat one of those stalwart shieldmates, getting that level counter. And then we drew off of even trigger of Merlin. We drew for turn and then drew for that spirit shard as well.
Oh, yep, the classic Merlin turns of I'm down to 2 influence, but actually, wait, hold on. I'm at 5 now, and you can't do anything about it. Is something that pains me greatly to see on the other side of the board when you're like, oh hey, I got you down to low influence. I'm controlling the game. I have the board state, and the Merlin's player like, yeah, but that's nice. I'm gonna draw like 10 cards every turn, and then you can figure out what to do with them. And I think we're in the state where the Merlin player is starting to get to that point where they're going to be able to really establish a board presence, be able to draw up, get to that stabilization point, and then eventually work out a way to clear the rest of the slimes out where the slime player just can't establish more advantage for the rest of the game.
That is very handy here. I do think this is an interesting play we have. We do know the in memory from the storm slime is a additional storm slime and a slime shield. Linus went ahead and attacked into 2 damage with the Flame Rune Swordsman into Storm Slime, and then Creative Shock to deal additional 2 damage. If I was in Waffle's position, I think I would have taken that chance to banish your 2 cards from memory. You gain 2 additional cards, slime cards in banishment, draw 2 to reset, and help you dig further for additional storm slimes. I think that sets you up way better than just wanting to keep that storm slime in hand, because in the long run, you end up with more damage, letting that be banished and digging through more cards.
Yeah, you kind of already committed yourself to a long game here with letting Merlin get up to level 5 now, but to her final state. So she has 28 health, that's 17 more to deal with. It's going to be a long game to try and close out here with only a couple cards in hand. Um, that Beast Bum Boots does a lot of work to try and stabilize it, but realistically, that's only stopping one fireball. And I know from the Merlin player, they're playing Reduced Ashes, and so that Beast Bomb Boots can be gotten rid of in an instant before the fireballs even come out.
We do see the activation of Gaia's Blessing by banishing 4 animals and beasts, putting us up to 9 slime cards in the banishment zone.
Ooh, that Gaia's Songbird on top is really, really clutch. They're going to be able to dig for a beast the rest of the deck. Hopefully it's a Storm Slime for them. Hopefully it's not a Storm Slime for the Merlin player.
We're digging through, waiting. Oh, unfortunately, hitting the engineered slime. That is one of the issues with running it, is that it does count as a beast, but you really don't want to see it late game. It's more of your early game insurance policy to try and get an extra draw off of Sylvie level 2.
Yeah, it's always devastating. I am not a huge fan after playing it of the Songbird and the Beast, or the mechanized slime in the same deck, because sometimes you just hit it off the top, and if it were any other advanced element slime, it would have won you the game. But that Beast slime, most of the time, just is not it.
You could totally see how it works out because Sylvie's level 2, or I'm sorry, level 3 is only for advanced elements. That is correct, right?
Yeah, yep.
So
It's only for the advanced elements. Yep.
so yeah, you cannot play that engineered slime for free at all. It does not get the buff counters.
Oh,
And
I apologize. You were talking about the reduction in cost. It does get it, but man, does it feel bad if you're playing at a 2/2 that gets 2 buff counters and basically is textless otherwise.
and we do see that storm slime coming in for a total of 9 damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, and then it still gets to attack, which is the crazy part.
3, and then we have the baby gray staying up, or is he gonna go ahead and get that single point of damage in?
Yeah, with all these hybrid Merlins going around, me not knowing what the opponent is since it's not open deck list, I think I'm just swinging with the baby gray slime here and trying to get as much damage in as possible while I have it.
What
Oh, but
a
the first
play!
after, oh my goodness. Okay.
And I think I see multiple ways of lethal here. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of the storm slime. Banish 2 cards from the storm slime is on death trigger.
Ooh. So that scepter is a banishment effect, not a death trigger.
Oh,
So they do
okay.
not get to banish the 2 cards from memory, unfortunately. Um, it looks like there was a draw, which I don't know what's going on there. Might be from activating the storm slime. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, okay.
activating the scepter. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So now, yep. Okay. Now we're drawing the limitless slime and revealing the gather slimes off the top. Yeah, it's a shame you're 1 point off lethal. And it's like, ah, man, if that had been anything else, it would have been probably enough to close out the game.
Yeah, that is one of those unfortunate moments where if the storm slime was able to die there, you would be able to draw two and then just. But we just have a slime shield.
You know, sometimes the shield you use to bash him in the head, and sometimes it works. That was an incredibly clever way to use the slime shield to get that extra buff counter to push that baby gray on up to 3 damage, which was exactly what was needed to close out the game.
Yeah, that is such a great way of thinking for that line of I need to be able to deal 3 damage. I only have a one attack or one power ally on the field at this current moment. So you really have to consider like your odds of doing. We do know there was a slime shield in hand from that reveal initially with the baby gray. And even the consideration of putting the scepter underneath the grill, that's not a card that's commonly underneath there.
Yeah, that's one of those heads up play by the Sylvie player being able to be like, yep, I need to be able to push damage and push it fast before the Merlin player is able to stabilize. And I think, obviously in this game, it was the right call. The Merlin player went shields down, and it just kind of was over from there.
My initial thought process of what was under the grill was going to be a stone skill ban because we did see 3 cards down in memories. So I was just like, if those are 3 allies, we can get those banished, draw 3 cards, and hopefully draw into another advanced element slime. But wow, that was such a really clutch play coming in, the heads up thought process. And now we're just going to see the player's sideboard, wanting to make sure they get these favorable cards in this matchup, take out some of the ones that feel a little bit uh, dead in the hand or things you're not wanting to draw. What's a couple of cards in this Sylvie deck that you're probably going to be taking out of in this matchup?
Yeah, the flex spots are really there for the mechanized slime. I think that it's a really useful tool in a lot of games, but here where you have a lot of pressure from just the random 2/2s that Merlins play or even the 1/2s that go in, I think that's a pretty safe card to cut because it's almost never going to survive the turn going into Sylvie level 2 to get you that additional draw. And it's not you're not really looking to Bestial Frenzy it if the Sylvie player plays that to try and clear off allies early game as a stabilization tactic. Um, Otherwise, the Sylvie deck is pretty well tuned where it kind of does what it's gonna do, and there's not a whole lot that it needs to change up with how much it can play around what the Merlin does with that Grail, because basically every single card in the Sylvie matchup is a great tool to deal with the Merlin. You have the Beast Spawn boots that lets you give spell shrouds. You can pop that on a fireball. You have the Verdant Scepter to push damage. You have the Stone Scale Band to refresh your hand and then potentially get out that. Oh, I forgot what it is. The one that lets you banish 4 cards from your graveyard to activate it. You have so many tools to deal with it that I think your deck is kind of just already tuned to beat what Merlin's presenting in this game.
Gotcha. And then on the Fire Merlin side player, is there any cards that you're wanting to bring in that is going to be very beneficial against slimes?
I don't know if the Merlin player is on the prismatic section, but yeah, even if they are, I don't know for sure. There's just not a lot of tools. Reprograms aren't doing a whole lot because the beast slimes are kind of low value targets. They're kind of just there as the floating memory. Um, I think I'm just kind of looking to do my Merlin plan as fast as possible, and there's not a lot of sideboard cards that really go well into slimes. I mean, if you're running the Dusklight Communion and then an Umbra card package to get the Sylvies off of level 3, sometimes that can be a get 'em. And Merlin, I think, is the prime one to run that package because it's already running fireballs and these like variated spell slash physical damage that's coming in. So the Sylvie player is inclined to just leave in the Beast Spawn boots and not bring in the ears. And if you run that, they can't attack with their slimes because all the advanced element slimes have Pride 3 or greater. And the Sylvie's just looking at the board being like, well, I have these great slimes, but they can't attack. So you're just relying on the Storm Slime damage late game, and sometimes that's not enough. You really need that extra pressure. So if I were a Merlin player and I was running the Dusklight Communion plus an Umbra card, that's going to give the Sylvie -1 level. I think that would be worthwhile to bring in here.
And we do see a limit the slime on turn one, so the Sylvie player not having as good of a start as past players have. It is no more filtering, no more drawing here. We're just going to get and sneak in a point of damage. Really curious to see what some of these sideboard cards are. If we are going to see that Dusklight Communion, or I'm sorry, the the Dusklight Communion with the Umbra card here to go ahead and reduce that level as you mentioned, because that shuts off a huge portion of the deck, and Sylvie decks really don't run a way to get rid of it.
Yeah, there is not a way to get rid of a Fantasia in the Sylvie deck. I don't think that Linus is running it, the Merlin player. But maybe something to do for Ascent Chicago if you're playing Merlin. That -1 level, you're just gonna get it back with all the counters every turn. Maybe sneak it in there, win a few extra games against the Sylvies.
Yeah, and a lot of decks don't really care about levels as importantly as Tamer does. It is one of the core mechanics around them with Pride, and if a single sideboard tech card can go ahead and prevent the player from using half their deck, that is a huge advantage that you could maintain.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see it this game, but uh, there might be some other tricks up the Merlin player's sleeve. We'll have to see if he draws them this game and see if we can spot him out from the differences in the main deck. But so far, it looks like a pretty normal game. The Limitless Slime is a little rough to draw turn one. Sylvies, you're just really looking to get a Cake or a Baby Gray Slime out and just get that neutral card play that's not going to cost you anything and get a free and clear level up. So let's see what the Sylvie player does to get that +1 counter on the first animal or beast they play.
And we're just passing turn, not developing any
Ooh.
ally to the board. That is really good news for Linus on Merlin here, knowing that there's not going to be an additional animal or beast with a buff counter. You get a clean level up, no pressure whatsoever. I actually like this as well because you get to eat that limitless slime
Oh my
as it's
goodness,
now
just
floating memory.
yeah, but the only backside is that you're getting more slimes into the banishment. Granted, that was going to happen anyways with that limitless slime being used for a level up at some point in the near future.
And so the only way now we could see a forced level up to level 2 from Wafo is if we see a Gather Slimes. I'm taking a peek at the hand here. I see Ethereal, Storm. No Gather Slimes looking like in the hand, so this may have just been a dead turn from passing into letting Merlin level up and develop the board here.
Yeah, sometimes with the slime deck, you can just draw a bunch of advanced element slimes and be like, well, I guess I'm not playing this game.
It's maybe you have to start considering it like Arcane and Merlin.
Oh,
Going ahead to go to
no.
Merlin level 3 with Dungeon Guide.
Yep, this is the worst case scenario for Sylvie. Merlin is going to start ramping up here way earlier than the last game. And, hey, I got a fireball out of the dungeon guide, but if my Merlin player is playing or putting down a fireball to dungeon guide, that's an uh-oh for me. I know that there's something much worse that's about to come.
Yeah, those two cards in hand must be way better than a fireball for all consideration. Which we
Ooh,
even
yeah, I
saw
don't know.
the Merlin player discarded a Ghost of Pendragon, I believe, to a Hasty Messenger last turn. So there is some good stuff if these are the targets and value we're putting down. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I think that might be setting up for a Crux site in a couple, or maybe this next turn if there's a GCR that's coming out.
So we have a end of the turn Slime Eruption, and it is just going to go ahead and get banished for floating memory along with the one card that was put down. And we have Sylvie level 2, and unfortunately no draw from it. So another level up resulting in 0 benefit.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Oh man, there looks like there's a lot of advanced element slimes. So it looks like if you get there, you're going to be just fine, but it is going to be a pain to try and get up to Sylvie level 3 here.
Especially with dealing with an even Merlin turn. We're about to be seeing a lot of damage pushed through here. Thankfully, with the Bulwark Sword, we're not going to be able to play as many things and be able to attack with the sword. So we're looking at a one or other option.
Yeah, from this position, as a competitive player, I might just concede here to save the time for round two and go into round three with plenty of time on the clock to try and close it out from the Sylvie side. Because Merlin's going to go and draw three cards here. They just banished a fireball from the dungeon guide, which means their hand is already insane. It's not looking good for me here unless I can cobble together a dungeon guide plus a bunch of stuff. So I'm just thinking that it might be better to say, you know what? The Merlin player had it. Let's go to game three and just try and dig myself out of this hole.
Yeah, and we do see the GCR materialization, drawing us a card. Merlin even level counter. We'll go ahead and draw us an additional card. Hasty going to be discarding Dungeon Guide, digging a little bit deeper. And let's see, we have total 5 cards in influence. So we could see here a fireball, a ghost, which we just saw a fireball being put down in memory. 2 down. This is clearly going to be a Ghost of Pendragon. No, we're swinging with the
Oh,
Bulwark
trying to
Sword.
get the full advantage here. Swing for 4 damage, put it back with the Ghost of Pendragon. Yeah, this is going for gusto here. I have it all as a Merlin player.
And I think that's 2 fireballs in the Merlin's hand. 1 in memory, 1 in hand currently right now. So if Linus is able to wake everything up for their next turn, I believe they just have a setup of lethal here.
Yeah, I don't know how you're escaping this one on the Sylvie side. This is a pretty inescapable situation, especially if you're going to materialization. I think that you are praying for a dungeon guide off the top.
A backup charger. Yeah, we're going to be digging as much as we can here. Get that additional card. And if we see a dungeon guide, though, we know there wasn't one in hand before. We've drawn 2 cards. Was dungeon guide in the top 2 here?
I don't know if it was. I think I'd be windmill slamming that down and being like, all right, let's try and get this game back under control. But it doesn't look like the player is doing a whole lot of action at the start. Oh, and another pass. Oh, no. Yeah, this is not looking good for Wacko on Sylvie here.
That is so unfortunate here. 3 turns in a row where you're just having to pass, taking no actions. Sylvie is not really a reactive deck, so as most of your big win cons are allies, which you are playing on your turn. So we see Linus deciding to, they don't have enough influence, so they're getting a backup charger and popping it. As we go into an odd turn here for Merlin, we have 5 damage sitting on board, and we know there's 2 fireballs in hand. I think this just might be it. 16. And fireball will be for 7, which is just enough.
Plenty lethal. Yeah, I think you might be worried about a slime shield, but I think if you have 2 fireballs, you just kind of show them out and say, well, I don't care what you have. Here's a fireball.
And here's the
another
first one. Yep.
Okay, yep. Yep. Yeah, this is the hard part because if Wacko had conceded a turn and a half earlier, they would have about 5 to 6 more minutes on the clock to really establish. And sometimes Sylvie games can go really long if you don't see the Storm Slime. You have to really cobble together a whole bunch of things to try and get there.
Yeah, not only are you playing your opponent, you're also playing against the clock. If you're down a game or tied, you really need these wins in the early rounds of a tournament to be able to propel you into that top cut seeding.
Yeah, taking a loss here in round 3 isn't too bad in the context of things, but you're really looking to get 3 wins and then maybe a loss, maybe a tie, and then try and get that last win to get that 4-1-1 record to try and get into the top 8 here. But yeah, if you if you tie and then tie and then tie, that's basically after the second one, that's just a loss in all the cases. I know there was someone who went 3-1-2 at the regional that didn't quite make it in. And, being able to play to the clock is a real big skill in Grand Archive with either 50 or 60-minute rounds.
Yeah, and we really don't even want to be seeing draws as well, because if you can avoid them any chance you get, you should. Draws are something you really only want on your record if it's the last viable option to help you. A win is so much better, and you should do everything you can towards that effort of winning.
Yep. And sometimes, especially if you're playing an aggro deck where it just, things didn't work out and you're really weak into decks that stall out for time, if you get a draw, you're going to draw into a bunch of those decks that are going to stall out for time, and you're just going to have a rough go of it for the rest of your tournament.
We do see the Slime Sylvie player electing to go first here. I wonder if they're going to have a setup turn like the deck should be doing, or if it's going to be slightly another brick with just playing a Limitless Slime. We do see, though, a Dungeon Guide in hand, but I'm not sure if the hand itself is leading to anything beneficial. 3 down. I believe this is a Limitless. It
Yeah, it looks like
is.
there are 2 or 3 Storm Slimes in hand, and that is a rough position to be in. Those are the cards you want to see after the after you get to level 3, not while you're trying to get there.
That is true that this hand is very bad in this early game, but if we are able to scale, as we do have the dungeon guide, and if we keep those 3 storm slimes in hand and not in memory to be banished for level up, at level 3, that's going to be such an explosive turn.
Yeah, if you can cobble together a turn where you have enough influence to play a Storm Slime and then play another one, that usually just wins you the game on the spot. So we'll see if the Wacko on Slimes can figure out a way to cobble together a couple of early level ups without losing too much influence and without losing those Storm Slimes.
I wonder if this is going to be a normal Fire Merlin turn. Just play the Stalwart, and then pass turn, maybe keep Creative Shock open. But, oh, we're seeing a Cremation Ritual right away on this Stalwart Shieldmate.
Okay. Do you like the cremation or do you like the creative shock here? Because you're committing all your cards in hand to do that stalwart, but it doesn't really matter since you'll get the Lorraine for free with that floating memory. But you might be able to save you know cremation ritual for another target like library witch or something else in the future.
Yeah, I am a big fan of Creative Shock over Cremation in most circumstances when you're able to. The floating memory is beneficial in either way, as instead of just as additional cost of sacrificing the Stalwart Shellmate, you can just discard it with Creative Shock. If you go the Creative Shock route, you're left with more cards in hand. So if you do really need to just grab a backup charger as you really want that additional card in a greedy play, you can. It gives you those more routes to do rather than being left with a bunch of cards in memory.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. It's kind of locking you into this one particular play style versus trying to leave your options open and really letting yourself adapt to what's going on in the game.
And
Looks like the Slime player is just thinking here.
we did level up from memory though to go into Sylvie level 1. And I wonder if we're gonna have a ally to play here, or if this is starting to look very reminiscent of game 2.
Ooh, there's a baby gray. I think that's like kind of the perfect card you're looking to level up here with.
There we
'Cause that just
go.
puts a nice clean 2 down and doesn't do anything. It gets you back a card. That's pretty perfect.
And we're revealing a slime shield and our storm slime to get that card draw. I wonder why the storm slime. I know there is perhaps an additional slime in hand that we could have revealed instead. I
I think it
really
was
think
2 Storm Slimes and a Slime Shield. I think those were the only 3 slime cards that I saw otherwise. Because I think the other card down there is a Gaia's Songbird.
a Gaia Songbird. Okay. I was gonna say if we had to been able to save that information, I think it would have been so much better to catch the opponent from surprise by that.
Yeah. Holy moly, there's a Rye level up. This is interesting. This signals to me that they're looking to do a one of those the fire fractals to deal 4 damage, but I don't know if that was super necessary here.
Yeah, it does. Maybe they have the a mage route they could take with Rye being level 1, you gain access to Focus Flames. Creative Shock class bonus is immediately online as well. So it is a very interesting play, trying to play a little bit more for board presence, but you do
Oh, I think
lose.
I see it here. Yeah, that creative shock right there, being able to play that on turn 1. You know, hey, maybe I'm just bad at Merlin.
But you do lose that Ghost of Pendragon on level 3 since you won't really have a Regalia to put back into your material deck.
Yeah, I think you're just kind of choosing which sounds better, and being able to control the board early game against Sylvie is so incredibly important, and I think that's what Linus the Merlin player is favoring here. I think he's trying to say, I'm going to control the board with my creative shocks. Maybe there's an ally light hand where there's not a whole lot of ways to really deal with what's going on. And oh, discarding ghosts. Whew. That hand must be whew. As Sylvie player, I'm starting to sweat here a little bit. I'm like, uh-oh.
Why is
What's
my
going
opponent
on?
discarding Ghosts of Pendragon right now? What else is in the hand?
I think really heads up play by Linus to not kill the Limitless Slime to avoid it. It is a draw. It's kind of neutral either way. But making the Sylvie player who's like taking a lot of time and kind of struggling to level up smoothly here, making them banish both cards from memory, I think is probably the right play here.
So we see a materialization for the Sylvie. Probably thinking if we go into Sylvie level 2, which we are, we're gonna get a card back. So Gaia Songbird and Slime Shield out of the equation here. We do have 2 slime cards banished. And so level 2 for only 1 card is not a bad deal whatsoever, especially knowing we have that dungeon guide in hand.
Yeah, with this slime build, that's what I'm looking for. I just want the one card to help smooth it out. And if I get that, I'm happy. If I get the 2, I feel like I'm invincible. So that when you just get one, that's perfect. So let's see if they drew anything to kind of help stabilize and get to that late game. There might be a dungeon guide incoming.
I feel like it would be a... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, a waste of potential if we don't just immediately dungeon guide here. I don't think we should try and play for value or anything. As Sylvie, you're just wanting to get into level 3 as fast as possible.
Yeah, this is a game where both players are banishing or discarding some of the best cards in the deck, and now they're both being like, uh-oh, what's going on here? Oh, yep, the Limitless Slime is now activated with that 3rd level counter, so it's going to get a buff every time it attacks and start snowballing out of this game.
Alrighty,
Okay.
and then we see here, gonna go ahead and get the additional damage in Storm Slime Pinging, only for 4, so not a huge amount, but still swinging in for 5 though. It's a 9 damage tempo.
Yep, that is what Sylvie does. She says, I'm going to go to level 3, and then you're going to be mostly dead. And this is the problem. If there's not a dungeon guide here, the game might just close out without being able to really do anything on the Merlin player's turn side.
And it looks like we are hard leveling into level 3 using 1 floating memory from the Flame Room, and we're gonna get 2 cards from memory here. And there is no floating memory in the graveyard for Merlin to eat to make it an even turn.
Yep, and you do not want to eat the slimes and give those storm slimes more ammunition to fire back at you.
We saw banishment of cards, but there's no champion being placed on the deck here. Hopefully a judge goes ahead and gets on in here.
It looks like it was Rye level 1 into Merlin 2.
Right level into Merlin 2.
Yeah, so
I'm ahead
yeah,
of
Merlin
myself here.
really, yeah, you scrub forward in the video a couple times. Yeah, no, we're I think this is a dungeon guide or die turn. Oh, but I can spot a dungeon guide, so we'll see if we can stabilize with that extra. What is it? 6 health from Merlin level 3.
Even with the dungeon guide, we have to clear something on the board. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on board currently right now, which is still gonna be an close to lethal.
Yeah, this is one of those rough Merlin games where you didn't get to get the counter. You have to level up to level 3 when you're like super low on level counters. Um, it's just not working out in the way that Linus wants it to. Because you're still a couple of turns away from really getting that huge card draw turn where you got on even levels, like a drawn blade, and then the draw for turn or GCR or what have you. You're pretty far off that. And with going Rye, you can't even access the Ghost of Pendragon if you had it.
So we have Merlin set up, no Ghost of Pendragon available to draw cards. What is the optimal card you're looking to play here at level 3 to survive?
I don't know. I might be looking to just play out the Ghost of Pendragon anyways if they have one to kill the Storm Slime, or if there's anything that does the damage. And this is one of those vulnerabilities that the Merlin has when they don't go Lorraine first to materialize that sword. Because here, even with the Bulwark, you could swing in with the Bulwark and then a Hasty Messenger, get some cycle, clear off the Storm Slime while it's not going to cycle cards. But if you don't have that, it's looking pretty bleak here.
The life totals here really do tell a story. It felt like Merlin has been on the back foot, having to just clear board, while Sylvie's been able to get free pressure just by simply existing and leveling up each turn. And it makes a world of a difference of being able to play an ally every turn and get those level ups rather than having to pass turn and just hope you draw into what you need.
Yep, exactly. Oh my goodness, yeah, a fireball being committed to the Limitless Slime. That is rough. Although I don't know why it wasn't going into the Storm Slime there, because that's more damage and they're not getting the banishment.
It's one of those things that's really hard to remember about Storm Slime is that it needs to be exactly 2 cards in the memory. A lot of times you just think like, oh, if I go ahead and remove this from the board, they're going to be able to draw cards, and I really don't want that.
Yep, that's entirely fair. All these slimes have a whole bunch of line of dialogue text on them that you got to read through and really understand. And if you're not playing them, it can be hard to remember everything that's happening all at once. Looks like there's a Horn of Beast Calling coming out here. It's going to reduce the cost of the slime. And that's one of those cards that lets you set up a double big slime turn here, where you're able to go slime, play the Beast Calling, get the next one for free. Oh, but a Resolute Stand. That's a way to stop a little bit of damage. That's going to be nice.
Very
But
beneficial here. We see Horn of Beast calling, and we see the Blue Terror sitting in hand. The it's gonna be 5, so not threatening lethal here. Do we play the Storm Slime to get that extra damage in, or do we just drop a something else and save that for next turn?
yeah, I'm not too opposed to just playing out the Limitless Slime here for free. If it lets you, I think it lets you play out an animal or beast for free, and saving that Storm Slime for another turn and just doing some damage control on the board and saying, you know what, okay, I can't push all this damage through, but next turn I'm gonna get you. Because I think the Merlin player only has 3 cards total in hand, and it's going to be rough trying to restabilize from this point because you're not going to get that even level trigger to get another draw off.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
only level 1 recollection, and yeah, Storm Slime's just gonna come to the board, commit that 5 damage, bump it to 23, and a 5 health HP buffer is not something you are comfortable with, especially going with not a lot of influence.
yep. I would love for the slime player to at least play something else here if they're capable of it to get those on deaths rolling for the storm slimes. Because if they just leave them up, they are super vulnerable, and that 5 damage might just be out of reach. It's sometimes really hard to cobble together that last little bit of damage if you can't keep those storm slimes rolling.
And
That
what?
being said, if they're not cleared out, that's just 8 damage on board. So, maybe, maybe not. Oh, slime eruption, and it looks like a dungeon guide to deal 1 and just kill off that hasty messenger.
Going for
Okay.
a full board clear, not allowing the Merlin player to be able to cycle any cards with that hasty messenger. So it is honestly whatever the Merlin materializes and the 3 cards in hand is what they have to deal with as a 5-3 and a 3-1 and a 1-3. So a lethal sitting on board, and we're just getting the Sword of Seeking here.
Yep. This looks like it's a Ghost of Pendragon or a bust turn here.
Swinging
Okay.
one into Sylvie.
Good sequencing here. Make sure you get as much value as you can out of the Sword of Seeking. Oh, and hey, that's the dream turn there. You're gonna get two more cards, be able to clear off the other Storm Slime before it's able to really position itself to get that cycle in. So that's good. That's the stabilization that Merlin can do. And I don't know if it's gonna be good enough in this game. But that's always the scary part as a slime player is when the other player starts to really stabilize and get into their groove. And this is where Merlin really shines with every other turn, getting that extra card into influence and being able to really take over that game.
Especially because the Sylvie player only has two beasts and animals in the graveyard, so not going to be able to activate Guy's Blessing. And so you're really stuck with your low amount of influence, and the cards in hand that they have is nothing really beneficial. I believe it was an Escape the Wreckage and an unknown card. So they're really trying to look for something playable here. But at the same time, you want to make sure you have defensive options because Merlin is going to be on an even turn, and that can get out of hand very fast. A ghost already developed on the board, and then we may be seeing a fireball drawn or a something like that.
Yep, it is going to be up to the Sylvie deck to close out this game in the next couple of turns before Merlin gets to that Fireball, or Incarnate Majesty turn. Because once Incarnate comes down, you don't have a whole lot of tools besides putting a Covenant of Thorns underneath a Quicksilver and saying, hey, your deer looks like a lovely target for all the damage that's coming to my face.
We see Stone Skill Band went ahead and discarded a Limitless Slime and I believe one other.
Oh, yep, looks like a Gaia's Blessing coming out here to look at the top.
And
Trying to dig even further as much as you can.
And Storm Slime's just become super deadly and lethal right now here as well as we're counting up the amount. But three of them already in banishment, so there's only one left in deck.
Yep, and this is where, as a Merlin player, you're like, surely they won't have it, and then they flip it up off the top, and you're like, well, okay, I guess you had all four. I wasn't winning this game to start off with.
It was not meant to be if that fourth Storm Slime was peeking up around the corner on the top of the deck.
Yep. Oh man, it looks like there's just nothing to play here for the slime player. There's that Stone Scale Band looks like it drew into a dungeon guide and something else that I can't quite see off camera, and that is just not what you're looking to cycle through.
Yeah, it might just be a pass turn here, getting that 1 point of damage in with that dungeon guide. But that blissful, engineered slime actually.
Okay, that's 2 damage.
Six, we're two away from lethal, and that blissful calling is actually one of those cards that it's scary to see on the top of the deck because that can find any slime in the top five, and no matter what slime it is, that's gonna be game for the Sylvie player.
Yeah, it's that blissful calling gives that Sylvie deck the extra reach it needs to really dig for the answer that it needs. And that's what I like about these toolbox decks is that you have all the answers to all the decks. It's just finding them. And blissful calling and gather slimes do a great job of looking at the top five and trying to find exactly the piece that you need to solve the equation that's on the board.
We do see a materialization of a drawn blade. Gonna go ahead and cycle some cards from memory, assuming none of them are gonna be beneficial here. So it's okay to go ahead and see if you could get any momentum, anything going by that additional card draw. And then Merlin's Recollection Trigger, getting that additional card. So this is already 3 cards drawn this turn. That's 3 cards deeper in your deck, looking for another Ghost of Pendragon, a Fireball, things to just shift the game. You also want to find a resolute stand, though, knowing what you're looking at with the Engineered Slime and Dungeon Guide on board.
Yep, we'll see what happens here. Okay, so clearing off the board looks like they're planning to try and mitigate as much as what's going to happen. Okay, looks like the drawn blade is going to break, so probably no Ghost of Pendragon here.
Very interesting having to attack with the drawn blade on an even Merlin turn, but we do see a Creative Shock. I actually would have really liked to see this happen before attacking at all. Just go ahead and fill out your answers, see if you do draw into anything. Additionally, that Creative Shock would have been able to get rid of the Engineered Slime without having to attack with the Ghost of Pendragon.
Just little bits of optimization are sometimes how you can try and claw your way out of a game. If that 2 damage went to the beast slime, then the 3 damage could have gone to Sylvie or the dungeon guide. Maybe you could have saved the drawn blade or found the answer with the ghost of Pendragon. You might have been able to present a much more lethal threat or a much more stabilization or the ability to stabilize. But I think it's really going to depend on what happens with that blissful calling if they can find that or the fourth storm slime off the top.
We do see an ethereal slime revealed after drawing the blissful calling. And I do just want to touch note that if the Ghost of Pendragon did not attack and we played Creator Shock first, the Sylvie player would be at 8 damage counters instead of only 5. And if this game does get down to the last minute of do I have enough with my fireball being lethal and you are that 3 damage short, this is one of those moments where you could look back and think, I should have taken a little bit more time thinking through the turn and find out all the outs I possibly have.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that if you're looking to improve, what I really recommend is trying to record your games, whether it's on tabletop or just like this. Even if it's just phone recording and going through and trying to work through it with a testing buddy or just someone else and saying, hey, can you help me review this game? Is there anything that you think that I did that I might have misplayed? And really just try and go through everything, every possible permutation of what you could have done. It helps you be like, okay, these are the lines that I need to take when Merlin's level 3 and is stabilizing. I need to do this, 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 and this, and in this order. Um, and it helps you grow as a player a lot. It's what I've done in a whole bunch of different card games. And if you're looking to really level up and get to that next level, that's what I definitely recommend is trying to take recordings of your games, look through it with another person, and use the rubber duck method of just explaining what you can to whoever you can and try and get your thoughts out so that you can be like, oh yeah, why did I do that? That was a dumb play. I shouldn't have done that. And then you'll start learning and you'll have that reinforcement for the next games that you go through.
That is really great advice. And we're just going to touch base real quick on here. We did go ahead, activate Ethereal, drew a card, and then we played Blissful Calling. The top card of the deck should be revealed right now just because Guy's Blessing is still on the field and active. It is something that should always be kept in consideration here, so both players should have that knowledge.
Yep, it is really hard as a Sylvie player when you have so many triggers going on, whether it's ethereal slime, a storm slime, a lustrous slime, and you have a Gaia's Blessing on the field, and you're like, oh right, I need to make sure that this is the top. And then you look through 5 cards, and you're like, oh yeah, gotta make sure this is the top. It's a hard thing to remind, but it looks like we're in the last couple of turns of the game, so hopefully nothing too big is being missed out on here. But you do want to try and maintain that correct board state as much as you can through the entirety of the game.
So we see attacking in for 1 with the Sword of Seeking, 2 down, assuming this is going to be another Ghost of Pendragon. Going to be bounce back
Yep.
Sword of Seeking, drawing 2, and Merlin's just starting to get really out of hand. The stabilization of the Library Witch with Intercept, allowing the Crux Slime not being, Ethereal Slime not being able to attack in for game, and it didn't even attack at all, which means that the Library Witch is still an additional threat on this turn.
Yep, I think the Storm Slime is trying to cobble together a turn where they can kill the Library Witch and attack for lethal all at once without giving the Merlin player the cards they need to be able to win the game. But yeah, this is the scary part. You can win a game from 1 health, and as long as Merlin has 1 health, she is always a threat. She can stabilize from basically any position.
And we do see the grill being popped for Covenant of Thorns being placed on the Ghost of Pendragon. So instead of Sylvie taking 3, that 3 damage is directly redirected to the Ghost of Pendragon. And another Library Witch, making
The
sure.
shields are up.
So we're getting Beast Spawner boots. The fear of a fireball is very real right now, especially with the amount of cards drawn and influence. Okay, we remember the Guy's Blessing trigger, Baby Red on top. But yeah, fireball's very deadly at this point. If there's a double fireball, that's 14 damage, which is just shy of lethal. But with those 2 Ghost of Pendragons, well, 1 actually, because the one of them he
And
had the
sometimes you
Storm
just have
Slime.
those storm slime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
You're
4th
building up all this
one.
anticipation, and sometimes you just draw the storm slime.
Alrighty, and with that, we're gonna go ahead and start setting up for round 4 after a quick lunch break. Alrighty, we've had a wonderful round three. We're jumping into round four with Ryan on Wind Robots, and I'm actually joined this time on the desk with none other than Rav. How you doing?
Not too bad. Thank you for having me. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. It is a great time for Grand Archive. We do have James on Wind Merlin, it looks like here. An interesting
Ooh.
build. We see Windbless Forecaster and a couple of Enlightenment counter synergy, so I'm super excited to see how this plays out for us. These two Wind decks going head to head. Wind Robots is getting a very notorious what's the word I'm looking for? A very notorious
Wait, look, either for reputation? Is that the word you're looking
reputation. Perfect. Yes, that is why we have you here with the reputation. So I'm really curious to see how this Rogue Wind Merlin deck is gonna go. I know you were able to briefly glance at the deck list there. Did anything stand out to you with something that's surprising to see?
I mean, Wind Merlin itself is very exciting to see, and then they're running the staff, so they are going to go. I assume into a gameplay every time you catch a mage spell that you go and get a counter on the staff, and then you can pop. I think 3 counters off the staff, if not one, to gain a lightning counter. So I imagine they're going for a very draw-heavy game plan with lots of spells, which is very interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm very curious if their top end is just going to be the Majestic Spirit, as they don't really have a lot of ways that Fire Merlin can close out the game. They lose access to their big damage with Fireball. Ghost of Pendragon as well. And here we see Wind Merlin materializing the staff first turn for their materialization, so you are 100% correct that this is probably going to be their main game plan. And against Wind allies, you are pretty confident and safe with knowing that the only thing that can ever happen is going to be a Zephyr, and you'll just lose your counters, but you'll never lose your Regalia at all.
Yeah, so especially because we talked about what Crux's end game here, and I almost treat it like the old Win Crux Lorraine list that you see. It's mostly just maybe a couple allies, which is probably a little less than Merlin. And it just goes to Pendragon and Incarnate Mastery and just hope to close the game, and maybe a loop. But we have the go to play with Wind Engineer into bouncing it.
Yeah, it's such a very strong. And speaking of which, the Ace Protector is a 3/4. That is Ghost the Pendragon stats here. So a turn 2, 3, 4 is going to be very difficult for the Wind Robot player here to go ahead and like deal with unless they commit multiple allies to the board. And they do get a backup charger for turn, sacrifice it, get the power cell, and going to draw into memory. But that power cell is not able to be used quite yet. It's going to have to wait an additional turn, so this Armored Valkyrie cannot trade favorably into the Asen.
No, I mean it's a little bit of a setup turn over here from Ryan. It's mostly set up for those big combo turns, and what most Wind Ally decks like to do is just to go ahead and play either. I think we've seen hand a Shimmercoke Assassin, which is a automaton. You run Rose, which is also automaton, and just try and set up those big combat turns because you always see rally in advance. And there comes the Dream Fairy deal with that very painful interceptor that Allies doesn't like to see.
That is very true. Dream Fairy not actually an automaton, but still making the list just goes to show how strong that card actually is for these ally decks that really enjoy running a more attack into champion kind of strategy. They'd rather sneak as much damage in as possible than trade for the board. So super good for that. And we see actually here a Rye level 1 materialization. So this is just leaning even more heavily into the Enlightenment counters. Gonna put you 2 counters ahead than you normally would if you went into the classic Lorraine. My only question about this, and hopefully you'll be able to have a little bit of insight on this, is wouldn't that slow down your Ghost the Pendragon turn, though, with not having that additional Regalia on the field to put back? Do you really want to sacrifice your staff for a turn just to draw that 2 cards?
It's one of those situations where I guess it's really dependent on how this game state goes. I mean, the staff might be something that you just have to sacrifice because you're facing allies and you're dealing with a board presence that like to try and race you down. You might not be casting as much spells to get those the counters to matter on the staff, then buff up your enlightened counters. It might be a situation where you just have to eat the sacrifice and just try and get the Pendragon in the field so you could draw 2 more and try and get, like we said before, into that Incarnate Magistrate to resolve the deer to try and get that prevent as we already have a dungeon guy coming out.
An aggressive dungeon guide here going straight to level 2. Wind Robots really does not run a lot of floating memory, so I'm very curious to see if this is going to be a play just to push level 2 for that extra HP buffer, or if there is going to be an additional dungeon guide in hand that they're going to be playing next turn to allow a just straight to level 3 plan here.
So this is where I was about to mention shortly, is that this is almost a good idea from James because of the fact that Stifling Trap is in the game. Some of the better lines to do with Dungeon Guide, if you're fearing your opponent have it, is that you just Dungeon Guide to level 2 because of the fact that, sure, they might Stifle Trap it, but you almost still get the value because you have to banish to go up to level 2 anyway in your next turn. Granted, you're losing that little bit of extra HP buffer, but it's almost an okay resolve to have done. So you can just still banish to go to level 2 if you need to undo a regular materialization step.
That is very true and a great point there. It is going to be the same amount of cards you lose either way. So might as well go ahead and send it here. And we do see a Dream Fairy coming down on James's side, naming Dream Fairy. So a little bit of Dream Fairy on Dream Fairy action here. That means the Ascent Protector on James's side is now unlocked for next turn, and that it is able to bounce that Dream Fairy to remove another ally off the board.
Please stop fairy on fairy hate crimes. You know, this is just brutal. But yeah, Ascent Protector's online. Granted, can't cast it. I don't know what card is left in James's hand. We didn't get too much of a glimpse of a C. I imagine it's probably not Ascent Protector. It might probably be down to go up to level 2 later on. But this is definitely sort of a commanding spot. Now, the interesting spot here from Ryan, though, is just trying to, no matter what, at this point with backup charger, you're pretty much thinking a turn or two ahead of, okay, do I have lethal? This is just how quick this deck goes.
Yeah, that is very true. It runs the Second Wind Rallied Advance combination here, and we do see going into Lorraine level 1, and this is where the deck gets very scary. The Ornamental Greatsword buffing it an Automaton. Now you really have to consider, does my opponent have the way to activate this ally an additional time? Maybe 2 additional times, and it's going to be swinging for a lot of damage each time. With that power cell, we're already looking at 4, plus the Ornamental Greatsword is 5, and if there is a second wind, that's 6 damage in one swing, with an additional 6 going to be following through.
Yeah, so here we see it. We see the power cell being activated, giving the +2, so it's going to swing in for 5 damage here. I think we saw Rallying Advance already in hand, so we only have 10 damage. Sorry, technically 11 because Rally Advance does deal 1, plus Sword is 2. So it's actually 12. 12 damage on board, already represented, and I think you have enough to play another ally. I think this might just be lethal.
Here's the Rallied Advance for 2, just as you said here. The Armored Valkyrie coming on tap. Thanks to that power cell, it has that continuous buff. We're sending Rai all the way back to 17. The target number here is 19 for level 1.
And yeah, we go with Shimmercloak Assassin to close it out. I mean, that's what it can do. You had 2 turns to try and why the dungeon guy was needed. One of those situations where even if the painful damage a Stifling Trap. Stifling Trap prevents you from getting that extra HP, which would have let you live for another turn.
Yeah, and it is just something crazy to think with this deck. As you said, it was 2 turns. It was Armored Valkyrie, Dream Fairy, into I will go ahead and win the game with this ally you did not remove off of my board. And it gets even scarier if that ally was a Shimmercloak Assassin, because there's even less ways to interact with it. Almost considering that game 1, I think Dream Fairy should have bounced back that Armored Valkyrie instead of the other Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy is not an automaton, so it does not gain the benefit of that power cell. So Ryan would have to use more influence to go ahead and reset up the board for that kind of play.
Yeah, and there's also the argument too, going back to James's turn 1, is that you had Ace protecting the field untapped due to swing into the Armored Valkyrie. Armored Valkyrie doesn't have the Retaliate +2 because that's a class bonus for Guardian. So it was just a 2/2 ally on board. And just clearing that out of the way would have also saved you an extra turn or make Ryan commit more cards onto the field that maybe less the combo off sooner.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process was for keeping that Ascent Protector up for intercept. Perhaps they were concerned of just an insta-kill turn as well, but as you said, removing the Armored Valkyrie negates that already. And maybe they forgot about the class bonus. That is probably my best assumption. A lot of these cards do have text that is never really relevant until it actually is, and a lot of people forget about it. I know, especially when I'm playing against Winter Norris and they play an Armored Valkyrie, I'm like, wait, why is that retaliating for 4?
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those situations, or just debating making the bank your opponent have a Dream Fairy, but sometimes that happens. Interesting interaction as we're shuffling up here in between games. I wonder, since we didn't get to see James' hand, I assumed there wasn't a Reclaim or a Zephyr, because playing one of those on your own Dungeon Guide would have resolved the on-enter effect to resolve through that stifling trap. So I would assume that we had no interaction over also on James' side. It was just probably a rough hand in that situation as well.
Yeah, from the glimpses that I caught, it looked very defensive. They had two Veiling Breezes, I believe, until one was banished. They had that Ace Protector, the Dream Fairy. So more of a reactionary hand or a setup hand and nothing that they could combo off with here. Sideboarding went fairly quickly. Both players really knew what they wanted to take out. We did see Ryan switch out 3 cards, and James was only about 1 or 2. So not a lot of things to bring in this matchup. Hopefully it was just more hand dependent. They're able to draw a better 7 to help them set up and survive this early onslaught from the allies player.
Oh, now that is a card I haven't seen at all, I think, since release. That is the mage that gives you, if you're gaining a light encounter, you gain an extra one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is Windblessed Forecaster. It's a 4 reserve cost activated ally, a 1/3, I believe, or 2/3. Whenever you get an enlightenment counter, you gain an additional 1. This is probably their mainstay of the deck and why they have that level 1 Rye and the staff as well. Because if you have this on the field when you go to level 1 Rye, you instantly get 3 enlightenment counters to draw a card, which seems pretty good. It just instantly replaces your level 1 card you banish.
Yeah, it is a 1/3. And I wonder if James might have a little bit of advantage here because of the fact that James never really played anything that shows that we are Wind Merlin. We played a staff and we played a Windblessed Engineer and an Ace Protector and a Dream Fairy. This could be someone thinking a weird Wind Rye list. There's some of those going around at this point. So there could be a little bit of a surprise factor coming in later on in the game if we get there.
Oh, that is very true. No Crux cards were actually shown, and we didn't get to see that level 2. So this could also just be a hybrid deck as well. They're thinking of maybe a value deck that wins through just drawing cards with Rye, tops out at level 2 perhaps. But we do see Ryan really contemplating this first turn. There's a Wind Rider Vanguard, Shimmercloak Assassin, and Shimmercloak's going to be the play here. There is something to mention, an Andronica in hand, which can get very scary very fast if they are able to level up and set up with the Imbue.
Yeah, Andronica is a very scary card. Almost pretty much the staple of these Wind decks is because the fact that you have so many automatons between Shimmercloak Assassin, Charge Mannequin, Rose. You have Armored Valkyrie. I don't think I'm missing any other ones. But it's pretty much just the main staple to start buffing your board to get those big swings in. I do like keeping up on Ryan's side. We are keeping up, I think, a favorable wins or a stifling trap in hand instead of going full commit into the Charge Mannequin to play a little bit early. Pretty much try not to overcommit your board.
Yeah, it does look like here we have a favorable wins, a Rose, a Charged Mannequin, and one other mysterious card in hand. But we're just going to go back at Charger. Fairy Whispers. Okay, yeah, you are correct on that one. I see that. SP2. And this is a very interesting play. So we materialize backup Charger, but pre-recollection, we're going to Fairy Whispers, which allows us to dig a little bit deeper in that deck, get that 3rd card, and then use those 3 cards in hand for that backup Charger as well. So you're going 4 cards deep just at the beginning of your recollection here, which is so good for when players to be able to set up their aggression and know what's going to be coming up on the top.
Yeah, and this is definitely setting you up for that combo turn into turn 2 again. I mean, we saw a Charge Mannequin, we saw Andronica, we saw Rose. So there is the argument that next turn you could just go ahead and level up our Fable wins at the end of this turn, level up into Lorraine, get your Ornamental Greatsword, flash in Rose because class bonus, you can fast activate it, and then you can be able to just have 3 allies on board because you play Andronica with a buff counter with the Unenter Imbue. So you definitely set up for a big combo turn next turn.
100%. And I did see that cheeky little draw off the top from backup Charger. It was a stifling trap. So Ryan made sure to keep that on top, not wanting to have to deal with a dungeon guide, as they know that is something that James was trying to push for right away to level 2. And we're going to see, I think Ryan's going to take a little bit of a turn off here, just play additional ally and keep those defensive options up with the favorable wins, Zephyr, and the stifling trap.
Yeah, definitely putting Ryan in a pretty commanding position at this point because the fact they have so many ways to interact or keep their units alive is pretty much really setting up for the go win turn next turn. But in the case over from James, I think we see a reclaim, we see a displace. Displace might be able to save you a little bit because you can remove those counters later on. So as long as I don't think James goes full shields down on their following turn, I think James is going to be in a pretty decent spot.
And this is actually a very interesting play here. We see the reclaim on the Windbless Forecaster. And
Eh,
in response to gaining a refinement counter on Ventus, you tap and activate it to put an enlightenment counter on your champion. Since Windbless Forecaster has not been returned to hand quite yet, you do get that additional enlightenment counter, and then level up into Rye for free here, using that floating memory to get your enlightenment counters as well. So very interesting route to be able to draw a card right away when you level up with Rye.
Yeah, there's a really heads up play from James. I imagine probably those interactions, which is pretty much the core staple of the deck at this point, is just trying to do those types of levels of interaction. I think we see a dungeon guide in hand from James. So we could do a dungeon guide and we have a display still in hand or in the Zephyr to flicker it and level up again if we want in response to the stifling trap.
And it looks like the Stifling Trap targeted it, and it was okay. Just no response to that at all.
I guess we're debating here because there's the argument where you could go ahead and set up, and we are going to go shields down though. So there could be a little bit of a scary play coming out because we still have, I think, a Fable Winds in hand where Ryan can go ahead and level up here and come pretty close, I think, to comboing.
Yeah, and I think that is just lethal, so they do have the second one to rally advance. But we do have Windrider Invoker, one of my favorite win cards here. It's on enter, you can remove 2 enlightenment counters, draw a card, and it gets +3 attack for this turn. It is very good as it really helps trade favorably in the board, and instead of losing 3 counters, you only lose 2 to draw a card, so you still stay net positive on your enlightenment counters as well.
Yeah, so here we're going to go ahead and see the Fable Winds at end of turn. We're going to go ahead and level more likely into Lorraine 1, grabbing Ornamental Greatsword, and making that Shimmercook Assassin a 3-2. Then we have 1 card in hand, so probably Power Cell, make it a 5-2. And then I think we have enough because we'll have, what do we have? We're with Influence of 6.
Should be 7 at the start of the turn.
Yeah, which should be enough to imbue Andronica, and then we can go ahead and rally and advance or second wind, whatever version that we have in hand.
Yeah, and just instantly when Robots player goes to Lorraine level 1, that is going to be their kill. Ooh, interesting enough though, we get a sort of Seeking Not the Ornamental Greatsword, which really tells me that they don't have a way to wake up an ally here.
Yeah, actually, is that maybe not a second wind? Maybe we're thinking because it was a Rose. I think I see Windrider Vanguard, Andronica, Rose, Favorable Winds, Zephyr, and Internal Magistrate.
Interesting. So we're just going to go sort of tall here with the Andronica. Going to go ahead and be imbued, and on enter, gain a buff counter to up to 2 automatons thanks to that class bonus here. But this is still 3 power allies on the board, and you're going to be close to dead here with just these swinging in, unless Ryan decides to start trading into the board. But is there really a reason to remove the Dungeon Guide and Invoker?
So I was going to argue there could be a chance that you want to go ahead and remove the Dungeon Guy, but looking at Ryan's hand, we still have another Stifling Trap in hand. So we have a deal with any Zephyr, any displays on the Dungeon Guy. Do we go ahead and Stifle Trap it again?
Yeah, that is very true. This deck just being able to put out the pressure, but still maintain so many defensive options to either save your own allies or disrupt your opponent. And this is why it is so strong right now in our current metagame. It can do a little bit of everything, and it does it well.
Yeah, and an interesting materialization though over on James' side. We went for the GCR to value the extra card versus getting the extra HP. I wonder if they're just trying to value either just comboing or playing more defensive next turn versus just getting the HP to go ahead and try and survive next turn just off of pure health gain.
I don't think they realize there is going to be a Stifling Trap in the hand of Ryan, and they are going to go ahead and do a play with that Dungeon Guide. They wanted that additional card draw to be able to take advantage of it here. And yeah, here we see the displays on the Dungeon Guide.
So it is going to be displaced. It's going to come back on enter trigger with Dungeon Guide, goes back onto the stack. And then the question is whether or not that I imagine it's going to get Stifling Trapped. It might not here. But there's still the chance that you can go ahead and then Zephyr it to get double level here. Because I think we did see the Zephyr from James's hand. Let's see if James sets up to Zephyr in response.
Oh,
if it resolves.
The double level is very good call here. And we do have 3 enlightenment counters to draw an additional card as well, if you really don't want to get rid of one of the cards in hand.
I think the stifling trap resolved. It's hard to say because I know some players are a little bit different. Some instantly put it in the grave, some leave cards up if it's on the stack. So it's hard to tell if it's on the stack or not. But I think because it's in the graveyard already, that it might have already resolved.
Yeah, it looks like it did resolve as James gave a thumbs up to Ryan in that moment. We do see another displace in hand though. So I think we're just gonna go for it again on this dungeon guide. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you have the interaction to just bounce the dungeon guide a lot of times, you can just go ahead and do it. I oh, sorry, displace gives a link counter. I was like, why are we putting in a link counter? We're level 1 Rye. It is a class bonus. I'm too used to playing level 2 Rye, and I was very confused for a second.
Yeah, see, this place does have that class bonus of you get an enlightenment counter, and I believe that is for cleric and mage. So both of those classes can take advantage of this here. And we do see the dungeon guide going ahead, banishing the 2 for memory for the level up here into level 2 Merlin. Very interesting enough, though, that double level up play, I think, would have been so much more beneficial for James in this instance, because they do have to use the same amount of cards that they just did now, but now they're down 1 level. And Merlin's life total is still only 22. That is not a big difference from the 19 Rye was providing you here.
So we can still Zephyr our dungeon guide for end of turn leveling, but I think you technically go down a card because if you just went to go ahead and Zephyr in response to Stifling Trap, you only have to use 1. You didn't have to use that second displace to then go ahead and get the value out of it. You could have this in response Zephyred, on enter resolved to dungeon guide leveled, and you still have a second displace in hand, and technically 2 more cards still in your hand as well because you didn't have to pay the cost. So you can then leave up the displace to flicker or get rid of Andronica or Shimmercook Assassin, unless I'm wrong and it's not a Zephyr I'm seeing in hand. I swear I see an SP1 Zephyr, but I might be completely wrong.
It does look like an SP1 Zephyr, so I am in 100% agreement here with you. But we will just see. Curious to know what if there is a plan for that Zephyr. Perhaps they're saving it actually for the combo turn of Ryan. Once the power cell is popped on one of these units here, it's going to really prevent the second wind or rally advance to activate this ally so it can get additional swings in. So, although very smart play from Ryan to use the power cell on Andronica, because now if that card is Zephyred or displaced, it's still going to get its on enter effect to buff up that Shimmer Cloak once more.
Yep, just note for those who aren't aware of imbue, it does not get the imbue effect anymore. It will only get the on enter effect and not the imbued, because technically you're not casting anything else to imbue it. And as you said, there's a Zephyr probably going to be used on that in Andronica.
Yeah, here, and a little bit of contemplation from Ryan, but it looks like that is good to resolve here. And Andronica will be coming back at the end of the turn. She is not removed, but for now, it saves at least 5 damage here. And we do see that second wind in hand drawn from Ryan. So this was his lethal setup turn. Was really going to go for the game there if James did not have any interaction.
Yeah, definitely. So I wonder if the gameplay for Ryan at this point is to sort of pivot and try and clear up some of these allies, just to try and clear the board away a little bit. I mean, there's also the question because you still have Rose in here to fast intercept. I mean, not fast intercept, sorry, because that is a class bonus. You can go ahead and get the fast activation. You still have Fable and still have your own Zephyr, but we're also going to go ahead and get the second win for the on tap. And I imagine this is in response to retaliation step, because if it's in response to retaliation step, you can give the +1 to Shimmercook Assassin to then swing in for an extra 1 damage. But we see Tempest Downfall.
Whoa, an interesting card too. There was only 1 in hand here, and Tempest Downfall does state that if an ally was suppressed this turn, it is free to activate. So very interesting play here. But we do see a favorable wins in response to this Tempest Downfall. It only does 3 damage, so it's going to go ahead and save the Shimmercloak Assassin by 1 life here. And then, I think Ventus activated to suppress the Shimmercloak? Okay.
Yep, Ventus activation, because it does have that little bit of ruling on there. I'm pretty sure this is, hold on a second, this is an FTC card, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, yeah.
Remove 3 refinement counters from Ventus, suppress target ally. So we had enough counters, I think we had 4, and we're just able to then suppress a Shimmercloak Assassin and get that buff counter off of it. And now here comes into a situation of, I have to double check ruling, and this is why I fail my judge test, is how the ruling works with, because I think you're able to stack the on enters based off of timestamps.
Yes.
Because you're the controlling player, Ryan, you're able to stack it based on how you want to have them enter the field.
Yes, that is correct. You can stack it based on time steps of when they initially entered the field and the cards themselves. So the Andronica will see the Shimmercloak Assassin, so they can both get the buff counters here. The Ventus play is very interesting. A lot of players run this card and really only consider suppressing their own allies. And that is probably like the longest line of thinking of why you would run it. But it is so strong, the fact that you can suppress your opponent's allies, saving you from that kind of damage or swing that the Wind Robots player was trying to provide. They went their whole turn now without taking any damage against a board that was Second Wind, a Power Cell, and Imbued.
I wonder if we see a play here come out where both these allies swing into Andronica, because of the fact that it's not imbued anymore. It's just technically a 2-2 right now, where you can clear up this Andronica, and then we might see a Displace from James to level up, and then Ghost of Pendragon. And yep, here comes the cleanup like we discussed. And then let's see if there's going to be a Displace into Ghost of Pendragon just to recollect cards in hand and try and get value.
We do see that exactly correct here. The Displace on the Dungeon Guide. Gonna go ahead and get another Enlightenment counter and a Refinement counter. And I'm gonna see here as well, when we play that Ghosts, we're gonna use a Refinement counter to get our third Enlightenment to draw a card. So we're actually looking to net 3 cards here from this Ghost of Pendragon.
Hey, Ghost of Pendragon is going to get pure value at this point. Yep, go ahead and get that counter onto your Merlin, get 3 Enlightenment counters so you can draw, get the value in it before you Ghost of Pendragon in the way, unless there's a better draw in hand, but I don't think so at this point. I think it's going to be Ghost leaving up Veiling Breeze in hand, and then have enough cards to try and Veiling Breeze next turn if you're going to get comboed.
Yeah, the Veiling Breeze is going to be one of the strongest defensive tools here for James. It's really going to prevent the ally player from going wide against you. They're really going to have to focus on going tall, but they've already used their Power Cell, so it's going to have to really rely on Second Wind Rallied Advance. And we do know they're down in influence, only about 4 cards total, or 5 cards total, so it's really going to be difficult for them to pull off both of those cards in a single turn.
And this is sort of where it becomes the rust spot for the Wind Allies part, because the fact that Wind Allies is what we consider an aggro deck. It wants to pretty much win within these first couple of turns, and when you start hitting that mid to late game, it's sort of where it starts to fall off, because you hit the point where you're down on influence, you're down on allies, because more likely if you're hitting this point, your opponent's somehow clearing the board or negated a lot. And you're into a situation where, okay, now Merlin could play where it wants to play at a strong point, and that's late game, drawing multiple cards and resolving multiple effects to just start trading board.
Yeah, and this is a really difficult spot. We see a Terror-Freeing Materialization, so really giving respect to James's side of the board here. And Wind Allies has sort of it's a threshold. You are able to win and sneak out games up to a certain point, and then after that, it is nothing but an uphill battle, and you really have to depend on draws or your opponent making a mistake to be able to have a chance at taking the game back.
Yeah, and we just see that Shimmercloak Assassin swinging for 3 and then just pass the turn. Ooh, that is a rough situation over here for Ryan.
We do see a Zephyr and a Fairy Whispers for Ryan here. So a couple of interaction or defensive options. Probably going to be digging for the Second Wind. I believe that is a Eternal Magistrate, not a Stifling Trap, so can't even stop any more Ghosts of Pendragons from drawing cards here as well.
Yeah, and it's even the situation too where you have the Zephyr, where you can go and try and Zephyr the Sword of Seeking if there's another Pendragon, but I don't. At this point, Merlin's in a situation where they don't care as much. They just recoup so many cards in hand. They're back to a full grip. You're back to 7 with a Dream Fairy, Incarnate Magistrate, and I think a couple of defensive cards in your hand where you just end up pretty demanding position.
Yeah, and Merlin is such a problem when it comes to the late game here. We saw on level up to level 3 Merlin, there's only 3 cards in hand. The absolute next turn, we're at 7 influence. That is such a huge jump for any deck. It's almost as if they just restarted the game, but they're at level 3.
I wonder if there's a situation I didn't do. So we are at 6 cards in hand. Merlin's level 5. That'll be 11. We're 1 short for Incarnate Magistrate because I don't think we broke a sword yet.
Correct.
Okay.
No sword's been broken. We are just going to bounce Ghost of Pendragon to get additional value here. What do you think of this play? Like, are we looking for that floating memory for a drawn blade? Are we just trying to sneak in more damage with this Ghost?
Well, that's what I was wondering too. If there's a chance you're trying to draw more value cards out of the Sword of Seeking, but we also saw a Windmill Engineering hand. I almost would have been in the situation where if you're playing a Windmill Engineer to reveal a draw card in the memory, and you have more cards down for your Veiling Breeze, you don't have I feel like as the Merlin player, you're in such a commanding position. You don't have to try and get this overall value into the game plan yet. You could just play Windmill Engineer to draw a card, keep up your reclaim, keep up a Veiling Breeze, and then you can still use that reclaim later on your Windmill Engineer to get that float for the Drawn Blade.
That is a very good point. I was not considering that at all. Just the memory manipulation you can do with Windmill Engineer to be able to Veiling Breeze to stay safe here is super smart heads up. But we do see the aggressive drawing and swinging in with the Ghosts once more, really taking advantage of this even turn with Merlin. And we're just passing turn here, 4 cards in hand, 4 down in memory for James, and we're looking kind of like this game is sealed for James at this point.
Yeah, thankfully on James' side that there was no interaction. Ryan didn't end up Zephyring the Sword of Seeking to prevent the extra draw too. So we have now 4 cards in memory to Veiling Breeze next turn to pretty much lock the game down to the point where you don't have to worry about dying this turn. You more likely have, I would assume, 4 win cards down. I think the only crux card we had in hand was Incarnate Magistrate. So as long as that didn't get put down, we can go ahead and Veiling Breeze for 5 this turn and pretty much survive until next turn where we get a swing in for lethal.
And sort of unfortunate news for Ryan here that Terrafreeing was really good that last turn if it was popped at Recollection. However, James just has too much influence that I don't think the Terrafreeing tax is really going to matter for this next turn. Lorraine, level 1, only has 20 total life and already 17 counters on her. Just 1 Ghost of Pendragon is enough to win the game. Oh, but we do see a Dream Fairy off the Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, that is going to go ahead and deal with Ghost of Pendragon. But like we said, it might be a little too late. Just knowing the fact that we do have the Incarnate Magistrate in hand and just swing in for 4 through a Terrafreeing, I think we have enough to even cast it and still leaving 2 up for the Terrafreeing as well. It just really depends if Ryan might see the line in hand where they have to leave up enough interaction at this point to just buy extra turns.
Yeah, and another Dream Fairy off the top. So gonna really be playing that board clear strategy here. We do see a fast activation of Rose coming in here. Not really gonna be playing her defensively with her intercept ability. More of just wanting to get an ally on the field without having to waste cards during your main phase. Fast activation and Recollection is one of the best things you can do with her.
Yeah, definitely one of the good activations. And because the fact that it is a 2/3 body, you're at the point where you can clear up this Ghost of Pendragons if you want to get it off the board. You don't have to worry about Dream Fairing it. But though ideally, Dream Fairing will make sure that the Ghost of Pendragon can't come back at all or a second one because it will lock it down with its ability.
I do see the hesitation with Dream Fairy though, because that just gives James another card and influence to pay for Terrafreeing if they do play an ally.
Yep. It is a little bit of the fear that could come in, especially because you're feeling if there is a reclaim or another Zephyr on James' side as well, that you can just make sure that your Ghost Pendragon does get bounced into memory and you can still cast it next turn. So it's a very mind game at this point of what's going to be the best. So actually, we're going to see the double Dream Fairy used for Imbue on Eternal Magistrate to make sure there is no Incarnate Magistrate shenanigans next turn.
That is a very smart play here. And it looks like we're going to be clearing the Ghost as well, just so it can't trade into that Eternal Magistrate, which is preventing that Incarnate Majesty from coming down. And I'm really curious because now Merlin is on an odd turn. We're not going to get that additional attack. And so is this just a draw pass for James on their next turn, waiting to be on an even turn to remove that Eternal Magistrate?
Yeah, I'm trying to see exactly what's in James. I think we see a displace in hand as well. So there could be a situation where you end a turn displace the Eternal Magistrate if you want to just go ahead and then get rid of the Imbue effect. I think, yeah, what do I say? I see a Veiling Breeze, I see a displace, I think that's it. I don't think I see anything else. Oh, sorry, that's a Windrider Invoker. That is not a displace.
But although Windrider Invoker just does win the game by itself as well, that will be swinging in for 4 with those. Oh, those are level counters, not enlightenment counters. Never mind, we do not have any enlightenment here.
Yeah, we are all out of enlightenment counters, so that Windrider Invoker does not get the little bit of extra buff for damage. There is a staff though coming down, so maybe there's a situation where we could try and give ourselves some, but I don't think it is going to be enough.
If there is a displace, well, that just leads into the Incarnate Majesty route. I was going to say we could displace the Eternal Magistrate, get an Enlightenment counter, a Refinement on Ventus, then tap Ventus for an additional Enlightenment counter, which will put you at 2 for that Windrider Invoker. But I feel like at that point, if you're displacing Eternal Magistrate, you could play the oh, and speaking of which, we just have a Dream Fairy for it.
I will say, I think we missed a level counter trigger on Merlin because we were at 2 already before, right? Or did we just go to 2?
we were already at 2. We did have the even turn with the Sword of Seeking and that Ghost of
Yeah.
Pendragon.
So we did end up missing that. Hopefully, it doesn't come back to bite James, or they're trying to do math further if they're trying to go internal magistrate, which I assume they are. But that's why they're dream faring away the eternal magistrate here. So Incarnate Magistrate can come down. I imagine that's why, but we'll have to see.
And speaking of which, it's just one of those things that happens in tournaments when you do have a little bit of tournament nerves. We do see Ryan not pop Terrafring as well, which I think is a very interesting move when it comes to your game's already getting close to ending. You might as well use all your resources when you can to try and claw your way back in.
So we do only have 2 damage on board. We're unviewing, and there's the Whim Engineer to go ahead and come on down to go ahead and draw a card in memory. But I think we're only still stuck with 2 cards in James's hand, so we do have enough to Veiling Breeze next turn if we need to.
And we just do see 3 damage here. And in response, there's going to be a Zephyr coming down on the dungeon guide. So
that makes sense. One of the attackers, you wouldn't want to Zephyr your Dream Fairy to allow him to banish another card. Whim Engineer, not too bad. Granted, doesn't have a Beauty Mirror. It did its damage. So I guess the 1/3 body is the most viable target.
And that is something that I think a lot of players don't consider, but the order of operations in which you attack. If you are setting up for lethal like that, you want to swing least beneficial ally to most beneficial ally. So you wanted to swing Dungeon Guide first, then Windmill Engineer, and then save the Dream Fairy for last, forcing your opponent to have to Zephyr right away, so you can play a little bit more reactionary, then allowing your opponent to have the last laugh by Zephyring your last attacker for the game.
Yeah, and we did end up seeing the Poison Corner Oil materialization. Shimiko Assassin gets the extra +2 to swing in for 5 damage. I know we saw the rally, but there comes that Veiling Breeze we talked about.
And yeah, it's going to be a huge Veiling Breeze here, I think, for 4.
So just 4. So we have double Crux in memory. I thought when we saw Incarnate Magistrate, did we miss 2 other Crux cards?
I believe there was only 1 Crux card, unless there's like a Dungeon Guide as well that they just couldn't reveal.
And
But
it looks like that just scoops and ends the game.
Yeah, it's when your opponent Veiling Breezes your whole turn, and you're sitting at 1 life left. There's really not much to do besides go ahead and try to get to game 3 here. Both the players are very respectful and understanding of each other's time. Didn't want to have to make them go through the motions just to like recollect, attack you for 1. Do you have a response?
Yeah, especially when you're in round 4, depending on how long the tournament is, that draw could be detrimental where you're just better off just like taking it is a skill. I will say knowing when to scoop in your games is a skill that I think all players should develop, is knowing when we can just scoop, go next, and give yourself, even if it's an extra 2 minutes, you technically gained yourself an extra 2 minutes overall, even in OT, to try and win the game 3 or game 2, depending on the situation.
Yeah, 100% on that one here. It is just playing your outs. It's part of the strategy of playing your outs. If you know you can't win that specific game, just go to the next game. You have a better chance at winning that than you would have if you sat there trying to grind out against that deck. And it's a skill that you learn a lot of times, especially when we were looking at that Lux and Xander meta. There was a point in which that deck just took over and you really couldn't win. So you should save yourself that mental capacity and sanity and not play it out.
Yeah, I mean, even in this situation, it wasn't like 2 minutes saved, but still 30 seconds saved adds up in the long run, especially in a tournament. Or going in, if you save yourself 30 seconds between 2 games, you saved yourself a minute. So it's just really being able to do that is very beneficial.
And it leads to Ryan's game plan. He is the aggro deck. He wants to just swing and hit face as fast and hard as possible. So it's actually very beneficial that it's just like, oh, I get to go first now. I get to develop my board. You don't get that additional turn to set up. I have that turn.
Yeah, and I think we see double Wind Rider Vanguard, Andronica in hand, Fairy Whisper, Shimmercook Assassin, Charge Mannequin, and I couldn't see what that very first card is. Show me again. Nope, still not enough.
We do see the Shimmer Cloak, and in one of the safest turn 1 plays for Wind Robots here. It has stealth, so really can't be attacked into by your opponent's allies here. There is a very limited amount of true sight in the game. And then it's is easily removed by spells, but Wind's not notorious for direct damage. We just received Tempest Downfall, but do you really want to spend your turn 1 play Tempest Downfalling a Shimmercloak Assassin?
No, I mean, arguably, maybe. When face them in robots, there's a strong argument for it.
You know, I set myself up for that one. You're correct.
But no, it's one of those plays that's still safe enough. I mean, if you get a Tempest Downfall on your Shimmercloak Assassin, I think you're pretty good value at this point. And once again, we're opening with that Blessed Forecaster on turn 1.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if we're gonna see the Ventus materialization into Rye again, or we're just gonna go straight into Rye, since the Wind Robots player did have an additional turn to set up here. But yeah, just like that, backup charger instantly. Now we have the combo pieces set up. We just need that one additional turn, and we are good to go.
Yeah, I think all we're missing now is a way to restand our Shimmercloak Assassin. We have the Fabled Winds to save it. We have Andronica. We have a Reclaim to also save it to get the level up if we want to. But yeah, we're in a very commanding position at this point. I mean, you don't even have to. Oh, and actually, Charge Mannequins come in to swing for 2 because of that Power Cell.
Oh, it's such a strong card here. It is a 1/3 2-cost ally. However, if you do have a power cell on the field, a token, it gains an additional power. So it's a 2/3 for 2, which is what all ally players want to be playing. They wish every ally was a 2-cost 2/3.
And we do see that staff did come down on that turn 1 instead of leveling up. So again, we're very stuck to our game plan and materialization and what we're going to do. But we do have a Dream Fairy in James's side. So we could sort of start dealing with these automatons a little bit. Either, I imagine more like we want to deal with the Shimmercloak Assassin, one of the Charge Mannequin, because ironically, once you pop that Power Cell on the Charge Mannequin, it technically loses an attack because you no longer have a Power Cell on your field.
Yeah, so less damage altogether here. So Shimmercloak is going to be the main target for removal. We do see an imbued Windmill Engineer just gain a little bit more card advantage. And I think you're right, that Dream Fairy is just going to be coming down here to help save the board a little bit.
Yeah, it could save the board, and then you could go ahead and swing all of your 3 allies into the Charge Mannequin to clear it up, because even though there are 1 attacks, every chip damage adds up to clear that Charge Mannequin off the board. But there is a Fabled Winds on Ryan's side that could come down as well.
The Fairy Whisperer is going to be looking. We do see that rallied advance.
Ooh. There is a very interesting situation that could happen because that rallied advance. But we're also in a weird position because with the extra card in hand, we would have had 3, 4, 5 cards in hand. And we could have reclaimed as well as Favorable Winds in the same turn here to leave this Charge Mannequin alive if we want to, and then reclaim your Shimmercloak Assassin to keep it off the Dream Fairy.
Oh, that is very, very smart. I was not considering that whatsoever. I was just mostly looking at the route to save this Shimmercloak Assassin, but you could save both. You are 100% correct on that one here, which would, if both allies are saved, I think that would just be the game from the tempo swing. Just on board itself, we're already looking at 4 damage. There is the power cell for the additional 2, so that's 6, putting the spirit at 10, and then the rally defense would be the game. But we do see here the reclaim on the Shimmercloak Assassin.
Oh, we put the Favorable Winds down.
What did he?
Oh no!
Kept the rallied advance instead.
Oh no! We could have kept both alive. I guess we still had enough cards to be technically reclaimed. I'm thinking too much into the terms of doing it all at once. But yeah, technically the reclaim would still gain you the card back. So technically you had 6 cards of influence, which would allow you to filter. More heads up from Ryan than myself. But I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a Fabled Winds. Maybe I thought it was and it wasn't, but I thought we had a Fabled Winds that would have kept this Charge Mannequin alive.
Yeah, very curious to see when the recollection does happen here to see, well, what was that card we were seeing. I believe here we're just going to go Lorraine into the Sword of Seeking. And if we did keep that Charge Mannequin on the field, the Ornamental Greatsword would have been so much stronger here as well. But we're taking a look. So Dream Fairy, there was.
Oh, slight misplay. But actually, the fact you're not worrying about leveling up here because you had that reclaim and you have Fabled Winds in your graveyard for float, so you don't have to worry about banishing it off of your level 1 Lorraine.
Yeah,
so
very curious that thought process there. It's just one of those things that you're in round 4 of a tournament. Nerves are a factor, and maybe you're just not thinking as clearly as you could be because you're really wanting to just play to the current board state and trying to make sure you're considering every factor, but it's really hard to.
Yeah, because I think that actually doing math in my head, that would have been lethal. You had 10 damage on board. Actually, no, because you had a recast Miracle Assassin, so maybe not. You might be one off of lethal if my math is wrong. Ooh, that is just a hard cast Andronica imbued with nothing else on board.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that is, and just deciding to keep 4 cards in hand, not wanting to. Oh, we're going for the play. We're gonna go ahead and rally advance this Andronica here, and that is going to be lethal. This Andronica is swinging for 5.
Yeah, this is going to swing for 5, put us up to 9, rally advance to 2 for 11. Yeah, it's 16, unless we have some form. I think we still have a Veiling Breeze. I don't know if we have more than 1 card in hand, though.
We
Nope,
only
just
have
one
that
card in
one.
hand.
Yeah.
Oh, just 1 card in hand. So end up working out beneficially in terms of Ryan's favor. And yeah, James ends up dying.
Wow, wow, wow. And here we are just going to be jumping into round 5. Fast-paced matches, one after another. We see a prismatic hybrid Merlin on Joseph will be piling against Sid. They are on Water Luxem Xander, a blast from the past. Are you ready for this matchup here?
I'm ready for this game to go into overtime. There's no in between. Either Merlin's going to win quick or we're going into OT. There's no in between.
Yes, so we have Sid sitting on the blue side on Water Luxem Xander, winning the Rochambeau dice roll. Gonna be going and playing first here. And Joseph on the red side, he is gonna be piloting that hybrid Fire Merlin Prismatic. Wow, so many keywords for that deck.
So many keywords. You see the freezing steel, you have floating memory, you have the whole 9 yards of. Yeah, pretty much. I think you have every single keyword in Grand Archive outside of like what am I thinking of here? Imbue.
Imbue, yeah.
I think you don't have stealth. Sorry, you also don't have stealth. You don't have imbue, you don't have stealth, but you have class bonus, you have fast activation, you have efficiency, class bonus, level damage
On attack, glimpse.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're only missing 2 keywords in all of Grand Archive right there.
So, really interesting turn 1 play from Sid. They just passed turn, and then Merlin went ahead and played a Hasty Messenger, discarding that Freezing Still, and then Library Witch. So we do have a floating memory for that level up, which is going to be so nice. Exactly what Merlin is wanting here.
Yeah, so heads up. So for those who aren't aware, like, oh, why get rid of your floating memory in water? It's because the fact that you are facing the water player that you can go ahead and freely banish or discard, I should say, your freezing steel or your water float off for you that you use for Speedblade Ascension, because your opponent will have water cards in their memory to get the trigger anyway. So might as well just discard a little bit extra and keep better cards in your hand.
Yeah, and if you're sitting here as Joseph and you see your opponent Spirit of Water draws their hand and then passes turn and then backup chargers into fracturizing their own power cell, what do you think you're playing against at this point? Are you really considering that this is Luxem Xander?
No, either I'm thinking it's a weird form of water allies, or it's like a water Merlin list. I don't think it's Nico at this point. I mean, there could be an argument for Nico, but I don't think so, because usually you see a Fractal Rain or something else different on turn 1. So it makes it very weird. I'm very thrown off by this board state. Right, so banishment is on the bottom left. Okay, sorry. Banishment being in the complete opposite side of the deck.
Yeah, and Graveyard is right on top of Banishment here. We do see the sword hanging out with the allies. It's doing its best cosplay as an ensouled sword over here.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, I don't think if you're in the terms of Joseph that you're not thinking too much of Luxem. Not to be running water Luxem. If you're thinking Luxem, if you're thinking fire, maybe arguably wind with all the new wind cards that came out for Assassin. Not as much water.
Yeah, a very old school DOA kind of flavor of deck. Water Luxem Xander was like your big control deck back in the days when the game first came out. But I think Merlin, as the Merlin player, Joseph just doesn't care exactly what this deck is now and just sticks with the game plan. I'm going to level up into Lorraine, into Merlin again, and then fireball you. That is the goal.
Yeah, because you're sort of in a good position where you're not too much worried about the water player. You're worried more about their late game interaction, back to my card's influence. But as Merlin, you're still just trying to fireball your way to face. You have Cremation Rituals, you have Cruxites, you have Ghost of Pendragon. You have so many ways to just do what you want to advance your game plan. They don't care much. And here we see the Cremation Ritual on the Library Witch that will go ahead and get the sack to at least draw 1 card, possibly 2 more.
Yeah, and do we see a Frostbind? I think there are 3 cards in hand, so yeah. So we are not going to be. And something very interesting to note is, as additional cost for that cremation ritual, you do have to sacrifice the ally. So you do get the draw from the library witch if your opponent does go to Frostbind you. So that is an additional card to pay with.
Yeah, it looks like all we had was the incap, but sadly 1 card short of influence, where there is an argument to incap a cremation ritual, but I think at this point that Joseph's drawn so many cards, you're just leaving the incaps up for Spirit Blade Ascensions at this point. I don't think you care too much how much card draw Joseph has because they've already drawn twice with Hasty, drawing a third with the second library witch, and then able to draw 2 more. I think at this point they filtered enough where that incap doesn't matter on the draw cards.
You really have to pick and choose your battles here. And against a Merlin who is drawing every turn, you want to save your counters and your in caps for that late game push when it actually matters, when they're trying to kill you.
What I didn't see on Sid's side, I'm not 100% sure because we had the quick glimpse. I don't think I saw no lantern on Sid's side. I could be wrong.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it may be a sideboard card for them. But it is something to really consider. It is a card that Luxem Xander has been known to run, as it just doesn't affect them whatsoever.
Yeah, especially because this will be a little more beneficial into the Merlin matchup because if you're able to resolve your nullifying lantern, it turns out the crux site. So all those Spirit Blade Ascensions to Incap are now just dead in the graveyard. They can't get it back anyway. Incap was a very good card to go ahead and get rid of it. They don't have to worry about it ever coming back, and it's pretty much like it's basically banished.
And here we just see the level up into Merlin. There's no need to really worry about losing cards since you already have drawn so many from your previous turns here. And we do see, is that a Dungeon Guide, I believe, sitting in the hand?
Dungeon Guide. Fun fact. Sorry to interrupt. I wonder if we're going to see the Merlin activation in response to a Dungeon Guide because technically, because we are Xander 1 on Sid's side, Interpret Highwayman does have floating memory.
Oh, that is very true. There's also a reprogram in the graveyard that Joseph was initially going to look, but it looks like caught that Intrepid Highwayman.
Yeah, that why you always ask your opponent, any floating memory or what's in your grave? You always ask the question.
I'm just looking at the hand of Joseph here. 3 fireballs, a ghost, a Pendragon. This is... And a Spirit Blade Ascension? Yeah, this is a... this is the dream hand for Merlin here.
As long as you don't banish a fireball here off of this Dungeon Guide level up, I mean, I would argue this is also a very weird situation because you get rid of your win card to risk banishing it for Dungeon Guide level up here. Because if you do, you no longer get to get a card out of your opponent's memory. But instead, we do put the fireball down, which also puts you down lethal cards.
Yeah, and Joseph with the very smart play of keeping that win card, probably now assuming that this is a Luxem Xander with how slow it's going and defensively it's playing. The fact that Sid has just drawn go and played maybe 1 card each turn.
Yep, especially this. So then you can go ahead and now you're level technically 4 at this point. Fireball's in for 4, swinging to DG. Now you could argue not dungeon guiding, Ghost of Pendragon here. Because you do know you're playing versus water, but you're in the weird spot too, where you don't have 2 to pay for Frostbind or Frostbind. Incap doesn't hit your Ghost of Pendragon, but they could still fracturize your sword. So it's a very rough spot, depending on how you want to go ahead and go about this.
Yeah, I think... Oh, interesting. We're just going to go for the Ascension here right away. Really not wanting Sid to have any cards down to level up.
I imagine you're incapping this as Sid. It only costs you 2 cards out of your hand. They have 1 card left, and you don't want the risk drawing a card to go up for another Spirit Blade Ascension. So I imagine you're just going to go ahead and incap it.
And there we are. We see that hard counter. Incap class bonus. This card costs 2 less to activate. Target a action and negate it. That's just no ifs, ands, or buts. Your opponent cannot pay additional costs, cannot banish Regalias or draw cards to prevent this. That card is countered and gone.
Ooh, this is actually... I totally forgot Def Executor could go ahead and get back this incap. I totally forgot it could do this.
It is such a like a slap in the face when your opponent incaps you, and then the next turn they go, "Hey, this is still here."
Yeah, you don't get the Spirit Blade Ascension again. So, and then we juggle knives to filter your deck even more. Like, oh man, this is and the Fracturize in hand and a DG. So Sid's in a pretty commanding, not commanding, but a very good position right now. because they could go ahead and level up. They have Luxem cards in hand as well. I imagine they're probably going to keep them up to keep the Incap up or Fracturize up so they can go ahead. Oh, actually, we got rid of the Fracturize. Interesting.
Both players just having a really good move into level 3 here. Very optimal.
Yeah, because now at this point, if you're Sid, you can go ahead and incap something else. Put down, I think we see a Luxem Sight and a Light Reader Soul in hand. Put those two down for the incap, and then start getting in that chip damage and healing to pretty much make the game where, all right, you have to fireball me for 20. It's the only way I'm dying. You have to hit me for a really big fireball to deal with this.
Yeah, and we do know there is already one fireball banished for Joseph, so only 2 left in hand. Gonna take half the time, but Merlin even turn. We're gonna get a Sword of Seeking materialized, draw a card of Merlin, but we're seeing a Flame Sweep Dungeon Guide, which is really not gonna be beneficial in this matchup whatsoever. So those are just gonna be cards used to activate other cards here, but the hand sort of has slowed down for Joseph.
We say that, but now this boost of Pentagon is going to try and go ahead and resolve here, where we got rid of that Fracturize in Sid side. So go ahead, Ghost Pentagon can resolve, and we get to draw 2 more cards, hoping to see more. And we see Creative Shock. We're seeing, I mean, this is what Merlin does. Merlin just sees gas. Every other card in this deck just draws you more cards.
We just filter. Do you run the Crave Shock into an incap? Do you try and force your opponent to deal with that? Or do you think just, no, they won't do anything and I'll just run it at the end of my opponent's turn?
I think it's safe to do it at the end of your opponent's turn because you have nothing else you're really gaining. You can't really Spear Blade Ascension, you don't have a sword. You can't go Spend Dragon because you don't have Regalia. So the only beneficial card you can maybe draw is Incarnate Magistrate, but you don't have enough to cast it yet. So might as well just run it at the end of your opponent's turn, making them go ahead to either A, incap it, which I think at that point, if you're Joseph, you're fine to eat an incap on your Creative Shock. I mean, you have Spear Blade Ascension still online. But pretty much leaves you a lot more options.
And we do see a response to the Luxem Xander trigger here. Not wanting to put any cards down. I can't.
I can't.
Sometimes as Merlin, you just are that good and draw everything you need. It's just one of those things. You said it over and over again. This deck just draws gas. 2 Ascensions off the top. Now you're like, oh, I have to discard a Fireball or an Ascension?
We missed the deal 2. I imagine deal 2 is going to happen on... No. Deal 2 didn't happen for discarding Fireball.
Wow.
Right, that's a missed damage. But it is really interesting because I almost would argue to discard the Spear Blade Ascension because you can always get Cruxite to get those Spear Blade Ascensions back. But now you don't have 2 Fireballs in deck. You only have 1 in hand. You have to draw your second one to try and deal a lot of damage to close the game because, to be honest, as we've seen back with the old meta, Luxem just heals a lot of cards off of reveals. Like, it's pretty much, you're not going to get in with chip damage. You're going to get in with big damage. That's the only way you're going to be able to close the game.
Yeah, it looks like they are valuing the ability to strip away cards out of memory with the Ascension and the win card they do have in hand, rather than try and push for lethal in like a big Fireball turn. I don't think you really want to, though, play Luxem Xander in the grind matchup, as if you hit wrong on your Spirit Blade Ascensions, you're just down now, and they can still recoup that benefit.
Yeah, and that's actually... All right, so it really threw me off at first. I was like, what is the card that's swinging here? I totally forgot Thieving Cut got a re-art in the Russian deck to Tristan. I thought it was the Imperial Recruit. I think it's all it sort of looks like this. I was like, why is Xander swinging with an ally? This makes so much more sense now.
Yes, the alternate art, we are no longer looking at the assassin cutting the coin purse. Instead, we have I think a cooler art, from my personal opinion, here for Thieving Cut. Looks fits the theme a little bit better.
Waifus, man.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here. Grand Archive Waifu Collection Edition. We do see, though, that I think it was another Flame Sweep drawn for turn for Joseph.
Yeah, and the worst part, you can't even Spirit Blade Ascension knowing your opponent has the incap in hand because you don't have another sword yet to go ahead and gain the beneficial value of in responsing Spirit Blade Ascension again. You just have to pass because part of the cost of Spirit Blade Ascension is to put the sword back in the material deck, so you can't in response do it again unless you have 2 swords.
Yeah, that is very good. I think there is a floating memory in Joseph's graveyard, so they could go for a drawn blade next turn as well. Fireball I am very curious on why we're fireballing here for 7. That's only going to push Xander to 15 here, and yet.
So I think I know why. We're baiting out the end cap. The spirit blade section to try and
Oh,
hit more. The problem is you still get the reveal trigger, which is still going to hurt you a little bit.
that is very smart. That's leading up for sort of baiting your opponent, running out that end cap, and now you get to double ascension to remove some of those cards.
Ooh, no draw though. There is no water on the opposite side of Sid. So you don't get the draw card. You get to go ahead and get the heal 3, deal 2, get the banish, and then go ahead. Yeah, I figured the damage would have been a little null. Now you get to try and banish, get that go through, and hopefully hit Light Result or Luxem Sight, and try and hopefully do it again.
Yeah, and let's see what we hit off the top. Lightweaver's Assault.
That's good.
1 in 5 coming through. And this is still in response to the fireball activation. We're going to see it again.
Yep, do it again. Let's go down to cell. We're going to pretty much, I imagine, leave life totals the same and just say banish. Oh, nope. So, yeah.
Going through the motions. No shortcutting here.
No shortcuts. And then let's see if, do we get the roll again? Do we get the 25% chance? Ooh, uncover the plot.
That is still actually very strong. Prevents the double Luxem Sight turn as well. So Sid just sitting with 3 influence, one of them being a Luxem Sight, opting for that Luxera's map here just to try and regain benefit
Is top
from.
deck another Lightweaver's Assault?
I believe so.
This is a game of high rolls. Like,
You know, it's always better to be lucky than good in most situations, and both these players really showing that you do need luck and skill to play Grand Archive.
oh yeah, because there's a Ghost of Pendragon up top. I don't think we popped that GCR. Could we just go ahead and Ghost of Pendragon or GCR away to draw 2 cards here and see if we hit a Cruxite or something else in response to just get more value.
But this is an even turn with Merlin, and that juicy attack for 5 with the Prismatic Edge might be a little too tempting here for Joseph. We are going to see the GCR popped. A Hasty Messenger here to help filter out some of these dead cards in hand, which I think that should be the play here, is get some more card draws in. Really consider if you want to swing that for that 5 or play a Ghost of Pendragon.
I'm really surprised we decided to pop the GCR instead of just Ghost of Pendragon away, because you get to draw an extra card and save the GCR for maybe turn 5, or your level 5 Merlin counter to draw 2 cards on that turn. Versus popping out, we only get to see 1 card off the top, and now you're in a really sort of awkward situation. Like, do you want to Pendragon away your sword and miss that juicy swing?
We're just going to see that Hasty enter the field on attack. We're going to be discarding a Flame Sweep, not needing that anymore. Oh no, considering that Repelling Palm Blast instead into a Creative Shock. So,
I mean, what can I say? You want to draw cards? So let's draw cards. This is the deck for you.
interesting. A Flame Sweep to sneak in an additional 2 damage here and get rid of that Dungeon Guide.
And we popped the Prismatic Edge. So, okay, so we get to go ahead. We did see the Luxem Sight go down, and Insignia is going to go ahead and put a prep counter on, put the Luxem cards down, to then go ahead and get the reveal. They get the heal 3, sorry. But I did also, if I'm not misremembering, we're also only Spirit of Water, Xander. We're not Serene Spirit.
I believe you're correct. It is just normal Spirit. Oh no, that's
Actually,
double
that's
Luxem Sight.
All right.
Oh my gosh. So that is just pretty much undoing the turn. It does make sense though why you would Flame Sweep, since you are going to have to put cards down anyways. There's no reason to keep cards up in hand, and Flame Sweep does optimally use every card in your hand, so you're not having to worry about anything going down.
Yeah, and because of the Crisis Insignia, we're only at 5 influence. Since we prepped it, we're going to draw a card into our memory and get a draw card off the Theme card as well, because on it. And time to start looking for the win con. Time to put Lightweaver's Assault probably in your memory at this point, and just try and filter. It's like, all right, my opponent has to either hit Cruxites to Regal Spirit Blade essentially, because there's only 3 down at this point, or it's just I'm just going to win the game in the long run.
Yeah, and if you're sitting in Sid's position, they have seen 3 fireballs this game. You are more than happy to know that there's only 1 card in that deck that can just absolutely take you out of this game. But until then, you're more than happy healing 6.
Yep, you're more than happy healing 6, and the only thing you really have to fear, like I said, is Croc Sights, and that's if your opponent runs Incarnate Mastery. Some of these Spear Blade Ascension lists are running 1x or none at all. So each list sort of varies in how many. Is that Spear Blade Ascension off the top?
That was a Crux set, I believe.
Okay. I just had a very glimpse. I was like, I swear.
Technically, it is an Ascension.
Yes. Speaking, it will happen, and very much so, because now the debate is, do we just Crux Sight into Spear Blade Ascension? Filter through it again to just go ahead and get the reveals. Granted, Sid will heal 6, but at this point, you're just trying to banish their Light Reaver's Assault. At that point, there's no real win con for Luxem, and that's just hope you deck yourself out.
Yeah.
Your opponent does.
And we clearly got a Lightweaver's Assault from that Luxera's map. There is no reason to get another Luxem site. Perhaps a Gleaming Cut is the choice here, but we're going to go ahead and reprogram here the dungeon guide, just try and get more cards down, try and give the worst odds possible. Is that 3 Luxem sites?
I guess it's not. And a Light Reaver's Assault. Okay. I mean, this game ain't ended. I told you, I was ready to do this game going to OT.
It's just, not to do a self-plug here, but it's just like the video that I released where playing against Lux Xamander is, let's go gambling. You never know what's going to be revealed. Every turn is a mystery. And we do see the 3 Luxem sites and the Lightweaver's Assault. And we did banish a... I actually did...
Shuffling.
Oh, shuffling right now.
What do we get?
No way.
No way.
Joseph, the Lightweaver Assault Sniper, 2 for 2 of getting rid of that card.
And the weirdest part as well is that in Joseph's side is that you have 1 fireball, but if your opponent Monocle has another incap. So you have to find a way to win this game with just allies and dealing more than, I want to say 9 damage a turn. But I'm going to round it up and say 12 because we're going to see the 4th one. We have to deal more than 12 damage a turn. Otherwise, this is literally just going to come down the draws.
And we see a Scepter Illumina. We've already leveled up. This Scepter is just going to be used for that Draw 2 ability where you could pay 5 reserve, banish Scepter, and draw cards here. And we're going to heal back up to 0. Life totals at this point no longer matter. It is made up.
It is a fictitious number at this point. And yeah, just open pass. There's not much else that Sid can do. I mean, you have Juggle Knives, do it end of turn if you really want to, but there's not really much else you can do on Sid's side and just play, draw go.
Yeah, we have the Korhazi insignia as well to go ahead and just put the cards down in whenever you want as fast as possible. They're not really worrying about anything, and this is that where Luxem thrives with their just draw go strategy with healing so much, but without Lightweaver's Assaults.
Where's the Incarnate?
This game is getting out of hand. 3 damage, but we know as that's not gonna really matter. Influence 1 billion for Joseph at this point.
Yeah. And I know we talked about before the skill of knowing when to scoop. Worst part is there's no scooping yet in this board state because Joseph, you're in an okay position because you go out more Spear Blade Ascensions to banish the Light Reaver's Assault. Sid needs to draw Light Reaver's Assault. And Sid's also healing 9, so it's not in a lethal position where they're worried about dying. This is just a weird stalemate board that there's no real bad position yet because you don't want to scoop.
Exactly, and there can't be a fireball play because you have to have fear of incap or even frostbind if you go too heavy digging for it.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting board state that we're in at this point. I mean, I guess we're debating Creative Shock. You just draw more cards, try and hit the Crux sites, and just save it for in response to stuff.
We could see a game just going to deck out. I think it's very possible.
I think this will be the first time I've ever seen a game go to deck out that isn't Nico.
Where your opponent's not forcing you to be decked out, you're doing it yourself.
Yeah. Oh, we almost just got a Creative Shock, but good catch over on Joseph's side because no point that 2 damage is going to get anyway. So let's just keep on finding the way to filter your deck, and let's keep the Creative Shock and draw a couple more cards.
Yeah, I think we're going to go Creative Shock 1 more time. So far, we were looking at drawing 4 cards this turn. 5 cards, actually, because it's been an even Merlin turn. So we're going to Hasty Messenger. This is going to be our 6th card draw this turn.
Which I guess Hasty's fine. I mean, you just need to build a board state where you're dealing past more than 9 damage a turn at this point, and that's just the way to do it. You have 2 ghosts. You have two. Well, search the second ghost in hand. When Hasty Messenger and then Merlin swings and Incarnate Magic resolving to try and get down, and just you have to get as much chip damage as you can every single turn.
Another hasty, and it looks like, yep, catching up life totals to 5. For a second, I thought Sid was just not going to be counting it. Just be like, it's whatever. I'll heal 9. As long as you don't go more than that, we're good.
And oh man, now here comes, because you drew all the gas early on, you're hitting the lull period. You have 2 more library witches now left in the deck that you can hit. More than likely 1 more resolute stand, if not 2 more resolute stands in the deck you can hit. I think we've already seen 2 cremation witches. You have 2 more of those in the deck you can hit. So you have a couple of dead draws coming up here. As I think if you just draw a new library witch on top of that. So we do have some dead draws coming up because you saw all the gas early on.
Yeah, this does look like how I play Fire Merlin here, drawing all the things you're really not needing anymore. And we're going to see Sid juggle knives at the end of turn, and then go ahead and pop that Scepter of Lumina for that additional 2 card draw. They can still activate Insignia of the Korhazi with the Fractal and 2 cards. If they did draw Luxem cards, they did want to reveal here. But it looks like they are not doing that, going straight to the Recollection trigger.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, as long as you're not drawing a Light Weaver's Assault, there's not much you're hitting unless you hit a Gleaming Cut. You draw 2 more cards at this point. Now, I don't think either one of these decks runs Tithe Proc.
But yeah.
So we're really drawing.
So we drew a Fracturize for turn, which I guess is beneficial against the Prismatic Edge if Joseph tries to bring that out without an Ascension.
I guess at this point, you're going to try probably Fracturize this Drawn Blade. I mean, still get the Unenter, but just so you don't get to it. But nope, I guess we're not going to. And we're just go ahead because you can't even Fracturize in response to the Ascension because Ascension is part of cost. Pay down your sword. So maybe if there's a Crux site, I guess, but we have to see what gets drawn. Is that another Pendragon? Oh my god.
Just ridiculous here. Now it's starting to deal more damage than Sid's able to heal. So Ghost of Pendragon's teaming up.
Yeah. We have 8 damage on board right now. If you try the other Ghost of Pendragon, you can get in for 11 per turn and then hit that threshold. I mean, how do you even hold this many cards in your hand at this point?
Yeah, luckily in Grand Archive you do have to set cards down to activate them, so you're not going to have to be holding them for long. But sure, Library Witch, why not? We're gonna shields up here a little bit.
I imagine you're probably just gonna Cremation Ritual it. Just draw more. Why not?
You're right. Yep, here we are.
Oh, you get to draw 3 cards. I guess we're just digging for either a Carnate or Spirit Blade Extension or a Crux Site. Which Dungeon Guide, Fireball. We hit the other Fireball, and I think I saw a Crux card. I didn't see. I think it's a Crux Site. I could be wrong.
Nope, Ascension. Yep.
Oh, now here comes a fun situation. Do you Ghost of Pendragon to get rid of your sword, or do you just leave up so you can in response Spirit Blade Ascension? And I think you just in response Spirit Blade Ascension. I mean, actually, I don't even know. Do you even care about these Luxem sites resolving? You just really want to save it for Light Weaver's Assault, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't think you Ascension. You save it to since you're able to snipe Lightweaver's Assaults out of memory, you just save it for a Lightweaver's Assault in general here. I think you just go with the Ghost of Pendragon route. You want to keep pushing that damage.
Yeah. So Sally Fireball only does 11 at this point. Spirited Blade Ascension would also... Ooh. So they're just going to heal them out. I guess you really want to stop that healing, I guess. But it does leave the door open for getting lethal with Lightweaver's Assault at a point. So I guess we do get that healing. They are going to still heal 9 off the reveal.
Do we have a Fireball in hand, actually?
Yeah, we do. We have one.
Could we have Ghost of Pendragon putting away the sword, swinging for 3, setting them to 14, and then fireballing for 11? Still going to be slightly short, but that would have really prevented this additional healing from the...
No, it wouldn't have been short, because you have 11... Hold on, what's Fireball for 10? 11. Fireball's for 11. They're at 8. Swing with Ghost of Pendragon for 11. Get in Sword Swing for 14. You'll be at 25 exactly.
Oh, and Merlin... And, oh, I'm thinking 28 is lifetime. No, that's Merlin. Yeah, Xander's 25.
Yeah, Xander is 25, and you're not Spirit Blade, you're not Serene to heal. I guess if you're fearing, I mean, there's a lot of cards to commit as well, because I guess they're really valuing drawing with the Ghost of Pendragon. And you don't know if with how much of a hand they're keeping, they could be looking at so many more counter spells with Cerulean Decrees, Frostbinds, Incaps, where you don't want it all in to have your fireball incapped.
Yeah, and actually we just missed the biggest component on the board for why it was not lethal.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
just a
safeguard
safeguard amulet sitting on the board here.
Yep. So players see better than casters. We're too busy thinking about future lines.
We're too busy in hypothetical Christmas land where everything was fine and dandy and you can do whatever you want, but nope, your opponent does still have interaction against you. And we do see a materialization of the Terrafring. I don't think it is going to matter. There's just way too many cards in Joseph's hand.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to debate if they put cards down. Ooh, that is an Excalibur double Luxem Sight, though. So they only get to heal 6. That's right, that's right, we Spirit Blade Ascension away one of them. I was too busy doing math in my head for the Fireball turn. So we do get to heal 6, but Excalibur is on the board to help deal probably one of these Ghosts of Pendragons or an Incarnate Magistrate if it comes down.
Yeah, it's such a weird game to be spectating here. It is a push and pull where both players are not really accomplishing anything. Xander has not dealt damage to Merlin in about 3 turns here. We've been sitting at 14 for quite a while. And
to be fair, there's nothing that they can deal damage with outside of light and juggle knives.
we're gonna have a intrepid highwayman swinging in for 1 every turn.
Hey, whatever gets the job done at that rate.
And we finally see that prismatic edge dealt with. Fracturized, no response in saving it here. So now that's an additional win con out of the way for Merlin.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know why there's a Spirit Blade Ascension in the material deck. I don't know what happened there.
It was preserved. It was
Oh.
saving it for later here.
Yeah. Oh, can we get a judge count on Spirit Blade Extensions in this?
Yes. Oh my gosh. And back by popular demand, we see a drawn blade and then drawing a Cruxite, but unfortunately no ascension loop with prismatic edge here. But I don't even think we need Crux cards anymore at this point.
No, I mean, this is where I was a little concerned too, is that when we did the Spirit Blade Ascension so early just to deal with Luxem Sights, I was like, that really opens up the door to have it be answered with an any form, shape, or way because of how many cards down you are. Where it would have been better, you don't care if your opponent's gaining life. You're just sort of going to go ahead and try and deal with their win con. But I guess also if you're Merlin, you're probably the lowest deck total out of the 2 decks right now.
Yeah, you've drawn and filtered way more than your opponent here, so it's up to you to close out this game rather than your opponent, as they're just going to try and stall you out. And Incarnate Majesty is a great way to start this here.
Yeah, imagine that Excalibur is going to come down to deal with the deer at some point. But I guess with so many cards in Joseph's hand, you could just, I think we also had a Cruxite in hand. I could be wrong. You could just get it back and cast it again anyway.
Yeah, there is a Cruxite. You are correct on that one. So, sword going back, drawing 2. And I think Joseph has 4 cards in deck.
Oh, man. Well, you can't draw anymore, but I don't know how you're closing out those boards that you just try and get in for big swings and hope to fireball, I assume. I just say your opponent has it, your opponent has it. But I guess when you're filtering so many cards, you just have to do something at this point.
If you're Sid, do you just go for the deck out at this point? Survive 5 turns?
I mean, you're starting to try to a little bit with this Terrafring resolving on board, and if your opponent doesn't swing, you're still at 0 life. You're in a very commanding position. But I think you're sort of at the point where you just try and pray for it and just say, yeah, I don't think you have it. And if you do have it, no big deal.
So, Incarnate Majesty, we're probably going to see that Excalibur coming in right here.
Yeah, here. So, yep, Excalibur's going to come down, deal with the deer. I imagine because you're sort of, if you're side of state, you just want for cards off the board to prevent 2. But it does, yep, go back to your material deck.
No, or deer goes into banishment.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Does it go into banishment?
The whenever
Zephyr,
you're correct. Yes. But yeah, it's the deers, but it's okay. We know the deer's there. Just a little bit of an improper board state, but nothing too big here. Not going to really change the pace of the game, as deer's probably just going to be coming back instantly. But you do have to draw a card. That is mandatory here.
Yep. So you have 3 turns to win the game. So deer comes down. You still have to deal with this Terrafring though on board.
Wait,
so you still have to worry about swinging through.
Why are you searching for the deer? You know it's on top.
Habits at this point. I mean, I personally shuffle my material deck. No idea why. Hand shuffle it. It's a very bad habit.
That is actually, if I ever catch you shuffling your material deck around me, I'm gonna have some choice words for you here, Rav.
Don't mind. The CSRs won't get bent. We're good.
Oh my gosh. It's especially if you have CURs here, but now we're down 4 cards to be able to swing into this Terrafring. And yeah, I'm not sure what your route is here for Joseph.
I imagine, Joseph, you just pay fully down to swing to get as much damage on board as possible because you're not fireballing for lethal next turn. It's more than likely because right now fireball only coming in for 12, right? Yeah, quick math.
Yes.
So it'd be at 19. So you don't have enough, and you still have to pay through a possible frostbind or deal with an incap. So you just need as much damage on board as possible.
Yeah, I think you're right. That is the play. What you're going for here.
Yeah, it's the only way you could sort of deal the game. You need as much board damage as possible so you can deal with something that is healing with, say, something similar to where the Luxspite's going to go ahead and heal. And then you have to just deal with board swings next turn to try and win your way through and hope they don't have incap, or just win with pure board ally swings.
And we're at that point, we're randomly materializing thing. Chalice of Blood here, not activated, but might as well just get it out because you're probably going to be sent to 20 life here at some point. And that draw 2. Both players' decks super thin at this point.
Ooh, so we see the Frostbind revealed. So now Joseph knows they have to play around the Frostbind that is in hand. And not really much else, though, from what you're thinking. So you're thinking, okay, I really have to deal with 1 Frostbind. That's sort of workable.
Yeah, and there is a Frostsworn Paladin can stop one of these Ghosts of Pendragon swing, but I'm not sure though here. I think the Crux Avengers have been assembled, and it's gonna be enough to push through this Luxem site healing.
I guess, do you even bother dealing with? I guess you don't, unless you left floating. You have floating memory, so you could eat 2 swings. So there's the question of if you Frostborn Paladin, you probably decide to swing in with the deer to clear the Frostborn Paladin, and then you swing in with your other allies instead.
Yeah, you're correct. And that deer is supposed to be activated. It does have vigor here.
As I figured, but I guess at this point, when you're sort of dealing with, I mean, I haven't seen how long this match is going. I imagine for how long this match has been going with 3 cards in your opponent's deck, some things is sort of mixed in the shuffle at this point.
I do believe this match is longer than the best of 3 we just watched on round 4.
Yep. And so weird play. All right, stick with me on this one.
All right, I'm following.
In Joseph's side, if you don't get lethal this turn, technically you draw 2 because you go up to Merlin 10, even count as you draw. Is there a play where you just hard cast alternate cast Resolute Stand maybe twice to skip your draw phases?
Oh, okay.
I'd say if you don't have lethal. I mean, we're at 23 right now. There's a chance we have lethal.
Oh yeah, Fireball is just lethal here, even through.
And you have so many allies.
Yeah, it is. We filled the board way too much now. The overwhelming stampede.
Nope, that is no light. If light result was drawn, you can heal some again. But nope, it's not drawn.
What are we playing around here? Juggle knives.
Yep, so 2 damage in response to Juggle Knives. I imagine this is where we're going to see the Fireball. You also still have Creative Shock to discard. Oh, you can't. You can Creative Shock too. If you're going all in lethal, you can Fireball this turn in response to them doing something. If they have an incap, you could Creative Shock to draw 2, discard your Flame Sweep or something to deal 2 damage as well.
Wow, you are correct.
But there is Safeguard Amulet. So never mind. We're always good about Safeguard Amulet.
I think you want to just Light Weaver's Assault in response to this and save Safeguard till the very end.
Yeah, that's if you have. I don't think we have a Light Weaver's Assault though.
Oh,
I don't think
they do. They drew it.
Oh, they did? Did I miss it?
This is the kind of game.
That's very fair. Yeah, because I think we just have Frostbind in Sid's side, and we have way too many cards in hand to deal with the Frostbind. And yep, that looks like that's going to do it.
Just going ahead and conceding that game there. Put in an unfortunate spot. It is just way too much pressure to be dealt with here. That Fireball was the tip of the iceberg that sunk the Water-Xander ship.
And that's what I said before. That's almost the scary part where you're Merlin. This is your only Fireball. This is your win chance. After that, you got rid of all 3 of them already. So the other three. So you're in a very awkward position where you have to win this turn.
Alrighty, we got a little bit of sideboarding, and I'm very curious to see time on round. I don't think these players will have a lot of time for this game too, so it might be looking like a 1-0 draw here in Joseph's favor, and Sid is not on a deck that can be aggressive or really like speed up the process in time.
Yeah, because I would assume we're probably around the 30 or 40-minute mark of a game one. And that makes it even harder for Sid because at this point, if you're Sid, you're just hoping for the draw. I don't think you're winning two more games in rapid succession enough to deal with it. Oh, actually, was that Blanche's? Yeah, I guess you bring in Blanche's matchup. You don't bring in the Meltdown. I didn't see what Sid sideboarded in, though.
Yeah, I did not see that as well. I'm not quite sure, maybe because you already
Safer name,
run most of your Luxem cards main board. There's really not like anything to bring in that route against Merlin. Maybe if
I
you only
guess
run two
two
Excaliburs?
incaps.
Or yeah,
Or
two
two
incaps.
incaps. You can bring in more incaps. I think I saw my Regalia card swap, so you can run the Null Lantern. Because to be fair, Joseph did cast like 6 Spirit Blade Ascensions that game.
Yes.
And Incarnate Magistrate came in twice to then help seal that deal. So you could bring in that Null Lantern if you want to, especially there's only so many materializations you have that are really worthwhile at a certain point. Oh. Ooh. So then I guess if you're over on Joseph's side, what are we cutting for Blanches? I guess there's the argument I didn't see if we're running reprograms or fast cures.
We're
I
running
imagine
reprograms.
Okay, we are running reprograms. Uses the argument you can cut it, but it's also you're cutting some of your float. There's an argument they can made for cutting maybe a library witch cremation ritual, go a little bit less cards on those. That's why you drop action, but I think those are okay to cut because it's not really going to come into much of a factor in this game.
You could cut the water cards in your deck.
And sure, you could cut. See, that's where we go back to the same argument though. You're cutting floating. You're cutting pretty much free float at that point because you're discarding them to create a shock. You're discarding them to other form of means. Oh, we're pile shuffling too. Oh man, we really dragging out that timer. We're really dragging out that timer. So I guess since we have time, how's your feelings on pile shuffle after game one?
I really don't think it should be something to do. Pile shuffling is, I think, appropriate at the start of your round, as it allows you to just unclump some of your cards, especially after your game 3. If it did go long, you didn't really have time to like de-sideboard and stuff. Pile shuffling actually does not fully randomize your deck. It is not a legitimate way to have a randomized deck, so you always have to do additional shuffling with it, and it's just I wouldn't say a waste of time, but it's meant to unclump your cards. And if you really feel like your cards are that clumped, you should just take the additional time to do mass shuffling a little bit more rather than do the pile shuffling technique in between each game.
Yeah, because you're saying declumping, there's the argument of how much cards that Joseph filtered through in game one. It's almost like you literally have everything stacked together.
Yes.
So there is the argument, but I guess there's the same argument. Like just do a quick mash. We even saw interesting. Put the deck down, mash part of it, cut it, mash part of it, cut it, mash part of it, which could have also came into play to just do that instead of pile shuffle.
Yeah, and we do see here Sid probably going a little bit aggressive here, just dropping the Frostborn Paladin turn 1. Gonna try and do their best impression as an allies deck here.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're the ally aggro deck. If you're Sid, Sid needs to just close this game out quickly just to hit the draw and hope your opponent doesn't have the nuts. But we do see a Creative Shock double safe Stalwart Shieldmate and a Flame Moon Swordsman. So not fully the nuts, but a good way to filter out decks and then draw cards.
And you are correct. There were the Blanches cited in here for Joseph. Very curious to see though, just are they really that scared of Lightweaver's Assault? Are they not going to be able to race it is pretty much the thought here process, because Lightweaver's Assault does still get around Blanche as well, if I remember correctly, if you do reveal one for its initial trigger.
I think so, yes. I have to double check on that because it's been a while since I've had Blanche and Lightweaver's Assault. in the same game. Because usually someone just has it, and then they just in response kill the Blanche anyway with one of the triggers.
Yes. Yeah, because Lightweaver's Assault is like you choose any targets and you deal damage equal to your influence to that target. And then when Lightweaver's Assault is revealed, it says, when revealed, deal 2 damage. So if you are able to stack them, you deal 2 damage to Blanche, and then the damage goes through on your target to the champion.
Yep, I'm very used to seeing it. And I guess if you're this point where you're over on Joseph's side, you just go, okay, I know you have to aggro beat me down. So I just have to play the level game and level myself all the way up to level 3 quickly, because you Mercury can't do a 28 in a very fast time frame.
Yeah, and we're already seeing for potentially a fast level 3 here, another Honorable Vanguard, or a Hasty Messenger that will discard an Honorable Vanguard for that additional floating. And then I believe there was a Dungeon Guide in hand too.
Did I miss the dungeon? I thought I saw a reprogram.
Is that a reprogram?
I think we have 2 reprograms in hand: double Flame Rune Swordsman and a Flame Sweep. Oh no, sorry, Scratch Skies reprogram. I think double Flame Rune Swordsman. I could be wrong. It was very quick glimpses. We going to see very, very quick shimmers of the hand a little bit.
Yeah, just doing our best at trying to see what's there and determine the lines of play for the players. Although we cannot have a guaranteed of what's that. Our best chance is hypotheticals. And wow, just a backup charger materialization into a GCR materialization. So we are really looking for something. And a nice SP2 Serum of Wisdom, Serum of Wisdom here. Gonna be using that to help filter in some Luxem cards in that late game. But probably not the strongest start for Sid at this current moment.
No, especially at Joseph, just already filtered enough where they had 2 floating memory in their grave already to just go ahead and go Merlin level 2 for free. And now they get to just either hit a spot where if they do have the Dungeon Guide, they just Dungeon Guide their way in and then just try and get a bunch of chip damage in and just hope to draw fireballs, because they're at the point where they get to start stacking everything up high. Or if you want to go ahead and say Spirit Blade Ascension, start banishing cards out, you can. It would be, I don't think we have 2. Man, if we had 2 Spirit Blade Ascensions on top of Dungeon Guide and just prevented level, that would have been absurd. But no, I don't think we have that.
Alrighty here, and it's not the position you want to be in as Xander. You're staring down a level 3 Merlin already, and you're stuck on Spirit of Water. It's, if there was a Dungeon Guide or like a fast level 3 next turn, I think Joseph just runs away with this.
So here's a weird, not weird, but very interesting spot. So you can go pay 3 down with the Flaming Swordsman, Flame Sweep, and reprogram to Cremation Ritual your Flaming Swordsman, get a float, draw 2 cards, and make your Merlin cost 2 technically instead next turn. Or you can go the aggro route, pay 3 down to go to Flaming Swordsman, try and get as much damage as possible, and then hard level the 3 for a full 3, using reprogram, Cremation Ritual, and such. And we're going to go the Cremation Ritual route instead.
I think that's the safest play because you do get to draw a Dungeon Guide off the top.
Yep, I guess I forget everything I said. It doesn't even matter because we hit the DG.
Well, see, Rev, Joseph knew there was a Dungeon Guide on the top, so clearly playing 100% to their outs and making sure they get that guaranteed here. Oh. We have rolled the dice and just banished 1 card here. And there's the second card. All right, perfect here. Good catch over by Sid, making sure the cost for Dungeon Guide was paid full and proper.
Yep, I think they were also arguing to make sure there wasn't no card hidden, that we're rolling a D6 instead for 7 to roll a D8 instead. Make sure nothing wasn't accidentally getting through that activation.
Are you a fan of rolling for memory or just having your opponent choose?
Ironically, I mix of both. I said roll for me. I don't like leaving it in my own hands. I said, yeah, I'll leave it up to my opponent. My opponent choose my fate. And then I really shouldn't, because that's how I lose every time. Because my opponent says better luck than me.
Yeah, that's one of those moments. We saw when Joseph chose that, sniped both those Lightweaver's assaults. So very interesting. It is one of those things as well. If you do make your opponent choose a card from your memory to banish, please shuffle up your memory.
Always. I always do. Especially if you just did, like, I've seen people increasing danger and then present the memory. I'm like, I know which one you just drew in. Like, depending if I knew it was on top of your deck, I can just pick that card. And I know I'm banishing a good target depending.
I'd hit it.
Just
I'd
shuffle it.
choose it every time. If they put 2 cards down to increasing danger, I'm like, those 2 cards probably stink. I'm going for the 3rd.
Yep. Unless you're right, then it's all arcane anyway, and you just take the gamble.
Yeah, that's another one of those cons where Rai asks me to banish a card from the memory. I'm like, I know it's arcane. I don't care. Just you do one.
Have you ever done the habit before? I know I have, where I've had double the same card in hand before, pay both down to pay something else, and I go to banish, I just grab one and go, oh wait, I'm supposed to ask you.
Yeah.
Both the same card.
I've done that way too many times. Of just like, all right, I'm gonna banish one. They're like, well, I get to choose. I'm like, oh yeah, sure. You get the choice.
Yeah, you get to choose. You think you can choose.
Alrighty. Quickly looking back at this game here, we do see Sid leveling up since his Xander level 1, and then we have Merlin even turn, materializing that drawn blade, and I think there may just be a Ghost of Pendragon in hand, what we're considering playing here. Which was...
Yeah, Go ahead.
Oh, no Ghost, okay. I was just saying, which I think we drew off the top with the drawn blade. I wouldn't have expected any less from this kind of style of game we've seen so far. These two players have really had some of the best draws possible for their decks, and it's really great to see both players performing at a high level with these kind of decks. We do see a Spirit Blade Ascension. Whoa, Merlin counters are in my mind.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I couldn't tell how many cards are down as I'm like, Sid has 2. Spirit Blade Ascension is really strong because they get to go ahead and get rid of one of them, and then they don't get the level 2 this turn.
But there's no wind. There's only fire and water.
Alrighty, I guess you really know what's in their hand. I mean, we have a second Spirit Blade Ascension if we really want to.
That's just lethal. We're gonna Spirit Blade Ascension for additional 3 damage here. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, because then you get to Spirit Blade Ascension here. Flicker, because Spirit Blade Ascension does draw from banishment or material deck.
That's
so
correct, yes.
You can grab Sword of Avarice from the ban. Oh, that's not Sword of Avarice. Prismatic Edge. Sorry. Flashbacks. Get to go ahead and do that. Deal 3, and I think we still have enough to get to draw 1 2 Fireball. Or you could just Fireball here, actually.
Yeah, it's Xander's only 19. This is that moment we were talking about. Yeah. The Fireball.
Yep, go for it. Because in response to Incap, you could.
Ascension?
I guess not. Yeah, I was thinking we only have 1 card.
Oh, okay.
Miscounted. I couldn't tell. Let's think that 2. If you have 1, then you could Ascension, but still only for 3 damage. So you're still 1 damage short.
I would have really liked to see Ascension before attacking. That would have dealt an additional 3 damage, draw you an additional card, and then that would have set Sid up to 18 after swinging with the blade on the even Merlin turn here. And you could have possibly drawn a Hasty Messenger to close out the game because you would have had enough cards to play that in addition to Ascensioning rather than the Fireball.
Yeah, definitely one of those outs that could have been played around, but sadly did not. And here we're going to see level 3 Xander come on down and get to level up to pretty much start getting the reveal triggers afterwards with the Incap still in hand. But I guess there's certain situations like Incarnate Mastery, still come down and still eat. Or we be level 6. It's technically 7 because of sword. So Incarnate Magistrate will be for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is just enough. So no, we couldn't even incarnate plus Spirit Blade Ascension.
And here we see the Uncover the Plot, which we're gonna hit Gleaming Cut and Luxem Sight.
Start drawing those cards, baby. Oh, in the Luxem Sight.
Yeah, that's such a strong play here. Gonna dig so much deeper here. And on your next materialization, you're probably just gonna get the Insignia of Karhazi to put any of those Luxem cards you drew down in memory.
I guess there's the argument if you need to go Safeguard Amulet, depending on. I guess we have to see how the board say what's going to be. But either Insignia of the Karhazi, Safeguard Amulet will probably be the next 2 materializations, just because of the fact that if your opponent has multiple Fireballs, get past this 1 Incap.
That is very fair here. I tend to be a little bit more aggressive in my lines of play. Don't really consider the defensive options as much, but Safeguard Amulet would be a very smart decision here to really stop the turning off a win con for Merlin here with that double Fireball.
I guess we hit the second Incarnate. I guess we're going to say, yeah, go ahead and response Spirit Blade Ascension here. Heal more. or bait out the incap, so then you can incap safe for the Incarnate Magistrate.
Oh, and it looks like it resolves here, so there may either be no in cap at all or is saving.
Nope, we got the incap back off of the level 2.
That's right. That's right.
But we did reveal, though, we do have double Incarnate Magistrate in hand, no win, so we didn't get to banish off of it. So we get to go ahead and recollect and draw. But yeah, did we just draw another Spirit Blade Ascension?
I'm not sure. It did look like Crux.
I know we just have a Ghost of Pendulum and we just drew off the top, but I didn't know off the water card. Oh, come on, what's the card at the end?
It is
That's
Spirit Blade Ascension. Yep.
Man, I guess all we really need at this point is a win card, and we just off to the races.
Well, I think though we might actually have lethal here with the Ghost of Pendragon and a Spirit Blade Ascension. So Ghost putting you to 17, Spirit Blade Ascension doing another 3, putting you at 20, Merlin swinging for 3, putting you at 23, and then just 2 more damage somehow, and there's a Creative Shock in hand.
Yeah, you just have to deal around Spirit Blade Ascension, because I guess there's a... So what? If we go ahead and Ghost of Pendragon, probably putting away Prismatic Edge. I mean, you could put away Drawn Blade. I mean, it's sort of seeking. So it's a weird spot, because if you want to swing in and Ghost of Pendragon, it depends if you want to draw. How much value do you need to go the extra turn at this point, especially if you don't know what time's left in the round? So we're going to see Ghost come down and on enter on the stack. So it could possibly be a Frostbind coming out too, or a Fracturize.
Yes. But
Imagine, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would rather have seen the Ascension first to run out that in cap, make your opponent put cards down.
Well, I guess now you can, because then you have a Fireball in hand.
Wow, drawing the Fireball off the top.
Well, actually, no, that'll put at 6. That'll be 23. Will still be too short.
24. And
24?
then
Oh, that's right, 7, not 6. That is why.
wow, not in capping the Spirit Blade Ascension here.
I guess really fearing a Fireball damage.
Another
hopefully-
Fireball off the top.
Did we miss 3 damage?
We did miss 3 damage here.
Oh no. We missed the 3 off the on reveal because we had a fire and reveal from Joseph, right?
Yeah, but I think it doesn't matter here because we have that double Fireball.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I didn't get double Fireball, but wow.
And we're gonna start getting ready for our next round here. Alrighty, jumping into our 6th and final round. These two players are 4-0-1. We have a Wind Tristanless going up against a Wind Robot, something that is very familiar, which we have seen many of times here. Who do you think is going to have the upper hand in this matchup?
I think it varies based on Wind Tristan. Usually Wind Tristan's not bad into this matchup because looking at Wind Tristan, they were running the the Ascent Chicago version with Slice and Dice and such in the main board, which is a little bit better into some of these ally lists because you can Slice and Dice and clear 2 units off the board. But as we've seen already in this event, that Wind allies can just turn 3 win.
Yes. They can just randomly win the game without you really expecting it. Tristan doesn't really have many options against this besides Veiling Breeze or level 3 with Omnis Shadows. So they are very susceptible to automatons being able to just win.
Yeah, I don't think I saw Surfer Crew or Innovative Agility in the main. I might have missed it originally. So it really depends if you're also running Innovative Agilities to just gain stealth for the turn. But it's also hard because when robots run Rose, that has True Sight.
That is very true. True Sight, one of those things very hard to come by, and the cards that do have them are very solid. Opening hand here for Vandris is looking kind of good here. We see Wind Rider Vanguard, second Wind, Stifling Trap, and an Andronica. We're just missing an additional automaton.
I was gonna say a rough opener, but only because the fact we're missing the automaton.
Oh.
I guess technically Eternal Magistrate's an automaton. Because we have Wind Rider Vanguard, which can't be targeted by the buff because it's not an automaton. But I guess if you go ahead and get the turn 1 Eternal Magistrate on the board, do we have the play? Do we have the reclaim? We do. We have the reclaim. Let's go.
You never swing into a Windmill Engineer turn 1. I have preached this too many times on stream to different people, but against an opponent who is playing Wind, they turn 1 Windmill Engineer and they have a grip of cards in hand. take the guaranteed damage into Spirit. It is not worth playing mind games with your opponent.
Yeah, you take that gamble. Yeah, and because of that reclaim, we get the card back. We could just Fairy Whispers on a turn.
Yeah, 2 Dream Fairies and a Korhazi Outlook on the top there. I believe the Dream Fairies are going to be needed, so maybe keeping one up there with the Korhazi Outlook and putting the rest on the bottom.
Yeah, imagine Dream Fairy's going to go on top. Korhazi Outlook will probably go to the second. I guess we're going to go the opposite way.
No, just 2 Dream Fairies on the bottom.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, reading what Korhazi Outlook does, saying, yeah, your opponents can't cast cards on your turn. You're out of luck, my friend.
And here we see that level up into Tristan, and this is where they want to just sit and hang out a bit for a while.
Yeah, man, I really want this level 1 CSR, but man, it's so expensive. I'm not spending $1,000 for it. Like, I love the little beer glass on the CSR, but oof,
yeah,
not for the cost, sadly.
It is a much wanted card. I am with you on there. I've been playing a lot of Tristan myself, and it would be really nice to see, but hopefully prices go down eventually. Cross your fingers.
Yeah. So I guess we kept the Korhazi Outlook to have a secondary one, but we do have double Korhazi Outlook and a Dream Fairy already in hand. So that glimpse really just let us say, what do I want a second version of? If I can at this point.
What would I like multiple copies of here? We do see that Windmill Engineer coming back down, being imbued with that Dream Fairy and Stifling Trap.
Is that in their Dream Fairy?
I don't.
I saw it briefly. I saw a very brief glimpse. That's why I thought it was. It could not be.
I'm not sure. A lot of the players are fumbling a little bit with the life totals. You want to make sure you hit the colored section and not the player name itself.
Pen and paper, baby. Just give me a pen and paper. I don't need it. But see, I'm not a big digital life total fan because technically when it comes down to judge calls, they were referred to pen and paper over these apps.
That is true. Pen and paper does mark your history of it, of gaining and losing life, and much easier to track rather than saying like, no, I was at 5. I didn't bump it when I was at 6.
Yeah. Ironically, hardly ever happens, but just for anyone watching, it's good. It's a good thing to know. You never know when it could come into play.
And here we see the backup charger. And we do know there's a second wind and rallied advance in hand, so this is pretty much your setup turn, letting your opponent know that if you don't answer this, then I have lethal next turn.
Yeah. So I didn't get to listen to you during Ascent Chicago. I didn't know if this conversation came up. Are you a B or A power cell enjoyer?
Oh, for me it depends on the deck.
Why does it depend on the deck?
If I'm playing Tenoris, I'm running a power cell. If I'm on my if I'm just running backup charger just to have or if I need just a power cell, I'll run B. I feel like B is a very unique one of, but if you have a mass amount of power cells, A is the better looking one.
Interesting. Okay. See, I like B a little bit because it does have the little bit of the waifu art on it. And that's the only reason why I sort of like it. But waifus sell games. What can I say?
That is true. B power cell also makes sense because it is an automaton plugged into the power cell.
Yeah, it is very true. Do we know the art on? Is it a character that we know of that's plugged into, or is it just a random automaton?
I believe it is a random automaton. I do have a B power cell right here in my hand that I will check though, just to double glimpse. But I believe it just does look like a generic automaton here.
Maybe later. Maybe later they'll come into play. We do have an automaton in A and B, or an automaton looking like character coming out in A and B.
That is true. Actually, I just noticed as well, Power Cell A appears to have that same automaton that you see on B, but their backs turned and sort of in the background.
Oh, that's right. That is right. I totally forgot about that. But ooh, so interesting materialization. I didn't realize we're running Gear Stride gloves. So Gear Stride gloves, right? Or gauntlet? Is that the word?
Gear Stride Gauntlet, I believe. Yes.
It is Gauntlet. It does to get you the prep counter and does make your reactions cost 1 less. Very interesting, especially the fact we do have an in cap in hand. But I guess also because of the fact of the way this works, because it does give the unentered prep, you can slice and dice if you really wanted to. Because you do have the 3 preparation counters to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm curious though to see if you do go for like the board clear here, or if you'd rather just. Oh, so we actually just see a stifling trap on the Dream Fairy itself. We can respond to that if we have our own Reclaim or Zephyr here, but there's also an incap. Would this be worth incapping here?
I don't know. I'm almost okay. Oof. So I'm trying to think, because the power is coming on the board. It depends on what the target, I guess, of the Dream Fairy is. If Dream Fairy is doing Wind Rider Vanguard for some reason, then I let it go through. It's a stifling drop out of hand, and the fact that you can go ahead and Dungeon Guide afterwards, more likely. We can't then turn Magistrate. But I don't mind it too much of being a target. But if you're targeting to a Magistrate, you can almost leave it. But I guess they're still doing the math themselves, because if you could Slice Dice, because Slice Dice is in for 9 damage. So it put your opponent up to 12. So it depends how much they were trying to plan out lethal.
But we do go ahead and let that resolve here. I don't know. I think it's such a hard call here, because I think the Slice and Dice play that you're talking about was the proper play to do to sneak out the win in this game.
Because then we can draw 4. Sadly, our incap, even with the gauntlet, would only go down to 1. So we still need 1 more card to get that extra incap in, which is a little bit painful. And favorable wins. Now, more likely just to gain the floatings to go ahead and level up the Stern and just try and get the combo, because we can go ahead. I think we have Andronica in hand.
We do have Andronica, yes.
And a rally, so I think this is the go time moment.
And a second wind as well. Like, every card you're needing to win the game here, you have. I guess they are saving the incap for the second wind. That is something to consider, but there is the other options with just Rallied Advance.
11. So right now we have 11 damage on board if we Power Cell, Rally in Advance, Greatsword, Andronica. I think. 2 Wind Rider. Andronica on Stern Magistrate is another 2, so 4. Andronica herself is technically coming in for 3, so 7. Rallied in Advance is for 2, with Sword is 9. On tap, one of the attacks, which I imagine would be Andronica, because she swung in technically for more. I guess you also have Power Cell, so Power Cell is another 2 more. Yeah, never mind, you just have lethal. That's a lot of damage. I think you have enough to push 17.
Yeah,
you get the on tap as well.
I think. Hold on, following your math route here. If we got Ornamental Greatsword instead for Wind Rider Vanguard, that'd be.
Yeah, we didn't.
3 Rally Advance is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage, putting your opponent to 10. Imbuing Andronica for 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You'd be 2 damage short doing it that way.
No, 17 you said, right? We're at 19 health, so that'd be lethal.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you are correct. But it looks like we're respecting the board a little bit more. And just gonna go wide instead of tall and remove these Korhazi outlooks, not wanting to have to deal with not being able to react on your opponent's turn.
Interesting. Are we playing around? I have to relook this up. Is Gauntlet's an MRC card, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, let me reread that card, because it might be any reaction, which could be a Veiling Breeze, which could also be why they're playing around it a certain way.
But it is level 2+, I believe.
Activation, that's what I thought. So I'm not sure what we're playing around, and of course I think it's not an MRC. I think it's MRC card, but I think it's a Recollection deck.
Yes, Game in the Tristan Recollection. You are correct on that one.
Yeah. So let me pull it up. Yeah, Cosmos 2, next reaction card. Yeah, so I don't know what, because we couldn't banish it to get a free Veiling Breeze. I'm not sure what we were playing around afterwards, or if maybe just missed in math, which does happen too. It's all, as you saw me, I was counting out. I said, yeah, sure, that should be enough.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just mostly going off of the curses of Ra. You go, yeah, they have it.
And I'm very curious to what happened to this Eternal Magistrate. Oh, it just moved. It swapped places with the Wind Rider Vanguard. Never mind.
I guess Vigor, restands, make it a little bit more cleaner. put your OCD, put all your restanded units on the same side and all your tapped ones on the other.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta have a clear, presentable board here. But I'm not sure if I really like that turn from the robots here. Didn't really push much damage, giving Tristan pretty much the breathing room she needs to level up here.
Yeah, it's going to let her draw 2 cards. And sure, you got rid of Quasi Outlook, but it doesn't even matter if you win the game. Quasi Outlook doesn't matter at all. So I guess we're going to go ahead and do the dice roll. Probably reroll on 6, 2 and 4. And what do we hit?
If there is a dungeon guide here, then that means we set up lethal with the slice and dice with the Omni Shadows and the Shadow's Claw.
Not dungeon guide. Turn a magistrate imbued.
Oh, that is correct. Yes.
So we don't have to worry about that, but we do have Mastermind Scheme. I think we drew. Yeah, I think we drew 2. I think we drew Mastermind Scheme. No. Am I miscounting cards here? Did we miss a draw?
No, we drew the additional. So we had 3 down, 1 in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah. So they drew 2 off Tristan and 1 for turn.
I'm I keep on thinking they have 2 in hand. That's why I keep on confusing myself at this point.
It was the 1 because we were thinking about the Veiling Breeze.
Yeah. So we could do that and then get to go ahead. We drew the 2. We could Mastermind Scheme for another agility. It comes down for 4. Recollect cards and a turn if you have anything better to do. But you're still in a weird spot where you're facing out a very big board. Like, you only do that really if you have a Veiling Breeze. Even then, you're not completely satisfied. You could argue just because we have an ink cap and a slice and dice. Slice and dice.
Gear Strike Gloves are now like an option, so I think you just Mastermind Scheme here. Get that Agility 3 trigger, and you just leave 1 card down in memory, which I think is more than fine, setting you up for future.
Yeah, I guess there's the argument that they're trying to leave a double Stifling Trap here to, I guess you could technically also leave a Stifling Trap down, because you use it for the alternate casting cost. Where you could then Stifling Trap maybe an ally off the board if they try to power sell it and get the... I imagine that's by the game plan. There's just a Stifle Trap a unit in response to the power sell trigger or a rallying an advance trigger. So you just try and clear out the board because you technically have 4 damage.
But even with that, Gear Strike Gloves does allow you to cheat in a Stifling Trap, so you could have committed something extra, but we'll have to wait and see what the Tristan player was thinking here. We do see now the allies all swinging in. A good old 6 damage. Not wasting any power cells, second wins, things like that. Looks like they are really respecting the fact that Tristan just decided to pass turn here and keep cards in hand.
Yeah, very good. So, what's what I'm looking for? Respectable line, but it's also you are the aggro player in this matchup. So usually when Robots wants to be swinging in more for this type of just go for win game plan. Like the longer this game gets dragged out, the way better it becomes for Tristan.
Yeah, and I think this just may be some of the inexperience coming from Vandris himself. This is a player who just learned how to play Grand Archive a couple of days ago, was taught and tutored specifically on this deck. So it just may be one of those things they're overthinking it or relying too much on their instincts for the other games they play rather than being in that mindset for Grand Archive itself.
Makes sense. And here we see a Stifling Trap coming down onto Andronica. I think not realizing, because this does have the issue, sadly, of some of the cards aren't very clear with their life totals. Because of Andronica class bonus, or imbued bonus, she does have an extra +1/+1. So she's technically a 3/3 and not a 2/2. So Stifling Trap does not kill her.
And it is a passive, so you don't see a buff counter to represent that as well. And a lot of players do put like tokens or something to signify they are imbued, just to help both themselves and their opponent maintain that game state.
Yeah.
But it is still up to you as the player to know what that card is and its abilities, and so you can't really take back that Stifling Trap.
Nope, and it sort of reminds me of Limitless Slime. That card's the bane of my existence.
The amount of times I've swung into Limitless Slime being like, okay, I only have to deal 3 damage. Like, nope, it has 5. I was like, why does it get +2?
So we do have a Kamikaze Outlook swinging in, going to 1. So then we have the slices here, removing the prep counters, where this is going to come in for, oh god, so 3, 6, then another 6 plus 3. So hold on, so like 13 damage. My math is probably wrong off the top of my head here.
13, but we just see, it looks like a Rose is going to be fast activated here.
So this has to be in response to activation of the card. Just to be clear.
Yes, in response to the slice and dice.
Yep. So that will eat part of it, and then you still have 6, 9 coming across to go up to 14.
That is still a lot of damage there. That was pushing for a lethal as well. Malve just really trying for it.
Really interesting. I wonder. Looks like we had a scoop over on the side of Tristan, which is really interesting, more so because I wonder if there was a line. I guess it really worked out because you have enough allies on board. If there was a line of Zephyring the Assassin's Ripper in response, because the +2 goes on Assassin's Ripper, so you can make sure they don't use the dagger, and then it only comes in for 9 total.
Yeah,
Should still be 14.
I'm not sure if that scoop was. I like, as you said, there's too many allies on the board. They had the second wind in hand, but you also had the in cap as well, and your opponent was clearly respecting you and your board state. So if they didn't second wind that last turn, then they probably wouldn't have tried to go for a double one on your turn either. So, but nonetheless, we are just moving straight to sideboard. Maybe it's one of those moments where you're like, I really don't want to see the end of this. I just want to reset, get a better position, and go from there.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if there's also a weird spot with playing that Kamikaze Outlook should have came down to activate for the. Actually, was Kamikaze Outlook activated?
That's a good question. No, because there was only 4 prep counters. 1 was used for the Ripper, and 3 was used for the Slice and Dice.
I thought I saw there was still a prep counter on. Maybe I'm wrong.
That is very true. Well, we would have to go back in the VODs and
We can
find
go-
out, but that is.
Yeah, because that's also the play too. I wonder if there's the case where you argue of not Kamikaze Outlooking, because I don't know if you needed the extra damage from Kamikaze Outlook there, because the Assassin's Ripper plus Slice and Dice alone. So you have 3 from Ripper, 3 for Slice and Dice, is a total of 6 on the first initial. Then you have the secondary part where you get the bonus. So the bonus already does 6 plus another 3 is 9. So it's 14 damage, 15 damage alone. Oh, I guess it's just 20. Never mind. I did math wrong. So it'll be just you had this one with Kamikaze Outlook.
Interesting. Slice and Dice
Is 15 with Assassin's
15.
Ripper.
Yes, and they were at 8.
They were at 4 originally.
And Rose blocked the first hit.
Yep. And you had to play Kamikaze Outlook to put them up to 5.
5. Perfect. Okay, yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
It does. Math does add up here. It has been confirmed.
Math is hard, folks. Math is very hard.
Grand Archive is just a game of math, as you've seen so many times in a turn where players just like draws a card and then they start thinking and like doing a little bit of calculations, and you're like looking at your life total. I'm like, I have 15 life. No way you could kill me here. And then they just slowly start playing cards, and you see your life total dwindling down one by one until they're just like, and then game, and you're like, what?
Worst part is, math was my worst subject in school, and I even failed it in college and had to go to summer school. But for some reason, I'm playing card games.
I know you're the biggest weakness of a card player: math and reading.
Yeah, for real. But it's okay. That's fine. That's why I play Rye, and I go, yeah, they have it, they have it. I like big numbers. It makes it easier. I don't have to do little math. I just go, yeah, 11 plus 11 is 22. Need a third one to kill you.
You're like, my level number only goes up.
Yep. All I have to do is add 1 every time. That makes it easy.
I see blue card, number go up. I see gray card, number stay same.
See, easy math. We like caveman math. It makes it so much easier. Not deal with plus counters everywhere or phantom +1s with imbues.
You do say caveman math is much easier, which I agree. However, I've seen Rise scry the skies for 15, and then they sit there staring at them. I'm like, I don't even know what you're looking at myself.
And to be fair, I'm not even doing math. I'm like, do I live this turn? Do I just draw enough cards to win this turn? No. Okay, I have to set up.
Do you ever just like scry the skies, look at your hand, and go, "Yep, I'm dead, but I'm not gonna let my opponent know."
Oh, so many times I go, yep, I don't see a vanish. I don't see a peace reading. I don't see a wizard stand on top. Is there a line I have out? No, I have no light encounter, so I can't draw. Yep.
You
That is dead.
still have to go through the motions though. Be like, interesting. How do I?
In case my opponent misplays, do I have it? Reckless conversion on band win.
Alrighty, so we see Malve going first and just looking at the hand of 7 and passing, not really wanting to commit anything, which I do disagree with because I do see our girl Saudi in that hand. You could have easily jammed her turn 1, and if it's just like that windmill engineer thing, if your opponent swings into it, you get a free prep counter for that turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's even to argue because I think, what do I say? I saw it in Snaring Fumes. Did I see a reclaiming hand? Because you could also argue just playing Korhazi Outlook on the board and then just reclaiming it later on as well.
Yeah, that is
So I
so
could-
true.
Maybe it's not a reclaim. Nope, Stifling Trap and Snaring Fumes. Zephyr. I'm thinking Zephyr. Ooh, shiny Shermacloak.
But now it's almost as if like I guess we're just gonna go backup charger here. It just feels like you've lost that one turn additional turn of like prep counter generation, which is so important for Tristan. Your main goal is to hit that consistently every time. You want to get to 4 as fast as possible.
Yeah, but it also makes sense. So you're in a weird state with this hand where your hand is not necessarily dead, but could be considered dead because you have a Shadow Strike in hand, you have Mastermind Scheme in hand, you have Sadian. Like, not a lot of cards you want to put down to then banish to level up anyway. So the extra card draw might come in where, in hoping your opponent misplays something that Sadie can kill this turn instead because you didn't show it. But again, it's still awkward. I imagine we're just going to surveil the wins here. Nope, we're going to Cards Outlook instead. And yeah.
Do you think, and this is, I'm not saying that Malve is, but do you think there is a chance of being slightly flustered from that last game, especially when you were trying to go for that lethal line of play and it just felt like your opponent had the answer for everything in that moment, and now you're kind of like frazzled in this and not really thinking through your turn as much as you possibly could and sort of playing faster?
There is always the chance that it could happen. And that's sort of, it's a skill in and itself. I don't have the skill. I 03 dropped, tilted, booked a flight home Chicago. Like I don't have that skill. But it is a mindset that some of these top players have that where they're able to get past that, and it just knows it's just card games. Especially because your opponent mostly kept past every single turn. Outside of playing like maybe one ally.
Yeah. And it's oh, I can't stop talking about how great of a game Grand Archive is because it really attributes to a lot of factors for a player, and it has a clear like floor for being considered good. Is people can play the game, people can play the game well, but it really takes that like extra step in both physically and mentally like prepared to play the game. You have to be able to sit there and really like grind out some games. Sometimes, as we saw, the Fire Merlin versus Water's Ender, that's physically taxing both mind and body sitting there for that long playing. So you have to like not only know the decks, know what you're playing, know what your opponent's playing, but you also have to make sure you're in that constant like mental mind step of I know my opponent can get lucky. I just need to try and minimize that as much as possible.
Oh, and that Dream Fairy is going to come down and deal with Karazi Outlook. And the best thing we can do here is Zephyr our Karazi Outlook. We do get the extra preparation counter from it as well if we do so. And then you don't have to worry about that on enter trigger banishing it. But there is always a chance that your opponent could have another Dream Fairy. But at this point, it is giving that prep generation.
I think we just stifling trap the Dream Fairy here.
Sure. We're not running. Sorry, we're not worried about level 3 wind allies. But that's fine. Favorable win stays alive, but we still prevent the on-enter effect, which is still valued.
And I think you're okay with that if you're Vanders right here. Just wanting to, use those to trade into the Korhazi Outlook. Both players go 1-for-1 on cards, but we do have a floating memory for the Robots player in that interaction.
And I guess that is back to the argument of like, if we just Zephyred, we gained an extra prep counter instead. And we still keep that Stifling Trap alive for something else or deal with the Shimmercook Assassin in a later board state.
That's that. And here we see a Surveil the Winds. Thanks to the class bonus, fast activation, it does catch a lot of players off guard. When your opponent's like, in response, I'm going to play Surveil the Winds, you're like, that says slow, hold on.
Yeah, Surveillance, probably one of the best cards printed in the recollection decks.
Yeah, and for those of you who are getting into Grand Archive or really considering like what deck to play, I highly recommend taking a look at the recollection decks. They have so many good cards and staples, and they're just really strong in themselves. You can, if you have a new player, or if you are a new player, give them a recollection deck, and they'll be able to enjoy their time at locals.
Yeah, and definitely hit up your local LGS or LCS or however you want to classify them as for recollection sets. I know there is supposed to be a second wave at some point of these, so definitely find out, see if you can get pre-orders in if you're able to wait. And if not, there's definitely a lot of people selling either open versions or sealed versions still that you can more likely find. Maybe a little bit higher than what you pay normally, but you can still find them around.
And if you find yourselves in Eugene, Oregon, go ahead and stop by Mox Valley Games for your Grand Archive supplies, deck needs, and singles.
We don't do shameless plugs here. This is all a setup. This is a perfect setup.
Alrighty, we do see Lorraine going into level Lorraine, level 1. We're grabbing the Ornamental Greatsword. We're going to be buffing that Shimmer Cloak Assassin, and I think that's just, we're looking to... Oh, swinging into Korhazi. I was going to say we're looking into ending the game here with the Power Cell and Second Wind in hand. But once again, providing a lot of respect to the opponent for having cards in hand.
I guess in this case, it was very well respected because the fact that your opponent does end up having Zephyr at this point. There is Zephyr on the side of Tristan, where you are able to now, you didn't overcommit and you're able to still stay in this game state a little bit more because you're still in the spot. We have so many allies. You're okay with taking the slower pace, I guess.
Gosh, and then Imbued in Janica showing another one and 2 second wins in there. We're going to go ahead and buff up the board, and I think we're just seeing a masterclass way to play this deck. Instead of going tall and risking getting blown out by a single card, you're just going to go wide, and Tristan has no way to deal with wide boards.
No, I mean, the closest thing we have on Tristan is an Ensnaring Fumes, but Ensnaring Fumes is a little bit rough because if depending on when you bounce them all back to hand, is that they just recast them again. So you have to be very careful when you activate it. And I don't think this Tristan runs Blinding Orb to put cards on to make it maybe a little bit more awkward to finish fully pay out those allies again.
Yeah, Blinding Orb, not a common card in Win Tristan in some of these lists right now. We do see this fast level up to 2, 5 prep counters, but no dungeon guide, which I think we're really going to be looking for here.
Yep. We're going to be activating those. We did see a lot of draws. Double Shadow Strike, though. We are at 6, so we can go ahead and recollect and draw. And let's see if we hit it. We had enough cards in hand. Did we just hit one? No, we did hit a Veiling Breeze.
That is nice, although there is only 3 win cards, not including the Veiling Breeze in hand. The 2 Shadow Strikes in the Mastermind scheme kind of clogging up the hand for this.
I guess you sort of have to just pay down. Ooh, what do we pay down here? So we pay down 2 Shadow Strikes and 2 other cards for Mastermind Scheme to go ahead and double your prep counters. Agility 3, the Shadow Strikes back, and 1 win card. Because then you have 5. You can put 1 more down to get up to at least 2, which is going to be that no matter what, even if you try to Zephyr, because Zephyr will put you down on 1 card. The best you could do is Veiling Breeze for 2.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to be enough to stop some of this damage coming through. I guess
we took all the win cards back. Maybe valuing Ensnaring Fumes in here with the prep counters to try and clear board might buy you a little bit of extra, but you have to be a little careful because at that point there's a lot of cards in the hand for the Robots player.
Yeah, maybe if Vandris overcommits and like puts an additional ally or 2 on the board before swinging, I can see the Ensnaring Fumes being a really strong play. But if we just play it slow, calm, and collected, and swing 1 at a time before playing an ally here, I think the Ensnaring Fumes just doesn't really do much.
I imagine do we just flash in Rose here? Like I guess the Penguins are new. I don't know if they're fearing and ensnaring fumes. I don't know if they know Tristan runs a board clear.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think they are aware of this card. I, seeing how they've played game one, they are playing very methodical and slow and not overcommitting to anything. So this may just be part of their game plan. And they're probably gonna have to read ensnaring fumes if it is activated here. And I think there's just their natural way of playing is leaning towards setting up Malve into a very bad position.
Yeah, because we're gonna go ahead and attempt to snaring fume. Oh no, we put the snaring fumes down though. So we are going to Veiling Breeze for 2.
Hold on, we did. Where there's 2 cards
Wait, why did we
snuck
pay 2 card?
down? Yeah.
Why did we pay 2?
I'm not sure on that, but that interesting. I wonder if our opponent does catch, our Vandrus does catch that here. If not, that is a unfortunate thing to happen on stream here.
Yeah, because even more. Yeah, because that was a very interesting. I don't. Yeah, there's nothing in board that makes everything cost 1 extra, does it? No. No,
No.
there's no win trinket that hacks like Viridian.
You gotta pay only 1 additional more. We will go ahead and review this after this game, and let the TOs know in itself. That is something that is always important for people to be aware of here. Which
Yeah,
that
because it actually lets them level.
interesting here. Yeah, that is just gonna be all 3 banished for that level up.
And you have
Unle-
enough to Shadow Strike. Oh, that's detrimental.
Unless we're missing something, was but I swear there's only 1 card in memory left from the Mastermind scheme.
Yeah, because you put 4 down for Mastermind Scheme, Agility 3'd it. So you had to recover 3.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, there's only 1 card down. And yeah, I don't know how we end up putting 2 more down.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, yeah, because that should have been a lethal board state. Outside of maybe ensnaring fumes. But all right. Well, we'll have to review it after. Sally talk to the TOs afterwards and get that resolved
Indeed.
going forward.
We just have to idly stand by here as we commentate this match. We do see the Ominous Shadows now on the boards and ensnaring fumes. Not, as it's been banished, but now you really don't want to play that as Tristan because that's going to remove your own Ominous Shadows, which are very beneficial to your own game plan here.
Yeah, no, and we're definitely at the point where this just becomes a lethal board. I mean, there is because you can go ahead and draw a card, Shadow Strike for 2. Shadow Strike comes in for 10, 13, 17, 18 with Dagger, just off of the Shadow Strike with Tristan alone. If you get rid of all your prep counters, and it's unblockable, so you cannot intercept it. Actually, is Rose an intercept or a redirect?
It has both.
It does have both.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess there's a line. I have to double check because the class bonus is the redirect part, or is it? The extra life is for redirect on Tristan.
Yeah. Rose, but isn't it level 2 plus is the redirect? I believe.
Yeah. So I don't think it matters too much. I don't think Rose is going to get the value that we're hoping for because intercept would just go through it.
Wait, did Tristan just pass turn?
I think so.
Because we could have grabbed the Shadow's Claw, Shadow Strike for
18.
18, and then Omnis Shadows for 4 damage.
Yeah, because even if you don't, I guess there is the fear of the Zephyr. Because if you do, no, because if you infuse Zephyr, you still have 1 damage coming through with the Ominous Shadows, which still be lethal.
Yeah, so Shadow Strike with prep 13 is 17 damage, setting Lorraine to 19. And then you just need to swing once with an Omnis Shadow.
Maybe fearing? No, because the shadows are also unblockable, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
I'm not sure what happened. All right, so we had a couple of different interesting lines that have happened in respecting possible cards in hand from each opponent.
Well, because even if you fear double Zephyr, they can only take out 2 objects, and there's 3 on the board that need to be removed. Shadow's Claw would be lethal, or double Ominous Shadows would be lethal. Oh, and we see an Andronica here. And hold on, Judge stepping in though, letting our player know that they're unique allies. You may only have one on the field at a time.
Yep. You can only have one. But actually, can't you? I might be wrong in this. I might be thinking my older game knowledge. Can't you just technically overwrite the other one and then get the on-enter effect again?
Yes, you are correct. You can activate ally, it enters the field, you get the on-enter, and then state-based action checks, and you must go ahead and sacrifice one of them.
Okay, so yeah, so I think that's what we did because we got the buffs on the other Andronica that we had a buff counter on it and the Shimakok Assassin. So we are going to imagine in response to retaliation step, possibly? To get the
Yes,
restand?
it does look like that there. And then we're popping poison coating oil in as well. So this is going to be enough to kill an Ominous Shadow.
Yeah, that'll be more than enough to kill. If even if he's Zephyr, that damage should still go through, correct? Because it's if it's done during retaliation step. We're not 100% sure what step this was all done in. Or am I thinking? I'm thinking swords. I'm thinking swords.
You're thinking swords on that one here.
I think it's swords.
The ally.
A lot of fun game. Good, a lot of interactions.
This is what you get with Wind, though. Wind is all about interaction.
Yeah. So we will go ahead and I guess untap, get it. So we didn't have to redirect it. There is still a chance where you could swing in and just make Tristan waste the prep counters if you need to. At least it'll slow down the shadow strikes.
This game has just a lot of interesting choices this second half of the game here. And it looks like, yeah, the Omnis Shadows just stay on board, not dying because of the Shimmer Cloak. Nothing else decide to swing in, which I think is just, you might as well attack into Tristan and force your opponent to redirect it using prep counters.
Yeah, even if they take a little damage, as this damage adds up over time, we'll just get through. I mean, we did end up getting boots here. We could banish boots to draw a card, but I don't know if we really even have to. We have still 3 cards on hand where Shadow Strike is still lethal on board.
And if I was Tristan, why are you not just windmill slamming Shadow Strike right now? Your opponent has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. We might be doing that now because here's the Shadow's Claw. You're gonna come on in, you can get it for free, and then windmill slam Shadow Strike here for 13, technically 18 with the swing. Oh, to be
Past the turn?
In interesting. I'm not sure what we're respecting.
Also, could we not grab Shadow's Claw because Eternal Magistrate's imbued?
Oh, that is true. Eternal Magistrate is imbued, so we could not grab Shadow's Claw. All right, we're definitely going to have a lengthy talk with a couple of TOs.
Yeah, this is a very
this game.
Interesting finals here. Wow. This...
Okay. So there is the argument. So I guess do we go back to the line of do we just swing in when we can with these allies and just force all these prep counters down? And just keep on forcing it down the board state because Tristan won't want to ensnaring fumes because it'll get rid of their ominous shadows.
Yeah, and Tristan does only have 3 cards. Could potentially be 4 with Windwalker boots. And
the best they could have is a Veiling Breeze.
We're gonna pop the power cell on Andronica. So we're looking at 6 power right now for this ally.
Yeah, get the swing in. Oh, go into her Ominous Shadow.
A lot of respect to this Omnis Shadow. It looks like we are gonna second wind again. There was an additional one in their hand.
Yeah. So there is saying we are a 5/5. So would negate 3 off the shadow. So 2. You still need a little bit more damage.
We should be a 6/6 here, actually.
Oh, 6/6, but still needs 1 more.
And the second wind will provide that one additional one.
Yep. So let's see if that's the line. Yep, we're going to go ahead and second wind to clear off these allies off the board more than likely, because that's going to be activated, give an extra +1 attack, and then go ahead and clear off one of the Ominous Shadow, and they'll get the retaliate in.
That wasn't the one being targeted by the attack.
That's all right. At least they're in the same board state where they're both untapped.
Yes, that is correct.
No modifiers.
Alrighty, so we do see retaliation for one. Not that it's really going to matter on that Andronica.
I imagine we're going to see the Andronica come in again into the second one here. Go ahead. Wait. It's talking about Shadows clawing?
No, we cannot use the weapon to retaliate.
Yeah, because they're pointing at Shadows Claw, so it's why I'm a little... Okay, nope. I just saw him pointing at Shadows Claw, that's why I
Yeah.
thought so, but maybe not.
I also saw that as well, but
All right, which is fine. They're able to go ahead and get their swings in. Swinging for 15. I'm not sure why that's... maybe in response to that attack? Nope, that attack went through.
and do we have a rallied advance in hand? We do not.
No, we have Fable, we have a Dream Fairy, a Stifling Trap, and a Rose.
Yeah, it just sets us here though that we know the opponent or Tristan has a Shadow Strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we've sort of held off for the past 2 turns on this Shadow Strike, maybe trying to incap it in response to something. Just trying to play safe, even though getting it last turn would have been fine.
Yeah, there's
because your
only
opponent one card.
one card, yeah. And now we are
And,
sitting at 5. Still the same line of play. Nothing's really changed.
I guess technically now you have the safe route of Karazi outlooking, banishing, activating, and then banishing Boots to draw to then have lethal.
What are you afraid though in Wind Allies though?
I guess the only thing that we're originally fearing is Zephyr, but I mean at this point you have what? You would have 50, so it'll be down to 14, 18, 19, 21. Yeah, you still have lethal on board with just Shadow's Claw and Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike alone does 18. So that alone is perfectly lethal without even needing Shadow's Claw to stay on board.
And we don't have a dice on that Shadow's Claw to represent its durability as well. I believe it's still at full durability though.
Yeah, we did not swing with it yet. It is at 3. So I don't know what I imagine we're possibly debating make sure enough cards in hand to outlook and do it. Nope, we're just very whispers.
Are they
what are these-
miscounting Lorraine's life total? Do they think it's 24?
Or 22 maybe, thinking level 2.
Yeah.
Are we all right, so that's that. Okay. Make sure we didn't draw. I was about to have other concerns with the way this game is going.
Another, and then they're just passing turn. And additionally, they had a win card in that glimpse as well, but decided to just keep Shadow Strike on top.
Is that not Shadow Strike? Is that Shadow's Resonance?
Is that Shadow Resonance? That is Shadow Resonance.
Okay. This is why I've
okay.
been so confused.
Whoa.
I'm like, what are we missing?
Yeah, both of us completely fooled and bamboozled. They do.
Wait a minute. We could have banished the Boots to draw it.
You're right.
Oh my.
Or what was that? Another Shadow Resonance though.
I don't think that. Do they run 2? Oh, I have to go look up the world. The Chicago list at this point.
Does that list run Resonance though? I thought they cut that.
No, the winner of Chicago Run Residence.
Okay, gotcha.
Good card. I like it way more than Umber Sight, but it's personal feelings. Let's see. Deck lists. They are running 1 in the main. The question is if they bought 2 more in from the side. The original list did run 2 in the sideboard.
My curiosity though is why would you slide that in?
Healing, I guess.
Healing, but it's
More
you're
prep
being
because
rushed
also-
down early levels though. You're not really gonna be it to Umbra.
Yeah, because then also like the only thing, it's really requiring the Umbra game plan. I don't know. I imagine you also would have brought in the reprograms. It's as if it's the exact list. We sort of had the brief glimpse beforehand, so I didn't get it. And we don't have. I don't think we have number of cards in the brief deck list we see. Oops, flinging it. We just throwing that thing like a shuriken. Lethal.
I did just look at the art for Shadow Resonance and Shadow Strike. It's the same exact pose, but on Resonance, Tristan's looking left. On Shadow Strike, Tristan's looking right.
We have possible lethal here, and we are going to. There's a Shadow Resonance coming in, baby.
There we are. Please forgive your casters for thinking that was Shadow Strike this whole time.
This is why we've been. I mean, to be fair, we've also missed some other lethal from on the other side of the board.
Yes, that is true.
We weren't too insane. Now we have 4 cards, 5 cards, draw 6. So we don't have enough to Shadow Strike and Terrafring. So we do have enough to do that.
But I think that's a Shadow Resonance on top of the deck.
It could be. I looked at it briefly because I've been very confused. I don't know why you would add a second one. All right, let's show me. Nope, failing me. Hold on.
Oh, you draw a card off Shadow Resonance.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, what did I miss?
You recover 2, draw a card. But yeah, that's another Shadow Resonance. Okay.
Okay. Ah.
But
man,
the thing is, you just
why would you not ditch it for your Glimpse and Fairy Whispers?
yeah, that was my. Especially
Why'd you
because
throw in the second one?
unless
Unless you're running 2 in the main.
you had Veiling Breeze on top.
Oh, Terrafring Actual wasn't popped, but I guess I know it's a Shadow Resonance, doesn't matter. Oh, okay. So I guess you Glimpse. You pay 1 in Glimpse all day on Quasi Outlook.
Yes.
Because if you hit the Shadow Strike, you just pop boots and you win.
You're also not in fear of dying because you have an Omnis Shadow with like 8 redirects.
Yeah, and a Veiling Breeze in hand. Like, I don't see a harm in just glimpsing here because then your opponent can't respond to it, and you have 17 counters on board, so you swing it for 21 even without Shadow's Call. No, I guess we're just passing. Even then, you can glimpse so many times and still have lethal.
Yeah, just dig in for that Shadow Strike.
Yeah, because you'll have 17. Yeah, because you're at 17 counters. You can, at minimum, go down to 14 to still have lethal through without having Shadow's Call. But at that point, you can technically go down to 13 because if your opponent allowed 1 Quasi Outlook resolution to go through, you can dig down to 13 because they can't respond with a Zephyr.
That is true. And we do see materialization of Smoke Bombs, and I think that's just going to be the end of the game here.
Yeah, because Smoke Bombs does go through because it is not a target legal for redirect.
Also, that I believe that Omnis Shadow should not have been on the board due to Internal Magistrate, anyways, as well.
No, it should be because it is not materialized.
Okay.
It is just making a token.
Perfect. But we see Dream Fairy coming in on that Omnis Shadow. We're going to pop the boots, draw a card, and then we're going to... Why not Veiling Breeze?
Heal 2, maybe not thinking about the Smoke Bombs. To be fair, I don't know how many win cards we have down.
Oh, they were trying to get another, and that's the game. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Rav, I do appreciate you here joining me at the last bit of commentary, and we will see you all next time.
Thank you for having me. See you all later. Have a good one.